Chapter 25 of El Dorado by Baroness Orczy. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 25. Paris once more. Sir Andrew had just come in. He was trying to get a little warmth into his half frozen limbs, for the cold had set in again, and this time with renewed vigour, and Marguerite was pouring out a cup of hot coffee which she had been brewing for him. She had not asked for news. She knew that he had none to give her, else he had not worn that weary, despondent look in his kind face. "I'll just try one more place this evening," he said, as soon as he had swallowed some of the hot coffee. "A restaurant in the Rue de la Harpe. The members of the Cordelier Club often go there for supper, and they are usually well informed. I might glean something definite there." "It seems very strange that they are so slow in bringing him to trial," said Marguerite, in that dull, toneless voice which had become habitual to her. "When you first brought me the awful news that I made sure that they would bring him to trial at once, and was in terror lest we arrived here too late to see him." She checked herself quickly, bravely trying to still the quiver of her voice. "And of Armand?" she asked. He shook his head sadly. "With regard to him I am at a still greater loss," he said. "I cannot find his name on any of the prison registers, and I know that he is not in the Conciergerie. They have cleared out all prisoners from there. There is only Percy." "Poor Armand," she sighed. "It must be almost worse for him than for any of us. It was his first act of thoughtless disobedience that brought all this misery upon our heads." She spoke sadly but quietly. Sir Andrew noted that there was no bitterness in her tone, but her very quietude was heartbreaking. There was such an infinity of despair in the calm of her eyes. "Well, though we cannot understand it all, Lady Blakeney," he said with forced cheerfulness, "we must remember one thing, that whilst there is life there is hope." "Hope!" she exclaimed, with a world of pathos in her sigh, her large eyes dry and circled, fixed with indescribable sorrow on her friend's face. Ffoulkes turned his head away, pretending to busy himself with the coffee making utensils. He could not bear to see that look of hopelessness in her face, for in his heart he could not find the wherewithal to cheer her. Despair was beginning to seize on him too, and this he would not let her see. They had been in Paris 3 days now, and it was 6 days since Blakeney had been arrested. Sir Andrew and Marguerite had found temporary lodgings inside Paris. Tony and Hastings were just outside the gates, and all along the route between Paris and Calais, at Saint Germain, at Mantes, in the villages between Beauvais and Amiens, wherever money could obtain friendly help, members of the devoted League of the Scarlet Pimpernel lay in hiding, waiting to aid their chief. Ffoulkes had ascertained that Percy was kept a close prisoner in the Conciergerie, in the very rooms occupied by Marie Antoinette during the last months of her life. He left poor Marguerite to guess how closely that elusive Scarlet Pimpernel was being guarded, the precautions surrounding him being even more minute than those which had made the unfortunate Queen's closing days a martyrdom for her. But of Armand he could glean no satisfactory news, only the negative probability that he was not detained in any of the larger prisons of Paris, as no register which he, Ffoulkes, so laboriously consulted, bore record of the name of St. Just. Haunting the restaurants and drinking booths where the most advanced Jacobins and Terrorists were wont to meet, he had learned 1 or 2 details of Blakeney's incarceration which he could not possibly impart to Marguerite. The capture of the mysterious Englishman known as the Scarlet Pimpernel had created a great deal of popular satisfaction, but it was obvious that not only was the public mind not allowed to associate that capture with the escape of little Capet from the Temple, but it soon became clear to Ffoulkes that the news of that escape was still being kept a profound secret. On one occasion he had succeeded in spying on the chief agent of the Committee of General Security, whom he knew by sight, while the latter was sitting at dinner in company of a stout, florid man with pock marked face and podgy hands covered with rings. Sir Andrew marvelled who this man might be. Heron spoke to him in ambiguous phrases that would have been unintelligible to anyone who did not know the circumstances of the Dauphin's escape and the part that the League of the Scarlet Pimpernel had played in it. But to Sir Andrew Ffoulkes, who, cleverly disguised as a farrier, grimy after his day's work, was straining his ears to listen whilst apparently consuming huge slabs of boiled beef, it soon became clear that the chief agent and his fat friend were talking of the Dauphin of Blakeney. "He won't hold out much longer, citizen," the chief agent was saying in a confident voice. "Our men are absolutely unremitting in their task. 2 of them watch him night and day. They look after him well, and practically never lose sight of him. but the moment he tries to get any sleep, one of them rushes into the cell with a loud banging of bayonet and sabre, and noisy tread on the flagstones, and shouts at the top of his voice, 'Now then, Aristo, where's the brat? Tell us now, and you shall be down and go to sleep.' I've done it myself all through one day, just for the pleasure of it. It's a little tiring for you to have to shout a good deal now, and sometimes give the cursed Englishman a good shake-up. He has had 5 days of it, and not one wink of sleep during that time, not one single minute of rest, and he only gets enough food to keep him alive. I tell you he can't last. Citizen Chauvelin had a splendid idea there. It would all come right in a day or two." Grunted the other sulkily. "Those Englishmen are tough." "Yes," retorted Heron, with a grim laugh and a leer of savagery that made his gaunt face look positively hideous. "You would have given out after 3 days, friend de Batz, would you not? And I warned you, didn't I? I told you if you tampered with the brat I would make you cry in mercy to me for death." "And I warned you," said the other imperturbably, "not to worry so much about me, but to keep your eyes open for those cursed Englishmen." "I am keeping my eyes open for you, nevertheless, my friend. If I thought you knew where the vermin's spawn was at this moment, I would..." "You would put me on the same rack that you or your precious friend Chauvelin have devised for the Englishman. But I don't know where the lad is. If I did, I would not be in Paris." "I know that," assented Heron with a sneer. "You would soon be after the reward, over in Austria, what? But I have your movements tracked day and night, my friend. I dare say you are as anxious as we are as to the whereabouts of the child. Had he been taken over the frontier, you would have been the first to hear of it, eh? No," he added confidently, and as if anxious to reassure himself, "my firm belief is that the original idea of these confounded Englishmen was to try and get the child over to England, and that they alone know where he is. I tell you it won't be many days before that very withered Scarlet Pimpernel will order his followers to give little Capet up to us. Oh, they are hanging about Paris, some of them, I know that. Citizen Chauvelin is convinced that the wife isn't very far away. Give her a sight of her husband now, say I, and she'll make the others give the child up soon enough." The man laughed like a hyena, gloating over its prey. Sir Andrew nearly betrayed himself then. He had to dig his nails into his own flesh to prevent himself from springing then and there at the throat of that wretch whose monstrous ingenuity had invented torture for the fallen enemy far worse than any that the cruelties of medieval inquisitions had devised. So they would not let him sleep. A simple idea born in the brain of a fiend. Heron had spoken of Chauvelin as the originator of the devilry. A man weakened deliberately day by insufficient food, and the horrible process of denying him rest. It seemed inconceivable that human, sentient beings should have thought of such a thing. Perspiration stood up in beads on Sir Andrew's brow when he thought of his friend, brought down by want of sleep to... what? His physique was splendidly powerful, but could it stand against such racking torment for long? And the clear, the alert mind, the scheming brain, the reckless daring, how soon would these become enfeebled by the slow, steady torture of an utter want of rest? Ffoulkes had to smother a cry of horror, which surely must have drawn the attention of that fiend on himself, had he not been so engrossed in the enjoyment of his own devilry. As it was, he ran out of the stuffy eating house, for he felt as if its fetid air must choke him. For an hour after that he wandered about the streets, not daring to face Marguerite lest his eyes betrayed some of the horror which was shaking his very soul. That was 24 hours ago. To day he had learnt little else. It was generally known that the Englishman was in the Conciergerie prison, that he was being closely watched, and that his trial would come on within the next few days, but no one seemed to know exactly when. The public was getting restive, demanding that trial and execution to which everyone seemed to look forward as to a holiday. In the meanwhile the escape of the Dauphin had been kept from the knowledge of the public. Heron and his gang, fearing for their lives, had still hopes of extracting from the Englishman the secret of the lad's hiding place, and the means they employed for arriving at this end was worthy of Lucifer and his host of devils in hell. From other fragments of conversation which Sir Andrew Ffoulkes had gleaned that same evening, it seemed to him that in order to hide their defalcations, Heron and the 4 commissaries in charge of little Capet had substituted a deaf and dumb child for the escaped little prisoner. This miserable small wreck of humanity was reputed to be sick and kept in a darkened room, in bed, and was in that condition exhibited to any member of the Convention who had the right to see him. A partition had been very hastily erected in the inner room once occupied by the Simons, and the child was kept behind that partition, and no one was allowed to come too near to him. Thus the fraud was succeeding fairly well. Heron and his accomplices only cared to save their skins, and the wretched little substitute being really ill, they firmly hoped that he would soon die, when no doubt they would bruit abroad the news of the death of Capet, which would relieve them of further responsibility. That such ideas, such thoughts, such schemes should have engendered in human minds it is almost impossible to conceive, and yet we know from no less important a witness than Madame Simon herself that the child who died in the Temple a few weeks later was a poor little imbecile, a deaf and dumb child brought hither from one of the asylums and left to die in peace. There was nobody but kindly Death to take him out of his misery, for the giant intellect that had planned and carried out the rescue of the uncrowned King of France, and which alone might have had the power to save him too, was being broken on the rack of enforced sleeplessness. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of El Dorado by Baroness Orczy, read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 26. The Bitterest Foe. That same evening Sir Andrew Ffoulkes, having announced his intention of gleaning further news of Armand, if possible, went out shortly after 7 o'clock, promising to be home again about 9. Marguerite, on the other hand, had to make her friend a solemn promise that she would try and eat some supper which the landlady of these miserable apartments had agreed to prepare for her. So far they had been left in peaceful occupation of these squalid lodgings in a tumble-down house on the Quai de la Ferraille, facing the House of Justice, the grim walls of which Marguerite would watch with wide open, dry eyes for as long as the grey wintry light lingered over them. Even now, though the darkness had set in, and snow, falling in close small flakes, threw a thick white veil over the landscape, she sat at the open window long after Sir Andrew had gone out, watching the few small flicks of light that blinked across from the other side of the river, and which came from the windows of the Chatelet towers. The windows of the Conciergerie she could not see, for these gave on one of the inner courtyards, but there was a melancholy consolation even in the gazing on those walls that held in their cruel, grim embrace all that she loved in the world. It seemed so impossible to think of Percy, the laughter-loving, irresponsible, light-hearted adventurer, as the prey of those fiends who would revel in their triumph, who would crush him, humiliate him, insult him, ye gods alive, even torture him perhaps, that they might break the indomitable spirit that would mock them even on the threshold of death. Surely God would never allow such monstrous infamy as the deliverance of the noble, soaring eagle into the hands of those preying jackals. Marguerite, though her heart ached beyond what human nature could endure, though her anguish on her husband's account was doubled by that which she felt for her brother, could not bring herself to give up all hope. Sir Andrew said it rightly. While there was life there was hope. While there was life in those vigorous limbs, spirit in that daring mind, how could puny, rampant beasts gain the better of the immortal soul? As for Armand, why, if Percy were free, she would have no cause to fear for Armand. She sighed a sigh of deep, of passionate regret and longing. If she could only see her husband! If she could only look for 1 second into those laughing, lazy eyes, wherein she alone knew how to fathom the infinity of passion that lay within their depths! If she could but once feel his ardent kiss on her lips, she could more easily endure this agonizing suspense, and wait confidently and courageously for the issue. She turned away from the window, for the night was getting bitterly cold. From the tower of St. Germain l'Auxerrois the clock slowly struck 8. Even as the last sound of the historic bell died away in the distance, she heard a timid knocking at the door. "Enter," she called unthinkingly. She thought it was her landlady, come up with more wood mayhap for the fire, so she did not turn to the door when she heard it being slowly opened, then closed again, and presently a soft tread on the threadbare carpet. "May I crave your kind attention, Lady Blakeney?" said a harsh voice, subdued to tones of ordinary courtesy. She quickly repressed a cry of horror. How well she knew that voice! When last she heard it, it was at Boulogne, dictating that infamous letter, the weapon wherewith Percy had so effectually foiled his enemy. She turned and faced the man who was her bitterest foe, hers in the person of the man she loved. "Chauvelin!" she gasped. "Himself, at your service, dear lady," he said simply. He stood in the full light of the lamp, his trim, small figure boldly cut out against the dark wall beyond. He wore the usual sable coloured clothes which he affected, with the primly folded jabot and cuffs edged with narrow lace. Without waiting for permission from her, he quietly and deliberately placed his hat and cloak on a chair. Then he turned once more toward her and made a movement as if to advance into the room. but instinctively she put up a hand as if to ward off the calamity of his approach. He shrugged his shoulders, and the shadow of a smile that had neither mirth nor kindliness in it hovered round the corners of his thin lips. "Have I your permission to sit?" he asked. "As you will," she replied slowly, keeping her wide open eyes fixed upon him as does a frightened bird upon the serpent whom it loathes and fears. "And may I crave a few moments of your undivided attention, Lady Blakeney?" he continued, taking a chair, and so placing it beside the table that the light of the lamp, when he sat, remained behind him, and his face was left in shadow. "Is it necessary?" asked Marguerite. "It is," he replied curtly, "if you desire to see and speak with your husband, to be of use to him before it is too late." "Then I pray you speak, citizen, and I will listen." She sank into a chair, not heeding whether the light of the lamp fell on her face or not, whether the lines in her haggard cheeks or her tear-dimmed eyes showed plainly the sorrow and despair that had traced them. She had nothing to hide from this man, the cause of all the tortures which she endured. She knew that neither courage nor sorrow would move him, and that hatred for Percy, personal deadly hatred for the man who had twice foiled him, had long crushed the last spark of humanity in his heart. "Perhaps, Lady Blakeney," he began after a slight pause, and in his smooth, even voice, "it would interest you to hear how I succeeded in procuring for myself this pleasure of an interview with you." "Your spies did their usual work, I suppose," she said coldly. "Exactly. We have been on your track for 3 days, and yesterday evening an unguarded movement on the part of Sir Andrew Ffoulkes gave us the final clue to your whereabouts." "Of Sir Andrew Ffoulkes?" she asked, greatly puzzled. "He was in an eating house, cleverly disguised, I own, trying to glean information, no doubt, as to the probable fate of Sir Percy Blakeney. As chance would have it, my friend Heron, of the Committee of General Security, chanced to be discussing with reprehensible openness certain what shall I say? Certain measures which, at my advice, the Committee of Public Safety have been forced to adopt with a view to " "A truce on your smooth-tongued speeches, citizen Chauvelin," she interposed firmly. "Sir Andrew Ffoulkes has told me naught of this, so I pray you speak plainly and to the point, if you can." He bowed with marked irony. "As you please," he said. "Sir Andrew Ffoulkes, hearing certain matters of which I will tell you anon, made a movement which betrayed him to one of our spies. At a word from citizen Heron this man followed on the heels of the young farrier who had shown such interest in the conversation of the chief agent. Sir Andrew, I imagine, burning with indignation at what he had heard, was perhaps not quite so cautious as he usually is. Anyway, the man on his track followed him to this door. It was quite simple, as you see. As for me, I had guessed a week ago that we would see the beautiful Lady Blakeney in Paris before long. When I knew where Sir Andrew Ffoulkes lodged, I had no difficulty in guessing that Lady Blakeney would not be far off." "And what was there in citizen Heron's conversation last night," she asked quietly, "that so aroused Sir Andrew's indignation? He has not told you?" "Oh, it is very simple. Let me tell you, Lady Blakeney, exactly how matters stand. Sir Percy Blakeney, before lucky chance at last delivered him into our hands, thought fit, as no doubt you know, to meddle with our most important prisoner of state. A child, I know it, sir, the son of a murdered father whom you and your friends were slowly doing to death." "That is as may be, Lady Blakeney," rejoined Chauvelin calmly, "but it was none of Sir Percy Blakeney's business. This, however, he chose to disregard. He succeeded in carrying little Capet from the Temple, and 2 days later we had him under lock and key." "Through some infamous and treacherous trick, sir," she retorted. Chauvelin made no immediate reply. His pale, inscrutable eyes were fixed upon her face, and the smile of irony round his mouth appeared more strongly marked than before. "That, again, is as it may be," he said suavely. "But anyhow, for the moment we have the upper hand. Sir Percy is in the Conciergerie, guarded day and night, more closely than Marie Antoinette even was guarded." "And he laughs at your bolts and bars, sir," she rejoined proudly. "Remember Calais, remember Boulogne. His laugh at your discomfiture, then, must resound in your ear even to day." "Yes, but for the moment laughter is on our side. Still, we are willing to forego even that pleasure, if Sir Percy will but move a finger towards his own freedom. Again some infamous letter?" she asked with a bitter contempt. "Some attempt against his honour?" "No, no, Lady Blakeney," he interposed with perfect blandness. "Matters are so much simpler now, you see. We hold Sir Percy at our mercy. We could send him to the guillotine to morrow, but we might be willing remember, I only say we might to exercise our prerogative of mercy, if Sir Percy Blakeney will on his side accede to a request from us." "And that request?" "Is a very natural one. He took Capet away from us, and it is but credible that he knows at the present moment exactly where the child is. Let him instruct his followers, and I mistake not, Lady Blakeney, there are several of them not very far from Paris just now. Let him, I say, instruct these followers of his to return the person of young Capet to us, and not only will we undertake to give these same gentlemen a safe conduct back to England, but we even might be inclined to deal somewhat less harshly with the gallant Scarlet Pimpernel himself." She laughed a harsh, mirthless, contemptuous laugh. "I don't think that I quite understand," she said after a moment or two, whilst he waited calmly until her outbreak of hysterical mirth had subsided. "You want my husband, the Scarlet Pimpernel, citizen, to deliver the little King of France to you, after he has risked his life to save the child out of your clutches? Is that what you are trying to say?" "It is," rejoined Chauvelin complacently, "just what we have been saying to Sir Percy Blakeney for the past 6 days, madame." "Well, then you have had your answer, have you not?" "Yes," he replied slowly, "but the answer has become weaker day by day." "Weaker? I don't understand." "Let me explain, Lady Blakeney," said Chauvelin, now with measured emphasis. He put both elbows on the table and leaned well forward, peering into her face, lest one of its varied expressions escaped him. "Just now you taunted me with my failure in Calais, and again at Boulogne, with a proud toss of the head, which I own is excessive becoming. You threw the name of the Scarlet Pimpernel in my face like a challenge which I no longer dare to accept. The Scarlet Pimpernel, you would say to me, stands for loyalty, for honour, and for indomitable courage. Think you he would sacrifice his honour to obtain your mercy? Remember Boulogne and your discomfiture. All of which, dear lady, is perfectly charming and womanly and enthusiastic, and I, bowing my humble head, must own that I was fooled in Calais and baffled in Boulogne. But in Boulogne I made a grave mistake, and one from which I learned a lesson, which I am putting into practice now." He paused a while as if waiting for her reply. His pale, keen eyes had already noted that with every phrase he uttered the lines in her beautiful face became more hard and set. A look of horror was gradually spreading over it, as if the icy cold hand of death had passed over her cheeks and eyes, leaving them rigid like stone. "In Boulogne," resumed Chauvelin quietly, satisfied that his words were hitting steadily at her heart, "in Boulogne Sir Percy and I did not fight an equal fight. Fresh from a pleasant sojourn in his own magnificent home, full of the spirit of adventure which puts the essence of life into a man's veins, Sir Percy Blakeney's splendid physique was pitted against my feeble powers. Of course I lost the battle. I made the mistake of trying to subdue a man who was in the zenith of his strength. Whereas now..." "Yes, citizen Chauvelin," she said. "Whereas now?" "Sir Percy Blakeney has been in the prison of the Conciergerie for exactly 1 week, Lady Blakeney," he replied, speaking very slowly and letting every one of his words sink individually into her mind. "Even before he had time to take the bearings of his cell, or to plan on his own behalf one of those remarkable escapes for which he is so justly famous, our men began to work on a scheme which I am proud to say originated with myself. A week has gone by since then, Lady Blakeney, and during that time a special company of prison guard, acting under the orders of the Committee of General Security and of Public Safety, have questioned the prisoner unremittingly, remember, day and night. 2 by 2 these men take it in turns to enter the prisoner's cell every quarter of an hour, lately it has had to be more often, and ask him the one question: where is little Capet? Up to now we have received no satisfactory reply, although we have explained to Sir Percy that many of his followers are honouring the neighbourhood of Paris with their visit, and that all we ask from him are instructions to those gallant gentlemen to bring young Capet back to us. It is all very simple. Unfortunately the prisoner is somewhat obstinate. At first even the idea seemed to amuse him. He used to laugh and say that he always had the faculty of sleeping with his eyes open. But our soldiers are untiring in their efforts, and the want of sleep as well as of sufficient food and of fresh air is certainly beginning to tell on Sir Percy Blakeney's magnificent physique. I don't think that it will be very long before he gives way to our gentle persuasions. And in any case now, I assure you, dear lady, that we do not need to fear any attempt on his part to escape. I doubt if he could walk very steadily across this room." Marguerite had sat quite silent and apparently impassive all the while that Chauvelin had been speaking. Even now she scarcely stirred. Her face expressed absolutely nothing but deep puzzlement. There was a frown between her brows, and her eyes, which were always of such liquid blue, now looked almost black. She was trying to visualise that which Chauvelin had put before her: a man harassed day and night, unceasingly, unremittingly, with one question, allowed neither respite nor sleep; his brain, soul and body fagged out at every hour, every moment of the day and night, until mind and body and soul must inevitably give way under anguish 10,000 times more unendurable than any physical torment invented by monsters in barbaric times. That man thus harassed, thus fagged out, thus martyrised at all hours of the day and night, was her husband, whom she loved with every fibre of her being, with every throb of her heart. Torture? Oh no! These were advanced and civilised times that could afford to look with horror on the excesses of medieval days. This was a revolution that made for progress and challenged the opinion of the world. The cells of the Temple of La Force or the Conciergerie held no secret inquisition with iron maidens and racks and thumbscrews, but a few men had put their tortuous brains together and had said to one another: "We want to find out from that man where we can lay our hands on little Capet, so we won't let him sleep until he has told us. It is not torture, oh no! Who would dare to say that we torture our prisoners? It is only a little horseplay, worrying to the prisoner, no doubt, but after all he can end the unpleasantness at any moment. He need but to answer our question, and he can go to sleep as comfortably as a little child. The want of sleep is very trying, the want of proper food and of fresh air is very weakening. The prisoner must give way sooner or later." So these fiends had decided it between them, and they had put their idea into execution for one whole week. Marguerite looked at Chauvelin as she would on some monstrous, inscrutable sphinx, marvelling if God, even in his anger, could really have created such a fiendish brain, or having created it, could allow it to wreak such devilry unpunished. Even now she felt that he was enjoying the mental anguish which he had put upon her, and she saw his thin, evil lips curved into a smile. "So you came to night to tell me all this?" she asked as soon as she could trust herself to speak. Her impulse was to shriek out her indignation, her horror of him, into his face. She longed to call down God's eternal curse upon this fiend, but instinctively she held herself in check. Her indignation, her words of loathing, would only have added to his delight. "You have had your wish," she added coldly. "Now I pray you go." "Your pardon, Lady Blakeney," he said with all his habitual blandness. "My object in coming to see you to night was twofold. Methought that I was acting as your friend in giving you authentic news of Sir Percy, and in suggesting the possibility of your adding your persuasion to ours." "My persuasion? You mean that you would wish to see your husband, would you not, Lady Blakeney?" "Yes." "Then I pray you command me. I will grant you the permission whenever you wish to go." "You are in the hope, citizen," she said, "that I will do my best to break my husband's spirit by my tears or my prayers. Is that it?" "Not necessarily," he replied pleasantly. "I assure you that we can manage to do that ourselves in time." "You devil!" The cry of pain and of horror was involuntarily wrung from the depths of her soul. "Are you not afraid that God's hand will strike you down where you stand?" "No," he said lightly, "I am not afraid, Lady Blakeney. You see, I do not happen to believe in God. Come," he added more seriously, "have I not proved to you that my offer is disinterested? Yet I repeat it even now. If you desire to see Sir Percy in prison, command me, and the doors shall be opened to you." She waited a moment, looking him straight and quite dispassionately in the face. Then she said coldly: "Very well, I will go." "When?" he asked. "This evening." "Just as you wish. I would have to go and see my friend Heron first, and arrange with him for your visit." "Then go. I will follow in half an hour." "C'est entendu. Will you be at the main entrance of the Conciergerie at 9:30? You know it, perhaps, no? It is in the Rue de la Barillerie, immediately on the right at the foot of the great staircase of the House of Justice." "Of the House of Justice!" she exclaimed involuntarily, a world of bitter contempt in her cry. Then she added in her former matter of fact tones: "Very good, citizen. At 9:30 I will be at the entrance you name." "And I will be at the door, prepared to escort you." He took up his hat and coat and bowed ceremoniously to her. Then he turned to go. At the door a cry from her, involuntarily enough, God knows, made him pause. "My interview with the prisoner," she said, vainly trying, poor soul, to repress that quiver of anxiety in her voice. "It will be private?" "Oh, yes, of course," he replied with a reassuring smile. Au revoir, Lady Blakeney. 9:30, remember." She could no longer trust herself to look on him as he finally took his departure. She was afraid, yes, absolutely afraid, that her fortitude would give way, meanly, despicably, uselessly give way; that she would suddenly fling herself at the feet of that sneering, inhuman wretch, that she would pray, implore Heaven above. What might not she do in the face of this awful reality, if the last lingering shred of vanishing reason, of pride and of courage did not hold her in check? Therefore she forced herself not to look on that departing sable clad figure, on that evil face and those hands that held Percy's fate in their cruel grip. But her ears caught the welcome sound of his departure, the opening and shutting of the door, his light footstep echoing down the stone stairs. When at last she felt that she was really alone, she uttered a loud cry like a wounded doe, and falling on her knees, she buried her face in her hands in a passionate fit of weeping. Violent sobs shook her entire frame. It seemed as if an overwhelming anguish was tearing at her heart, the physical pain of it was almost unendurable. And yet, even through this paroxysm of tears, her mind clung to one root idea. When she saw Percy she must be brave and calm, be able to help him if he wanted her, to do his bidding if there was anything that she could do, or any message that she could take to the others. Of hope she had none. The last lingering ray of it had been extinguished by that fiend when he said: "We need not fear that he will escape. I doubt if he could walk very steadily across this room now." End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of El Dorado by Baroness Orczy. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 27. In the Conciergerie. Marguerite, accompanied by Sir Andrew Ffoulkes, walked rapidly along the quay. It lacked 10 minutes to the half hour. The night was dark and bitterly cold. Snow was still falling in sparse thin flakes, and lay like a crisp and glittering mantle over the parapets of the bridges and the grim towers of the Chatelet prison. They walked on silently now. All that they had wanted to say to one another had been said inside the squalid room of their lodgings when Sir Andrew Ffoulkes had come home and learned that Chauvelin had been. "They are killing him by inches, Sir Andrew," had been the heartrending cry which burst from Marguerite's oppressed heart as soon as her hands rested in the kindly ones of her best friend. "Is there aught that we can do?" There was, of course, very little that could be done. 1 or 2 fine steel files which Sir Andrew gave her to conceal beneath the folds of her kerchief, also a tiny dagger with sharp poisoned blade, which for a moment she held in her hand hesitating, her eyes filling with tears, her heart throbbing with unspeakable sorrow. Then slowly, very slowly, she raised the small death dealing instrument to her lips and reverently kissed the narrow blade. "If it must be," she murmured, "God in his mercy will forgive." She sheathed the dagger, and this too she hid in the folds of her gown. "Can you think of anything else, Sir Andrew, that he might want?" she asked. "I have money in plenty, in case those soldiers..." Sir Andrew sighed and turned away from her so as to hide the hopelessness which he felt. Since 3 days now he had been exhausting every conceivable means of getting at the prison guard with bribery and corruption, but Chauvelin and his friends had taken excellent precautions. The prison of the Conciergerie, situated as it was in the very heart of the labyrinthine and complicated structure of the Chatelet and the House of Justice, and isolated from every other group of cells in the building, was inaccessible save from one narrow doorway which gave on the guard room first, and thence on the inner cell beyond. Just as all attempts to rescue the late unfortunate Queen from that prison had failed, so now every attempt to reach the imprisoned Scarlet Pimpernel was equally doomed to bitter disappointment. The guard room was filled with soldiers day and night. The windows of the inner cell, heavily barred, were too small to admit of the passage of a human body, and they were raised 20 feet from the corridor below. Sir Andrew had stood in the corridor 2 days ago. He had looked on the window behind which he knew that his friend must be eating out his noble heart in a longing for liberty, and he had realised then that every effort at help from the outside was foredoomed to failure. "Courage, Lady Blakeney," he said to Marguerite, when anon they had crossed the Pont au Change and were wending their way slowly along the Rue de la Barillerie. "Remember our proud dictum: the Scarlet Pimpernel never fails. And also this, that whatever messages Blakeney gives you for us, whatever he wishes us to do, we are to a man ready to do it, and to give our lives for our chief. Courage! Something tells me that a man like Percy is not going to die at the hands of such vermin as Chauvelin and his friends." They had reached the great iron gates of the House of Justice. Marguerite, trying to smile, extended her trembling hand to this faithful, loyal comrade. "I'll not be far," he said. "When you come out, do not look to the right or left, but make straight for home. I'll not lose sight of you for a moment, and as soon as possible will overtake you. God bless you both." He pressed his lips on her cold little hand, and watched her tall, elegant figure as she passed through the great gates until the veil of falling snow hid her from his gaze. Then with a deep sigh of bitter anguish and sorrow he turned away and was soon lost in the gloom. Marguerite found the gate at the bottom of the monumental stairs open when she arrived. Chauvelin was standing immediately inside the building, waiting for her. "We are prepared for your visit, Lady Blakeney," he said, "and the prisoner knows that you are coming." He led the way down one of the numerous and interminable corridors of the building, and she followed briskly, pressing her hand against her bosom there where the folds of her kerchief hid the steel files and the precious dagger. Even in the gloom of these ill lighted passages she realised that she was surrounded by guards. There were soldiers everywhere. Two had stood behind the door when first she entered, and had immediately closed it with a loud clang behind her. And all the way down the corridors, through the half light engendered by feebly flickering lamps, she caught glimpses of the white facings on the uniforms of the town guard, or occasionally the glint of steel of a bayonet. Presently Chauvelin paused beside a door which he had just reached. His hand was on the latch, for it did not appear to be locked, and he turned toward Marguerite. "I am very sorry, Lady Blakeney," he said in simple, deferential tones, "that the prison authorities, who at my request are granting you this interview at such an unusual hour, have made a slight condition to your visit." "A condition?" she asked. "What is it?" "You must forgive me," he said, as if purposely evading her question, "for I give you my word that I had nothing to do with a regulation that you might justly feel was derogatory to your dignity. If you will kindly step in here, a wardress in charge will explain to you what is required." He pushed open the door and stood aside ceremoniously in order to allow her to pass in. She looked on him with deep puzzlement and a look of dark suspicion in her eyes, but her mind was too much engrossed with the thought of her meeting with Percy to worry over any trifle that might, as her enemy had inferred, offend her womanly dignity. She walked into the room, past Chauvelin, who whispered as she went by: "I will wait for you here, and I pray you, if you have aught to complain of, summon me at once." Then he closed the door behind her. The room in which Marguerite now found herself was a small unventilated quadrangle, dimly lighted by a hanging lamp. A woman in a soiled cotton gown, and lank grey hair brushed away from a parchment like forehead, rose from the chair in which she had been sitting when Marguerite entered, and put away some knitting on which she had apparently been engaged. "I was to tell you, citizeness," she said the moment the door had been closed and she was alone with Marguerite, "that the prison authorities have given orders that I should search you before you visit the prisoner." She repeated this phrase mechanically, like a child who has been taught to say a lesson by heart. She was a stoutish, middle aged woman, with that pasty, flabby skin peculiar to those who live in want of fresh air, but her small dark eyes were not unkindly, although they shifted restlessly from one object to another, as if she were trying to avoid looking the other woman straight in the face. "That you should search me," reiterated Marguerite slowly, trying to understand. "Yes," replied the woman. "I was to tell you to take off your clothes, so that I might look them through and through. I have often had to do this before when visitors have been allowed inside the prison, so it is no use your trying to deceive me in any way. I am very sharp at finding out if one has any papers or files or ropes concealed in an under petticoat. Come," she added more roughly, seeing that Marguerite had remained motionless in the middle of the room, "the quicker you're about it, the sooner you will be taken to see the prisoner." These words had their desired effect. The proud Lady Blakeney, inwardly revolting at the outrage, knew that resistance would be worse than useless. Chauvelin was the other side of the door. A call from the woman would bring him to her assistance, and Marguerite was only longing to hasten the moment when she could be with her husband. She took off her kerchief and her gown, and calmly submitted to the woman's rough hands as they wandered with sureness and accuracy to the various pockets and folds that might conceal prohibited articles. The woman did her work with peculiar stolidity. She did not utter a word when she found the tiny steel files and placed them on a table beside her. In equal silence she laid the little dagger beside them, and the purse which contained 20 gold pieces. These she counted in front of Marguerite, and then replaced them in the purse. Her face expressed neither surprise nor greed nor pity. She was obviously beyond the reach of bribery, just a machine, paid by the prison authorities to do this unpleasant work, and no doubt terrorised into doing it conscientiously. When she had satisfied herself that Marguerite had nothing further concealed about her person, she allowed her to put her dress on once more. She even offered to help her on with it. When Marguerite was fully dressed she opened the door for her. Chauvelin was standing in the passage waiting patiently. At sight of Marguerite, whose pale, set face betrayed nothing of the indignation which she felt, he turned quick, inquiring eyes on the woman. "2 files, a dagger, and a purse with 20 louis," said the latter curtly. Chauvelin made no comment. He received the information quite placidly, as if it had no special interest for him. Then he said quietly: "This way, citizeness." Marguerite followed him, and 2 minutes later he stood beside a heavy, nail studded door that had a small square grating let into one of the panels, and said simply: "This is it." 2 soldiers of the National Guard were on sentry at the door, 2 more were pacing up and down outside it, and had halted when citizen Chauvelin gave his name and showed his tricolour scarf of office. From behind the small grating in the door a pair of eyes peered at the newcomers. "Qui va la?" came the quick challenge from the guard room within. "Citizen Chauvelin, of the Committee of Public Safety," was the prompt reply. There was the sound of grounding of arms, of the drawing of bolts, and the turning of a key in a complicated lock. The prison was kept locked from within, and very heavy bars had to be moved ere the ponderous door slowly swung open on its hinges. 2 steps led up into the guard room. Marguerite mounted them with the same feeling of awe and almost of reverence as she would have mounted the steps of a sacrificial altar. The guard room itself was more brilliantly lighted than the corridor outside. The sudden glare of 2 or 3 lamps placed about the room caused her momentarily to close her eyes, that were aching with many shed and unshed tears. The air was rank and heavy with the fumes of tobacco, of wine and stale food. A large barred window gave on the corridor immediately above the door. When Marguerite felt strong enough to look around her, she saw that the room was filled with soldiers. Some were sitting, others standing, others lay on rugs against the wall apparently asleep. There was one who appeared to be in command, for with a word he checked the noise that was going on in the room when she entered, and then he said curtly: "This way, citizeness." He turned to an opening in the wall on the left, the stone lintel of a door, from which the door itself had been removed. An iron bar ran across the opening, and this the sergeant now lifted, nodding to Marguerite to go within. Instinctively she looked round for Chauvelin, but he was nowhere to be seen. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of El Dorado by Baroness Orczy, read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 28. The Caged Lion. Was there some instinct of humanity left in the soldier who allowed Marguerite through the barrier into the prisoner's cell? Had the wan face of this beautiful woman stirred within his heart the last chord of gentleness that was not wholly atrophied by the constant cruelties, the excesses, the mercilessness which his service under this fraternising republic constantly demanded of him? Perhaps some recollection of former years, when first he served his king and country, recollection of wife or sister or mother, pleaded within him in favour of this sorely stricken woman with the look of unspeakable sorrow in her large blue eyes. Certain it is that as soon as Marguerite passed the barrier he put himself on guard against it with his back to the interior of the cell and to her. Marguerite had paused on the threshold. After the glaring light of the guard room the cell seemed dark, and at first she could hardly see. The whole length of the long, narrow cubicle lay to her left, with a slight recess at its further end, so that from the threshold of the doorway she could not see into the distant corner. Swift as a lightning flash the remembrance came back to her of proud Marie Antoinette, narrowing her life to that dark corner where the insolent eyes of the rabble soldiery could not spy her every movement. Marguerite stepped further into the room. Gradually, by the dim light of an oil lamp placed upon a table in the recess, she began to distinguish various objects: 1 or 2 chairs, another table, and a small but very comfortable looking camp bedstead. Just for a few seconds she saw only these inanimate things. Then she became conscious of Percy's presence. He sat on a chair, with his left arm half stretched out upon the table, his head hidden in the bend of the elbow. Marguerite did not utter a cry. She did not even tremble. Just for one brief instant she closed her eyes, so as to gather up all her courage before she dared to look again. Then, with a steady and noiseless step, she came quite close to him. She knelt on the flagstones at his feet, and raised reverently to her lips the hand that hung nerveless and limp by his side. He gave a A shiver seemed to go right through him. He half raised his head and murmured in a hoarse whisper: "I tell you that I do not know, and if I did..." She put her arms round him and pillowed her head upon his breast. He turned his head slowly toward her, and now his eyes, hollowed and rimmed with purple, looked straight into hers. "My beloved," he said, "I knew that you would come." His arms closed round her. There was nothing of lifelessness or of weariness in the passion of that embrace, and when she looked up again it seemed to her as if that first vision which she had had of him, with weary head bent and wan, haggard face, was not reality, only a dream born of her own anxiety for him, for now the hot ardent blood coursed just as swiftly as ever through his veins, as if life, strong, tenacious, pulsating life, throbbed with unabating vigour in those massive limbs, and behind that square, clear brow, as though the body, but half subdued, had transferred its vanishing strength to the kind and noble heart that was beating with the fervour of self-sacrifice. "Percy," she said gently, "they will only give us a few moments together. They thought that my tears would break your spirit where their devilry had failed." He held her glance with his own, with that close, intent look which binds soul to soul, and in his deep blue eyes there danced the restless flames of his own undying mirth. "La, little woman," he said with enforced lightness, even whilst his voice quivered with the intensity of passion engendered by her presence, her nearness, the perfume of her hair, "how little they know you, eh? Your brave, beautiful, exquisite soul, shining now through your glorious eyes, would defy the machinations of Satan himself and his horde. Close your dear eyes, my love. I shall go mad with joy if I drink their beauty in any longer." He held her face between his two hands, and indeed it seemed as if he could not satiate his soul with looking into her eyes. In the midst of so much sorrow, such misery and such deadly fear, never had Marguerite felt quite so happy, never had she felt him so completely her own. The inevitable bodily weakness, which of necessity had invaded even his splendid physique after a whole week's privations, had made a severe breach in the invincible barrier of self control with which the soul of the inner man was kept perpetually hidden behind a mask of indifference and of irresponsibility. And yet the agony of seeing the lines of sorrow so plainly writ on the beautiful face of the woman he worshipped must have been the keenest that the bold adventurer had ever experienced in the whole course of his reckless life. It was he, and he alone, who was making her suffer, her for whose sake he would gladly have shed every drop of his blood, endured every torment, every misery and every humiliation, her whom he worshipped only one degree less than he worshipped his honour and the cause which he had made his own. Yet in spite of that agony, in spite of the heartrending pathos of her pale, wan face, and through the anguish of seeing her tears, the ruling passion, strong in death, the spirit of adventure, the mad, wild, devil-may-care irresponsibility, was never wholly absent. "Dear heart," he said, with a quaint sigh, whilst he buried his face in the soft masses of her hair, "until you came I was so demmed fatigued." He was laughing, and the old look of boyish love of mischief illumined his haggard face. "Is it not lucky, dear heart," he said a moment or two later, "that those brutes do not leave me unshaved? I could not have faced you with a week's growth of beard round my chin. By dint of promises and bribery I have persuaded one of that rabble to come and shave me every morning. They will not allow me to handle a razor myself. They are afraid I should cut my throat, or one of theirs. But mostly I am too demmed sleepy to think of such a thing." "Percy!" she exclaimed with tender and passionate reproach. I know, dear," he murmured. "What a brute I am. Ah, God did a cruel thing the day he threw me in your path. To think that once, not so very long ago, we were drifting apart, you and I. You would have suffered less, dear heart, if we had continued to drift." Then, as he saw that his bantering tone pained her, he covered her hands with kisses, entreating her forgiveness. "Dear heart," he said merrily, "I deserve that you should leave me to rot in this abominable cage. They haven't got me yet, little woman, you know. I am not yet dead, only demmed sleepy at times. But I'll cheat them even now, never fear." "How, Percy? How?" she moaned, for her heart was aching with intolerable pain. She knew better than he did the precautions which were being taken against his escape, and she saw more clearly than he realised it himself the terrible barrier set up against that escape by ever encroaching physical weakness. "Well, dear," he said simply, "to tell you the truth, I have not yet thought of that all important how. I had to wait, you see, until you came. I was so sure that you would come. I have succeeded in putting on paper all my instructions for Ffoulkes and the others. I will give them to you anon. I knew that you would come, and that I could give them to you. Until then I had but to think of one thing, and that was of keeping body and soul together. My chance of seeing you was to let them have their will with me. Those brutes were sure, sooner or later, to bring you to me, that you might see the caged fox worn down to imbecility, eh? That you might add your tears to their persuasion and succeed where they have failed." He laughed lightly, with an unstrained note of gaiety. Only Marguerite's sensitive ears caught the faint tone of bitterness which rang through the laugh. "Once I know that the little King of France is safe," he said, "I can think of how best to rob these demmed murderers of my skin." Then suddenly his manner changed. He still held her with one arm closely to him, but the other now lay across the table, and the slender emaciated hand was tightly clutched. He did not look at her, but straight ahead. The eyes, unnaturally large now, with their deep purple rims, looked far ahead beyond the stone walls of this grim, cruel prison. The passionate lover, hungering for his beloved, had vanished. There sat the man with a purpose, the man whose firm hand had snatched men and women and children from death, the reckless enthusiast who tossed his life against an ideal. For a while he sat thus, while in his drawn, haggard face she could trace every line formed by his thoughts, the frown of anxiety, the resolute setting of the lips, the obstinate look of will around the firm jaw. Then he turned again to her. "My beautiful one," he said softly, "the moments are very precious. God knows I could spend eternity thus with your dear form nestling against my heart, but those demmed murderers will only give us half an hour, and I want your help, my beloved, now that I am a helpless cur caught in their trap. Will you listen attentively, dear heart, to what I am going to say?" "Yes, Percy, I will listen," she replied. "And have you the courage to do just what I tell you, dear?" "I would not have the courage to do aught else," she said simply. "It means going from hence to day, dear heart, and perhaps not meeting again." "Hush, my beloved," he said tenderly, placing his thin hand over her mouth, from which a sharp cry of pain had well nigh escaped. "Your exquisite soul will be with me always. Try not to give way to despair. Why, your love alone, which I see shining from your dear eyes, is enough to make a man cling to life with all his might. Tell me, will you do as I ask you?" And she replied firmly and courageously, "I will do just what you ask, Percy. God bless you for your courage, dear. You will have need of it." End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of El Dorado by Baroness Orczy. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 29. For the sake of that helpless innocent. The next instant he was kneeling on the floor, and his hands were wandering over the small irregular flagstones immediately underneath the table. Marguerite had risen to her feet. She watched her husband with intent and puzzled eyes. She saw him suddenly pass his slender fingers along a crevice between two flagstones, then raise one of these slightly, and from beneath it extract a small bundle of papers, each carefully folded and sealed. Then he replaced the stone, and once more rose to his knees. He gave a quick glance toward the doorway. That corner of his cell, the recess wherein stood the table, was invisible to anyone who had not actually crossed the threshold. Reassured that his movements could not have been and were not watched, he drew Marguerite closer to him. "Dear heart," he whispered, "I want to place these papers in your care. Look upon them as my last will and testament. I succeeded in fooling those brutes one day by pretending to be willing to accede to their will. They gave me pen and ink and paper and wax, and I was to write out an order to my followers to bring the Dauphin hither. They left me in peace for 1/4 of an hour, which gave me time to write 3 letters, one for Armand and the other 2 for Ffoulkes, and to hide them under the flooring of my cell. You see, dear, I knew that you would come, and that I could give them to you then." He paused, and that ghost of a smile once more hovered round his lips. He was thinking of that day when he had fooled Heron and Chauvelin into the belief that their devilry had succeeded, and that they had brought the reckless adventurer to his knees. He smiled at the recollection of their wrath when they knew that they had been tricked, and after a 1/4 of an hour's anxious waiting found a few sheets of paper scribbled over with incoherent words or satirical verse, and the prisoner having apparently snatched 10 minutes' sleep, which seemingly had restored him quite a modicum of his strength. But of this he told Marguerite nothing, nor of the insults and humiliation which he had had to bear in consequence of that trick. He did not tell her that directly afterwards the order went forth that the prisoner was to be kept on bread and water in the future, nor that Chauvelin had stood by laughing and jeering while... No, he did not tell her all that. The recollection of it all had still the power to make him laugh. Was it not all a part and parcel of that great gamble for human lives wherein he had held the winning cards himself for so long? "It is your turn now," he had said even then to his bitter enemy. "Yes," Chauvelin had replied, "our turn at last. And you will not bend, my fine English gentleman. We'll break you yet, never fear." It was the thought of it all, of that hand to hand, will to will, spirit to spirit struggle that lighted up his haggard face even now, gave him a fresh zest for life, a desire to combat and to conquer in spite of all, in spite of the odds that had martyred his body, but left the mind, the will, the power still unconquered. He was pressing one of the papers into her hand, holding her fingers tightly in his, and compelling her gaze with the ardent excitement of his own. "This first letter is for Ffoulkes," he said. "It relates to the final measures for the safety of the Dauphin. They are my instructions to those members of the League who are in or near Paris at the present moment. Ffoulkes, I know, must be with you. He was not likely, God bless his loyalty, to let you come to Paris alone. Then give this letter to him, dear heart, at once, to-night, and tell him that it is my express command that he and the others shall act in minute accordance with my instructions." "But the Dauphin surely is safe now," she urged. "Ffoulkes and the others are here in order to help you." "To help me, dear heart?" he interposed earnestly. "God alone can do that now, and such of my poor wits as these devils do not succeed in crushing out of me within the next 10 days." 10 days? "I have waited a week, until this hour when I could place this packet in your hands. Another 10 days should see the Dauphin out of France. After that we shall see." "Percy!" she exclaimed in an agony of horror, "you cannot endure this for another day and live." "Nay," he said in a tone that was almost insolent in its proud defiance, "there is but little that a man cannot do when he sets his mind to it. For the rest, 'tis in God's hands," he added more gently. "Dear heart, you swore that you would be brave. The Dauphin is still in France, and until he is out of it he will not really be safe. His friends wanted to keep him inside the country. God only knows what they still hope. Had I been free, I should not have allowed him to remain so long. Now those good people at Mantes will yield to my letter and to Ffoulkes' earnest appeal. They will allow one of our League to convey the child safely out of France, and I'll wait here until I know that he is safe. If I tried to get away now, and succeeded, why, Heaven help us, the hue and cry might turn against the child, and he might be captured before I could get to him. Dear heart, dear, dear heart, try to understand. The safety of that child is bound with mine honour, but I swear to you, my sweet love, that the day on which I feel that that safety is assured, I will save mine own skin, what there is left of it, if I can." "Percy!" she cried with a sudden outburst of passionate revolt, "you speak as if the safety of that child were of more moment than your own. 10 days! But God in heaven, have you thought how I shall live these 10 days, while slowly, inch by inch, you give your dear, your precious life for a forlorn cause?" "I am very tough, m'dear," he said lightly. "'Tis not a question of life. I shall only be spending a few more very uncomfortable days in this demmed hole. But what of that?" Her eyes spoke the reply. Her eyes veiled with tears that wandered with heart-breaking anxiety from the hollow circles round his own to the lines of weariness about the firm lips and jaw. He laughed at her solicitude. "I can last out longer than these brutes have any idea of," he said gaily. "You cheat yourself, Percy," she rejoined with quiet earnestness. "Every day that you spend immured between these walls, with that ceaseless, nerve-racking torment of sleeplessness which these devils have devised for the breaking of your will, every day thus spent diminishes your power of ultimately saving yourself. You see, I speak calmly, dispassionately. I do not even urge my claims upon your life. But what you must weigh in the balance is the claim of all those for whom in the past you have already staked your life, those lives you have purchased by risking your own. What, in comparison with your noble life, is that of the puny descendant of a line of decadent kings? Why should it be sacrificed, ruthlessly, hopelessly sacrificed, that a boy might live who is as nothing to the world, to his country, even to his own people?" She had tried to speak calmly, never raising her voice beyond a whisper. Her hand still clutched that paper which seemed to sear her fingers, the paper which she felt held writ upon its smooth surface the death sentence of the man she loved. But his look did not answer her firm appeal. It was fixed far away beyond the prison walls, on a lonely country road outside Paris, with the rain falling in a thin drizzle, the leaden clouds overhead chasing one another, driven by the gale. "Poor mite," he murmured softly. "He walked so bravely by my side, until the little feet grew weary. Then he nestled in my arms and slept until we met Ffoulkes waiting with the cart. He was no king of France just then, only a helpless innocent whom Heaven aided me to save." Marguerite bowed her head in silence. There was nothing more that she could say, no plea that she could urge. Indeed, she had understood, as he had begged her to understand. She understood that long ago he had mapped out the course of his life, and now that that course happened to lead up a Calvary of humiliation and of suffering, he was not likely to turn back, even though on the summit death already was waiting, beckoning with no uncertain hand. Not until he could murmur in the wake of the great and divine sacrifice itself the sublime words, "It is accomplished." "But the Dauphin is safe enough now," was all that she said, after that one moment's silence when her heart too had offered up to God the supreme abnegation of self, and calmly faced a sorrow which threatened to break it at last. "Yes," he rejoined, "safe enough for the moment, but he would be safer still if he were out of France. I had hoped to take him one day with me to England, but in this plan damnable fate has interfered. His adherents wanted to get him to Vienna, and their wish had best be fulfilled now. In my instructions to Ffoulkes I have mapped out a simple way for accomplishing the journey. Tony will be the one best suited to lead the expedition, and I want him to make straight for Holland. The northern frontiers are not so closely watched as are the Austrian ones. There is a faithful adherent of the Bourbon cause who lives at Delft, and who will give shelter of his name and home to the fugitive King of France until he can be conveyed to Vienna. He is named Naudorf. Once I feel that the child is safe in his hands I will look after myself, never fear." He paused, for his strength, which was only factitious, born of the excitement that Marguerite's presence had called forth, was threatening to give way. His voice, though he had spoken in a whisper all along, was very hoarse, and his temples were throbbing with the sustained effort to speak. "If those fiends had only thought of denying me food instead of sleep," he murmured involuntarily, "I could have held out until..." Then, with characteristic swiftness, his mood changed in a moment. His arms closed round Marguerite once more with a passion of self-reproach. "Heaven forgive me for a selfish brute," he said, whilst the ghost of a smile once more lit up the whole of his face. "Dear soul, I must have forgotten your sweet presence, thus brooding over my own troubles, whilst your loving heart has a graver burden, God help me, than it can possibly bear. Listen, my beloved, for I don't know how many minutes longer they intend to give us, and I have not yet spoken to you about Armand." "Armand!" she cried. A twinge of remorse had gripped her. For fully 10 minutes now she had relegated all thoughts of her brother to a distant cell of her memory. "We have no news of Armand," she said. "Sir Andrew has searched all the prison registers. Oh, were not my heart atrophied by all that it has endured this past sennight, it would feel a final throb of agonizing pain at every thought of Armand." A curious look, which even her loving eyes failed to interpret, passed like a shadow over her husband's face. But the shadow lifted in a moment, and it was with a reassuring smile that he said to her: "Dear heart, Armand is comparatively safe for the moment. Tell Ffoulkes not to search the prison registers for him, rather to seek out Mademoiselle Lange. She will know where to find Armand." "Jeanne Lange!" she exclaimed with a world of bitterness in the tone of her voice. "The girl whom Armand loved, it seems, with a passion greater than his loyalty. Oh, Sir Andrew tried to disguise my brother's folly, but I guessed what he did not choose to tell me. It was his disobedience, his want of trust that brought this unspeakable misery on us all. Do not blame him overmuch, dear heart. Armand was in love, and love excuses every sin committed in its name. Jeanne Lange was arrested, and Armand lost his reason temporarily. The very day on which I rescued the Dauphin from the Temple I had the good fortune to drag the little lady out of prison. I had given my promise to Armand that she should be safe, and I kept my word. But this Armand did not know, or else..." He checked himself abruptly, and once more that strange enigmatical look crept into his eyes. "I took Jeanne Lange to a place of comparative safety," he said after a slight pause, "but since then she has been set entirely free." "Free?" "Yes. Chauvelin himself brought me the news," he replied with a quick, mirthless laugh, wholly unlike his usual light hearted gaiety. "He had to ask me where to find Jeanne, for I alone knew where she was. As for Armand, they'll not worry about him whilst I am here. Another reason why I must bide a while longer. But in the meanwhile, dear, I pray you find Mademoiselle Lange. She lives at number 5 Square du Roule. Through her I know that you can get to see Armand. This second letter," he added, pressing a smaller packet into her hand, "is for him. Give it to him, dear heart. It will, I hope, tend to cheer him. I fear me the poor lad frets. Yet he only sinned because he loved, and to me he will always be your brother, the man who held your affection for all the years before I came into your life. Give him this letter, dear. They are my instructions to him, as the others are for Ffoulkes. But tell him to read them when he is alone. You will do that, dear heart, will you not?" "Yes, Percy," she said simply. "I promise." Great joy and the expression of intense relief lit up his face, whilst his eyes spoke the gratitude which he felt. "Then there is one thing more," he said. "There are others in this cruel city, dear heart, who have trusted me, and whom I must not fail. Marie de Marmontel and her brother, faithful servants of the late Queen. They were on the eve of arrest when I succeeded in getting them to a place of comparative safety, and there are others there too. All of these poor victims have trusted me implicitly. They are waiting for me there, trusting in my promise to convey them safely to England. Sweetheart, you must redeem my promise to them. You will? You will? Promise me that you will." "I promise, Percy," she said once more. "Then go, dear, to-morrow, in the late afternoon, to number 98 Rue de Charonne. It is a narrow house at the extreme end of that long street which abuts on the fortifications. The lower part of the house is occupied by a dealer in rags and old clothes. He and his wife and family are wretchedly poor, but they are kind, good souls, and for a consideration and a minimum of risk to themselves they will always render service to the English milors, whom they believe to be a band of inveterate smugglers. Ffoulkes and all the others know these people and know the house. Armand by the same token knows it too. Marie de Marmontel and her brother are there, and several others. The old Comte de Lézardière, the Abbe de Firmont, their names spell suffering, loyalty and hopelessness. I was lucky enough to convey them safely to that hidden shelter. They trust me implicitly, dear heart. They are waiting for me there, trusting in my promise to them. Dear heart, you will go, will you not?" "Yes, Percy, I will go, I have promised." Ffoulkes has some certificates of safety by him, and the old clothes dealer will supply the necessary disguises. He has a covered cart which he uses for his business, and which you can borrow from him. Ffoulkes will drive the little party to Achard's farm in Saint Germain, where other members of the League should be in waiting for the final journey to England. Ffoulkes will know how to arrange for everything. He was always my most able lieutenant. Once everything is organised, he can appoint Hastings to lead the party. But you, dear heart, must do as you wish. Achard's farm would be a safe retreat for you and for Ffoulkes. If I know, dear," he added with infinite tenderness. "See, I do not even suggest that you should leave me. Ffoulkes will be with you, and I know that neither he nor you would go even if I commanded. Either Achard's farm or even the house in the Rue de Charonne would be quite safe for you, dear, under Ffoulkes' protection, until the time when I myself can carry you back, you, my precious burden, to England in my own arms, or until " "Hush, dear heart," he entreated, smothering with a passionate kiss the low moan of pain which had escaped her lips. "It is all in God's hands now. I am in a tight corner, tighter than ever I have been before, but I am not dead yet, and those brutes have not yet paid the full price for my life. Tell me, dear heart, that you have understood, that you will do all that I asked. Tell me again, my dear, dear love. It is the very essence of life to hear your sweet lips murmur this promise now." And for the third time she reiterated firmly, "I have understood every word that you said to me, Percy, and I promise on your precious life to do what you ask." He sighed a deep sigh of satisfaction, and even at that moment there came from the guard room beyond the sound of a harsh voice saying peremptorily: "That half hour is nearly over, sergeant. 'Tis time you interfered." 3 minutes more, citizen," was the curt reply. 3 minutes, you devils," murmured Blakeney between set teeth, whilst a sudden light, which even Marguerite's keen gaze failed to interpret, leapt into his eyes. Then he pressed the third letter into her hand. Once more his close, intent gaze compelled hers. Their faces were close one to the other, so near to him did he draw her, so tightly did he hold her to him. The paper was in her hand, and his fingers were pressed firmly on hers. "Put this in your kerchief, my beloved," he whispered. "Let it rest on your exquisite bosom, where I so love to pillow my head. Keep it there until the last hour, when it seems to you that nothing more can come between me and shame. Hush, dear," he added with passionate tenderness, checking the hot protest that at the word shame had sprung to her lips. "I cannot explain more fully now. I do not know what may happen. I am only a man, and who knows what subtle devilry those brutes might not devise for bringing the untamed adventurer to his knees. For the next 10 days the Dauphin will be on the high roads of France on his way to safety. Every stage of his journey will be known to me. I can, from between these 4 walls, follow him and his escort step by step. Well, dear, I am but a man, already brought to shameful weakness by mere physical discomfort, the want of sleep, such a trifle after all. But in case my reason tottered, God knows what I might do. Then give this packet to Ffoulkes. It contains my final instructions, and he will know how to act. Promise me, dear heart, that you will not open the packet unless mine own dishonour seems to you imminent, unless I have yielded to these brutes in this prison, and sent Ffoulkes or one of the others orders to exchange the Dauphin's life for mine. Then, when mine own handwriting hath proclaimed me a coward, then and then only give this packet to Ffoulkes. Promise me that, and also that when you and he have mastered its contents you will act exactly as I have commanded. Promise me that, dear, in your own sweet name, which may God bless, and in that of Ffoulkes, our loyal friend." Through the sobs that well nigh choked her, she murmured the promise he desired. His voice had grown hoarser and more spent with the inevitable reaction after the long and sustained effort, but the vigour of the spirit was untouched, the fervour, the enthusiasm. "Dear heart," he murmured, "do not look on me with those dear, scared eyes of yours. If there is aught that puzzles you in what I said, try and trust me a little while longer. Remember, I must save the Dauphin at all costs. Mine honour is bound with his safety. What happens to me after that matters but little, yet I wish to live for your dear sake." He drew a long breath which had naught of weariness in it. The haggard look had completely vanished from his face, the eyes were lighted up from within, the very soul of reckless daring and immortal gaiety illumined his whole personality. "Do not look so sad, little woman," he said with a strange and sudden recrudescence of power. "Those demmed murderers have not got me yet, even now." Then he went down like a log. The effort had been too prolonged, weakened nature reasserted her rights, and he lost consciousness. Marguerite, helpless and almost distraught with grief, had yet the strength of mind not to call for assistance. She pillowed the loved one's head upon her breast, she kissed the dear tired eyes, the poor throbbing temples. The unutterable pathos of seeing this man, who was always the personification of extreme vitality, energy, and boundless endurance and pluck, lying thus helpless like a tired child in her arms, was perhaps the saddest moment of this day of sorrow. But in her trust she never wavered for one instant. Much that he had said had puzzled her, but the word shame, coming from his own lips as a comment on himself, never caused her the slightest pang of fear. She had quickly hidden the tiny packet in her kerchief. She would act point by point exactly as he had ordered her to do, and she knew that Ffoulkes would never waver either. Her heart ached well nigh to breaking point. That which she could not understand had increased her anguish tenfold. If she could only have given way to tears, she could have borne this final agony more easily. But the solace of tears was not for her. When those loved eyes once more opened to consciousness, they should see hers glowing with courage and determination. There had been silence for a few minutes in the little cell. The soldiery outside, inured to their hideous duty, thought no doubt that the time had come for them to interfere. The iron bar was raised and thrown back with a loud crash, the butt ends of muskets were grounded against the floor, and two soldiers made noisy irruption into the cell. "Hola, citizen, wake up!" shouted one of the men. "You have not told us yet what you have done with Capet." Marguerite uttered a cry of horror. Instinctively her arms were interposed between the unconscious man and these inhuman creatures, with a beautiful gesture of protecting motherhood. "He has fainted," she said, her voice quivering with indignation. "My God, are you devils that you have not one spark of manhood in you?" The men shrugged their shoulders, and both laughed brutally. They had seen worse sights than these, since they served a republic that ruled by bloodshed and by terror. They were own brothers in callousness and cruelty to those men who on this selfsame spot a few months ago had watched the daily agony of a martyred queen, or to those who had rushed into the Abbaye prison on that awful day in September, and at a word from their infamous leaders had put 80 defenceless prisoners, men, women and children, to the sword. "Tell him to say what he has done with Capet," said one of the soldiers now, and this rough command was accompanied with a coarse jest that sent the blood flaring up into Marguerite's pale cheeks. The brutal laugh, the coarse words which accompanied it, the insult flung at Marguerite, had penetrated to Blakeney's slowly returning consciousness. With sudden strength that appeared almost supernatural, he jumped to his feet, and before any of the others could interfere, he had with clenched fist struck the soldier a full blow on the mouth. The man staggered back with a curse, the other shouted for help. In a moment the narrow place swarmed with soldiers. Marguerite was roughly torn away from the prisoner's side and thrust into the far corner of the cell, from where she only saw a confused mass of blue coats and white belts, and towering for one brief moment above what seemed to her fevered fancy like a veritable sea of heads, the pale face of her husband, with wide dilated eyes searching the gloom for hers. "Remember!" he shouted, and his voice for that brief moment rang out clear and sharp above the din. Then he disappeared behind the wall of glistening bayonets, of blue coats and uplifted arms. Mercifully for her, she remembered nothing more very clearly. She felt herself being dragged out of the cell, the iron bar being thrust down behind her with a loud clang. Then, in a vague, dreamy state of semi unconsciousness, she saw the heavy bolts being drawn back from the outer door, heard the grating of the key in the monumental lock, and the next moment a breath of fresh air brought the sensation of renewed life into her. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of El Dorado by Baroness Orczy, read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 30. Afterwards. "I am sorry, Lady Blakeney," said a harsh, dry voice close to her. "The incident at the end of your visit was none of our making, remember." She turned away, sickened with horror at thought of contact with this wretch. She had heard the heavy oaken door swing to behind her on its ponderous hinges, and the key once again turn in the lock. She felt as if she had suddenly been thrust into a coffin, and that clods of earth were being thrown upon her breast, oppressing her heart so that she could not breathe. Had she looked for the last time on the man whom she loved beyond everything else on earth, whom she worshipped more ardently day by day? Was she even now carrying within the folds of her kerchief a message from a dying man to his comrades? Mechanically she followed Chauvelin down the corridor and along the passages which she had traversed a brief half hour ago. From some distant church tower a clock told the hour of 10. It had then really only been little more than 30 brief minutes since she first had entered this grim building, which seemed less stony than the monsters who held authority within it. To her it seemed that centuries had gone over her head during that time. She felt like an old woman, unable to straighten her back or to steady her limbs. She could only dimly see some few paces ahead the trim figure of Chauvelin walking with measured steps, his hands held behind his back, his head thrown up with what looked like triumphant defiance. At the door of the cubicle where she had been forced to submit to the indignity of being searched by a wardress, the latter was now standing, waiting with characteristic stolidity. In her hand she held the steel files, the dagger and the purse which, as Marguerite passed, she held out to her. "Your property, citizeness," she said placidly. She emptied the purse into her own hand and solemnly counted out the 20 pieces of gold. She was about to replace them all into the purse when Marguerite pressed one of them back into her wrinkled hand. 19 will be enough, citizeness," she said. "Keep one for yourself, not only for me, but for all the poor women who come here with their heart full of hope, and go hence with it full of despair." The woman turned calm, lack-lustre eyes on her, and silently pocketed the gold piece with a grudgingly muttered word of thanks. Chauvelin, during this brief interlude, had walked thoughtlessly on ahead. Marguerite, peering down the length of the narrow corridor, spied his sable-clad figure some 100 metres further on as it crossed the dim circle of light thrown by one of the lamps. She was about to follow, when it seemed to her as if some one was moving in the darkness close beside her. The wardress was even now in the act of closing the door of her cubicle, and there were a couple of soldiers who were disappearing from view round one end of the passage, whilst Chauvelin's retreating form was lost in the gloom at the other. There was no light close to where she herself was standing, and the blackness around her was as impenetrable as a veil. The sound of a human creature moving and breathing close to her in this intense darkness acted weirdly on her overwrought nerves. "Qui va là?" she called. There was a more distinct movement among the shadows this time, as of a swift tread on the flagstones of the corridor. All else was silent round, and now she could plainly hear those footsteps running rapidly down the passage away from her. She strained her eyes to see more clearly, and anon in one of the dim circles of light on ahead she spied a man's figure, slender and darkly clad, walking quickly yet furtively like one pursued. As he crossed the light the man turned to look back. It was her brother Armand. Her first instinct was to call to him, the second checked that call upon her lips. Percy had said that Armand was in no danger. Then why should he be sneaking along the dark corridors of this awful house of justice if he was free and safe? Certainly Even at a distance her brother's movements suggested to Marguerite that he was in danger of being seen. He cowered in the darkness, tried to avoid the circles of light thrown by the lamps in the passage. At all costs Marguerite felt that she must warn him that the way he was going now would lead him straight into Chauvelin's arms, and she longed to let him know that she was close by. Feeling sure that he would recognise her voice, she made pretence to turn back to the cubicle, through the door of which the wardress had already disappeared, and called out as loudly as she dared: "Good night, citizeness." But Armand, who surely must have heard, did not pause at the sound. Rather was he walking on more rapidly than before. In less than a minute he would be reaching the spot where Chauvelin stood waiting for Marguerite. That end of the corridor, however, received no light from any of the lamps. Strive how she might, Marguerite could see nothing now either of Chauvelin or of Armand. Blindly, instinctively she ran forward, thinking only to reach Armand and to warn him to turn back before it was too late, before he found himself face to face with the most bitter enemy he and his nearest and dearest had ever had. But as she at last came to a halt at the end of the corridor, panting with the exertion of running and the fear for Armand, she almost fell up against Chauvelin, who was standing there alone and imperturbable, seemingly having waited patiently for her. She could only dimly distinguish his face, the sharp features and thin, cruel mouth, but she felt, more than she actually saw, his cold, steely eyes fixed with a strange expression of mockery upon her. But of Armand there was no sign, and she, poor soul, had difficulty in not betraying the anxiety which she felt for her brother. Had the flagstone swallowed him up? A door on the right was the only one that gave on the corridor at this point. It led to the concierge's lodge, and thence out into the courtyard. Had Chauvelin been dreaming, sleeping with his eyes open, whilst he stood waiting for her, and had Armand succeeded in slipping past him under cover of darkness, and through that door to safety that lay beyond these prison walls? Marguerite, miserably agitated, not knowing what to think, looked somewhat wild-eyed on Chauvelin. He smiled, that inscrutable, mirthless smile of his, and said blandly: "Is there aught else I can do for you, citizeness? This is your nearest way out. No doubt Sir Andrew will be waiting to escort you home." Then, as she, not daring either to reply or to question, walked straight up to the door, he hurried forward, prepared to open it for her. But before he did so he turned to her once again. "I trust that your visit has pleased you, Lady Blakeney," he said suavely. "At what hour do you desire to repeat it tomorrow?" "Tomorrow?" she reiterated in a vague, absent manner, for she was still dazed with the strange incident of Armand's appearance and his flight. "Yes. You would like to see Sir Percy again tomorrow, would you not? I myself would gladly pay him a visit from time to time, but he does not care for my company. My colleague, citizen Heron, on the other hand, calls on him 4 times in every 24 hours. He does so a few moments before the changing of the guard, and stays chatting with Sir Percy until after the guard is changed, when he inspects the men and satisfies himself that no traitor has crept in among them. All the men are personally known to him, you see. These hours are at 5 in the morning, and again at 11, and then again at 5 and 11 in the evening. My friend Heron, as you see, is zealous and assiduous, and, strangely enough, Sir Percy does not seem to view his visit with any displeasure. Now at any other hour of the day, Lady Blakeney, I pray you command me, and I will arrange that citizen Heron grant you a second interview with the prisoner." Marguerite had only listened to Chauvelin's lengthy speech with half an ear. Her thoughts still dwelt on the past half hour with its bitter joy and its agonising pain, and fighting through her thoughts of Percy there was the recollection of Armand which so disquieted her. But though she had only vaguely listened to what Chauvelin was saying, she caught the drift of it. Madly she longed to accept his suggestion. The very thought of seeing Percy on the morrow was solace to her aching heart. It could feed on hope to-night instead of on its own bitter pain. But even during this brief moment of hesitancy, and while her whole being cried out for this joy that her enemy was holding out to her, even then in the gloom ahead of her she seemed to see a vision of a pale face raised above a crowd of swaying heads, and of the eyes of the dreamer searching for her own, whilst the last sublime cry of perfect self-devotion once more echoed in her ear: "Remember!" The promise which she had given him, that would she fulfil. The burden which he had laid on her shoulders she would try to bear as heroically as he was bearing his own. Aye, even at the cost of the supreme sorrow of never resting again in the haven of his arms. But in spite of sorrow, in spite of anguish so terrible that she could not imagine death itself to have a more cruel sting, she wished above all to safeguard that final attenuated thread of hope which was wound round the packet that lay hidden on her breast. She wanted above all not to arouse Chauvelin's suspicions by markedly refusing to visit the prisoner again, suspicions that might lead to her being searched once more and the precious packet filched from her. Therefore she said to him earnestly now: "I thank you, citizen, for your solicitude on my behalf, but you will understand, I think, that my visit to the prisoner has been almost more than I could bear. I cannot tell you at this moment whether to morrow I should be in a fit state to repeat it." "As you please," he said urbanely, "but I pray you to remember one thing, and that is " He paused a moment, while his restless eyes wandered rapidly over her face, trying, as it were, to get at the soul of this woman, at her innermost thoughts, which he felt were hidden from him. "Yes, citizen," she said quietly, "what is it that I am to remember?" "That it rests with you, Lady Blakeney, to put an end to the present situation." "How?" "Surely you can persuade Sir Percy's friends not to leave their chief in durance vile. They themselves could put an end to his troubles to morrow." "By giving up the Dauphin to you, you mean?" she retorted coldly. "Precisely. And you hoped, you still hope, that by placing before me the picture of your own fiendish cruelty against my husband, you will induce me to act the part of a traitor towards him and a coward before his followers?" "Oh," he said deprecatingly, "the cruelty now is no longer mine. Sir Percy's release is in your hands, Lady Blakeney, in that of his followers. I should only be too willing to end the present intolerable situation. You and your friends are applying the last turn of the thumbscrew, not I." She smothered the cry of horror that had risen to her lips. The man's cold-blooded sophistry was threatening to make a breach in her armour of self-control. She would no longer trust herself to speak, but made a quick movement towards the door. He shrugged his shoulders as if the matter were now entirely out of his control. Then he opened the door for her to pass out, and as her skirts brushed against him, he bowed with studied deference, murmuring a cordial "Good night." "And remember, Lady Blakeney," he added politely, "that should you at any time desire to communicate with me at my rooms, 19 Rue du Puy, I hold myself entirely at your service." Then, as her tall, graceful figure disappeared in the outside gloom, he passed his thin hand over his mouth, as if to wipe away the last lingering signs of triumphant irony. "The second visit will work wonders, I think, my fine lady," he murmured under his breath. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of El Dorado by Baroness Orczy. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 31. An Interlude. It was close on midnight now, and still they sat opposite one another, he the friend and she the wife, talking over that brief half hour that had meant an eternity to her. Marguerite had tried to tell Sir Andrew everything, bitter as it was to put into actual words the pathos and misery which she had witnessed. Yet she would hide nothing from the devoted comrade whom she knew Percy would trust absolutely. To him she repeated every word that Percy had uttered, described every inflection of his voice, those enigmatical phrases which she had not understood, and together they cheated one another into the belief that hope lingered somewhere hidden in those words. "I am not going to despair, Lady Blakeney," said Sir Andrew firmly, "and moreover we are not going to disobey. I would stake my life that even now Blakeney has some scheme in his mind which is embodied in the various letters which he has given you, and which, Heaven help us in that case, we might thwart by disobedience. Tomorrow in the late afternoon I will escort you to the Rue de Charonne. It is a house that we all know well, and which Armand of course knows too. I had already inquired there 2 days ago to ascertain whether by chance St. Just was not in hiding there, but Lucas, the landlord, an old clothes dealer, knew nothing about him." Marguerite told him about her swift vision of Armand in the dark corridor of the House of Justice. "Can you understand it, Sir Andrew?" she asked, fixing her deep, luminous eyes inquiringly upon him. "No, I cannot," he said, after an almost imperceptible moment of hesitancy. "But we shall see him to morrow. I have no doubt that Mademoiselle Lange will know where to find him. And now that we know where she is, all our anxiety about him, at any rate, should soon be at an end." He rose and made some allusion to the lateness of the hour. Somehow it seemed to her that her devoted friend was trying to hide his innermost thoughts from her. She watched him with an anxious, intent gaze. "Can you understand it at all, Sir Andrew?" she reiterated with a pathetic note of appeal. "No, no," he said firmly. "On my soul, Lady Blakeney, I know no more of Armand than you do yourself. But I am sure that Percy is right. The boy frets because remorse must have assailed him by now. Had he but obeyed implicitly that day, as we all did... But he could not frame the whole terrible proposition in words. Bitterly as he himself felt on the subject of Armand, he would not add yet another burden to this devoted woman's heavy load of misery. "It was fate, Lady Blakeney," he said after a while. "Fate, a damnable fate which did it all. Great God, to think of Blakeney in the hands of those brutes seems so horrible that at times I feel as if the whole thing were a nightmare, and that the next moment we shall both wake hearing his merry voice echoing through this room." He tried to cheer her with words of hope that he knew were but chimeras. A heavy weight of despondency lay on his heart. The letter from his chief was hidden against his breast. He would study it anon in the privacy of his own apartment, so as to commit every word to memory that related to the measures for the ultimate safety of the child King. After that it would have to be destroyed, lest it fall into inimical hands. Soon he bade Marguerite good night. She was tired out, body and soul, and he, her faithful friend, vaguely wondered how long she would be able to withstand the strain of so much sorrow, such unspeakable misery. When at last she was alone, Marguerite made brave efforts to compose her nerves so as to obtain a certain modicum of sleep this night, but strive how she might, sleep would not come. How could it, when before her wearied brain there rose constantly that awful vision of Percy in the long, narrow cell, with weary head bent over his arm, and those fiends shouting persistently in his ear: "Wake up, citizen! Tell us, where is Capet?" The fear obsessed her that his mind might give way, for the mental agony of such intense weariness must be well nigh impossible to bear. In the dark, as she sat hour after hour at the open window, looking out in the direction where through the veil of snow the grey walls of the Chatelet prison towered silent and grim, she seemed to see his pale, drawn face with almost appalling reality. She could see every line of it, and could study it with the intensity born of a terrible fear. How long would the ghostly glimmer of merriment still linger in the eyes? When would the hoarse, mirthless laugh rise to the lips, that awful laugh that proclaims madness? Oh, she could have screamed now with the awfulness of this haunting terror. Ghouls seemed to be mocking her out of the darkness. Every flake of snow that fell silently on the window sill became a grinning face that taunted and derided. Every cry in the silence of the night, every footstep on the quay below, turned to hideous jeers hurled at her by tormenting fiends. She closed the window quickly, for she feared that she would go mad. For an hour after that she walked up and down the room, making violent efforts to control her nerves, to find a glimmer of that courage which she promised Percy that she would have. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of El Dorado by Baroness Orczy. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 32. Sisters. The morning found her fagged out, but more calm. Later on she managed to drink some coffee, and having washed and dressed, she prepared to go out. Sir Andrew appeared in time to ascertain her wishes. "I promised Percy to go to the Rue de Charonne in the late afternoon," she said. "I have some hours to spare, and mean to employ them in trying to find speech with Mademoiselle Lange." "Blakeney has told you where she lives?" "Yes, in the Square du Roule. I know it well. I can be there in half an hour." He, of course, begged to be allowed to accompany her, and anon they were walking together quickly up toward the Faubourg St. Honore. The snow had ceased falling, but it was still very cold, but neither Marguerite nor Sir Andrew were conscious of the temperature or of any outward signs around them. They walked on silently until they reached the torn down gates of the Square du Roule. There Sir Andrew parted from Marguerite, after having appointed to meet her an hour later at a small eating house he knew of, where they could have some food together before starting on their long expedition to the Rue de Charonne. 5 minutes later Marguerite Blakeney was shown in by worthy Madame Belhomme into the quaint and pretty drawing room, with its soft toned hangings and old world air of faded grace. Mademoiselle Lange was sitting there in a capacious armchair, which encircled her delicate figure with its framework of dull old gold. She was ostensibly reading when Marguerite was announced, for an open book lay on a table beside her, but it seemed to the visitor that mayhap the young girl's thoughts had played truant from her work, for her pose was listless and apathetic, and there was a look of grave trouble upon the childlike face. She rose when Marguerite entered, obviously puzzled at the unexpected visit, and somewhat awed at the appearance of this beautiful woman with the sad look in her eyes. "I must crave your pardon, mademoiselle," said Lady Blakeney, as soon as the door had once more closed on Madame Belhomme, and she found herself alone with the young girl. "This visit at such an early hour must seem to you an intrusion, but I am Marguerite St. Just, and..." Her smile and outstretched hand completed the sentence. "St. Just!" exclaimed Jeanne. "Yes, Armand's sister." A swift blush rushed to the girl's pale cheeks. Her brown eyes expressed unadulterated joy. Marguerite, who was studying her closely, was conscious that her poor aching heart went out to this exquisite child, the far off innocent cause of so much misery. Jeanne, a little shy, a little confused and nervous in her movements, was pulling a chair close to the fire, begging Marguerite to sit. Her words came out all the while in short, jerky sentences, and from time to time she stole swift, shy glances at Armand's sister. "You will forgive me, mademoiselle," said Marguerite, whose simple and calm manner quickly tended to soothe Jeanne Lange's confusion. "But I was so anxious about my brother. I do not know where to find him." "And so you came to me, madame? Was I wrong?" "Oh, no! But what made you think that I would know?" "I guessed," said Marguerite with a smile. "You had heard about me, then?" "Oh, yes." "Through whom? Did Armand tell you about me?" "No, alas! I have not seen him this past fortnight, since you, mademoiselle, came into his life. But many of Armand's friends are in Paris just now. One of them knew, and he told me." The soft blush had now overspread the whole of the girl's face, even down to her graceful neck. She waited to see Marguerite comfortably installed in an armchair, then she resumed shyly: "And it was Armand who told me all about you. He loves you so dearly." "Armand and I were very young children when we lost our parents," said Marguerite softly, "and we were all in all to each other then, and until I married he was the man I loved best in all the world." "He told me you were married to an Englishman." "Yes." "He loves England too. At first he always talked of my going there with him as his wife, and of the happiness we should find there together." "Why do you say at first?" "He talks less about England now. Perhaps he feels that now you know all about it, and that you understand each other with regard to the future." "Perhaps." Jeanne sat opposite to Marguerite on a low stool by the fire. Her elbows were resting on her knees, and her face just now was half hidden by the wealth of her brown curls. She looked exquisitely pretty sitting like this, with just the suggestion of sadness in the listless pose. Marguerite had come here to day prepared to hate this young girl, who in a few brief days had stolen not only Armand's heart, but his allegiance to his chief and his trust in him. Since last night, when she had seen her brother sneak silently past her like a thief in the night, she had nurtured thoughts of ill will and anger against Jeanne. But hatred and anger had melted at the sight of this child. Marguerite, with the perfect understanding born of love itself, had soon realised the charm which a woman like Mademoiselle Lange must of necessity exercise over a chivalrous, enthusiastic nature like Armand's. The sense of protection, the strongest perhaps that exists in a good man's heart, would draw him irresistibly to this beautiful child, with the great appealing eyes and the look of pathos that pervaded the entire face. Marguerite, looking in silence on the dainty picture before her, found it in her heart to forgive Armand for disobeying his chief when those eyes beckoned to him in a contrary direction. How could any chivalrous man endure the thought of this delicate, fresh flower lying crushed and drooping in the hands of monsters who respected neither courage nor purity? And Armand had been more than human, or mayhap less, if he had indeed consented to leave the fate of the girl whom he had sworn to love and protect in other hands than his own. It seemed almost as if Jeanne was conscious of the fixity of Marguerite's gaze, for though she did not turn to look at her, the flush gradually deepened in her cheeks. "Mademoiselle Lange," said Marguerite gently, "do you not feel that you can trust me?" She held out her two hands to the girl, and Jeanne slowly turned to her. The next moment she was kneeling at Marguerite's feet and kissing the beautiful kind hands that had been stretched out to her with such sisterly love. "Indeed, indeed, I do trust you," she said, and looked with tear dimmed eyes in the pale face above her. "I have longed for someone in whom I could confide. I have been so lonely lately, and Armand..." With an impatient little gesture she brushed away the tears which had gathered in her eyes. "What has Armand been doing?" asked Marguerite with an encouraging smile. "Oh, nothing to grieve me," replied the young girl eagerly, "for he is kind and good and chivalrous and noble. Oh, I love him with all my heart. I loved him from the moment that I set eyes on him, and then he came to see me, perhaps you know, and he talked so beautifully about England, and so nobly about his leader, the Scarlet Pimpernel. Have you heard of him?" "Yes," said Marguerite, smiling, "I have heard of him." "It was that day that citizen Heron came with his soldiers. Oh, you do not know citizen Heron. He is the most cruel man in France. In Paris he is hated by everyone, and no one is safe from his spies. He came to arrest Armand, but I was able to fool him and to save Armand. And after that," she added with charming naivete, "I felt as if, having saved Armand's life, he belonged to me, and his love for me had made me his. Then I was arrested," she continued after a slight pause, and at the recollection of what she had endured then, her fresh voice still trembled with horror. "They dragged me to prison, and I spent 2 days in a dark cell where..." She hid her face in her hands, whilst a few sobs shook her whole frame. Then she resumed more calmly: "I had seen nothing of Armand. I wondered where he was, and I knew that he would be eating out his heart with anxiety for me. But God was watching over me. At first I was transferred to the Temple prison, and there a kind creature, a sort of man of all work in the prison, took compassion on me. I do not know how he contrived it, but one morning very early he brought me some filthy old rags which he told me to put on quickly, and when I had done that he bade me follow him. Oh, he was a very dirty, wretched man himself, but he must have had a kind heart. He took me by the hand and made me carry his broom and brushes. Nobody took much notice of us. The dawn was only just breaking, and the passages were very dark and deserted. Only once some soldiers began to chaff him about me. "C'est ma fille, quoi?" he said roughly. I very nearly laughed then, only I had the good sense to restrain myself, for I knew that my freedom, and perhaps my life, depended on my not betraying myself. My grimy, tattered guide took me with him right through the interminable corridors of that awful building, whilst I prayed fervently to God for him and for myself. We got out by one of the service stairs and exit, and then he dragged me through some narrow streets until we came to a corner where a covered cart stood waiting. My kind friend told me to get into the cart, and then he bade the driver on the box take me straight to a house in the Rue St. Germain l'Auxerrois. Oh, I was infinitely grateful to the poor creature who had helped me to get out of that awful prison, and I would gladly have given him some money, for I am sure he was very poor, but I had none by me. He told me that I should be quite safe in the house in the Rue St. Germain l'Auxerrois, and begged me to wait there patiently for a few days until I heard from one who had my welfare at heart, and who would further arrange for my safety. Marguerite had listened silently to this narrative, so naively told by this child, who obviously had no idea to whom she owed her freedom and her life. While the girl talked, her mind could follow with unspeakable pride and happiness every phase of that scene in the early dawn, when that mysterious, ragged man of all work, unbeknown even to the woman whom he was serving, risked his own noble life for the sake of her whom his friend and comrade loved. "And did you never see again the kind man to whom you owe your life?" she asked. "No," replied Jeanne, "I never saw him since. But when I arrived at the Rue St. Germain l'Auxerrois, I was told by the good people who took charge of me that the ragged man of all work had been none other than the mysterious Englishman whom Armand reveres, he whom they call the Scarlet Pimpernel. But you did not stay very long in the Rue St. Germain l'Auxerrois, did you?" "No, only 3 days. The 3rd day I received a communique from the Committee of General Security, together with an unconditional certificate of safety. It meant that I was free, quite free. Oh, I could scarcely believe it. I laughed and I cried until the people in the house thought that I had gone mad. The past few days had been such a horrible nightmare." "And then you saw Armand again?" "Yes. They told him that I was free, and he came here to see me. He often comes. He will be here anon." "But are you not afraid on his account and your own? He must be still suspect, a well known adherent of the Scarlet Pimpernel. He would be safer out of Paris." "No, oh no! Armand is in no danger. He too has an unconditional certificate of safety." "An unconditional certificate of safety?" asked Marguerite, whilst a deep frown of grave puzzlement appeared between her brows. "What does that mean?" "It means that he is free to come and go as he likes, that neither he nor I have anything to fear from Heron and his awful spies. Oh, but for that sad and careworn look on Armand's face we could be so happy. But he is so unlike himself. He is Armand, and yet another. His look at times quite frightens me." "Yet you know why he is so sad?" said Marguerite in a strange toneless voice which she seemed quite unable to control, for that tonelessness came from a terrible sense of suffocation, of a feeling as if her heartstrings were being gripped by huge, hard hands. "Yes, I know," said Jeanne, half hesitatingly, as if knowing she was still unconvinced. "His chief, his comrade, the friend of whom you speak, the Scarlet Pimpernel, who risked his life in order to save yours, mademoiselle, is a prisoner in the hands of those that hate him." Marguerite had spoken with sudden vehemence. There was almost an appeal in her voice now, as if she were trying not to convince Jeanne only, but also herself, of something that was quite simple, quite straightforward, and yet which appeared to be receding from her, an intangible something, a spirit that was gradually yielding to a force as yet unborn, to a phantom that had not yet emerged from out of chaos. But Jeanne seemed unconscious of all this. Her mind was absorbed in Armand, the man whom she loved in her simple, whole hearted way, and who had seemed so different of late. "Oh, yes," she said, with a deep, sad sigh, whilst the ever ready tears once more gathered in her eyes. "Armand is very unhappy because of him. The Scarlet Pimpernel was his friend. Armand loved and revered him. Did you know," added the girl, turning large, horror filled eyes on Marguerite, "that they want some information from him about the Dauphin, and to force him to give it they " "Yes, I know," said Marguerite. "Can you wonder, then, that Armand is unhappy? Oh, last night after he went from me I cried for hours, just because he had looked so sad. He no longer talks of happy England, of the cottage we were to have, and of the Kentish orchards in May. He has not ceased to love me, for at times his love seems so great that I tremble with a delicious sense of fear. But oh, his love for me no longer makes him happy." Her head had gradually sunk lower and lower on her breast, her voice died down in a murmur broken by heartrending sighs. Every generous impulse in Marguerite's noble nature prompted her to take that sorrowing child in her arms, to comfort her as she could, to reassure her if she had the power. But a strange icy feeling had gradually invaded her heart, even whilst she listened to the simple, unsophisticated talk of Jeanne Lange. Her hands felt numb and clammy, and instinctively she withdrew away from the near vicinity of the girl. She felt as if the room, the furniture in it, even the window before her, were dancing a wild and curious dance, and that from everywhere around strange whistling sounds reached her ears, which caused her head to whirl and her brain to reel. Jeanne had buried her head in her hands. She was crying, softly, almost humbly at first, as if half ashamed of her grief. Then suddenly it seemed as if she could not contain herself any longer. A heavy sob escaped her throat and shook her whole delicate frame with its violence. Sorrow no longer would be gainsaid; it insisted on physical expression, that awful tearing of heartstrings which leaves the body numb and panting with pain. In a moment Marguerite had forgotten. The dark and shapeless phantom that had knocked at the gate of her soul was relegated back into chaos. It ceased to be, it was made to shrivel and to burn in the great seething cauldron of womanly sympathy. What part this child had played in the vast cataclysm of misery which had dragged the noble hearted enthusiast into the dark torture chamber whence the only outlet led to the guillotine, she, Marguerite Blakeney, did not know. What part Armand, her brother, had played in it, that she would not dare to guess. All that she knew was that here was a loving heart that was filled with pain, a young inexperienced soul that was having its first tussle with the grim realities of life, and every motherly instinct in Marguerite was aroused. She rose and gently drew the young girl up from her knees, and then closer to her. She pillowed the grief stricken head against her shoulder, and murmured gentle, comforting words into the tiny ear. "I have news for Armand," she whispered, "that will comfort him. A message, a letter from his friend. You will see, dear, that when Armand reads it he will become a changed man. You see, Armand acted a little foolishly a few days ago. His chief had given him orders which he disregarded, he was so anxious about you. He should have obeyed. And now, mayhap, he feels that his disobedience may have been the innocent cause of much misery to others. That is, no doubt, the reason why he is so sad. The letter from his friend will cheer him, you will see." "Do you really think so, madame?" murmured Jeanne, in whose tear stained eyes the indomitable hopefulness of youth was already striving to shine. "I am sure of it," assented Marguerite. And for the moment she was absolutely sincere. The phantom had entirely vanished. She would even, had he dared to reappear, have mocked and derided him for his futile attempt at turning the sorrow in her heart to a veritable hell of bitterness. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of El Dorado by Baroness Orczy. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 33. Little Mother. The two women, both so young still, but each of them with a mark of sorrow already indelibly graven in her heart, were clinging to one another, bound together by the strong bond of sympathy; and but for the sadness of it all, it were difficult to conjure up a more beautiful picture than that which they presented as they stood side by side. Marguerite, tall and stately as an exquisite lily, with the crown of her ardent hair and the glory of her deep blue eyes; and Jeanne Lange, dainty and delicate, with the brown curls and the childlike droop of the soft, moist lips. Thus Armand saw them when, a moment or two later, he entered unannounced. He had pushed open the door and looked on the two women silently for a second or two, on the girl whom he loved so dearly, for whose sake he had committed the great, the unpardonable sin which would send him forever henceforth, Cain like, a wanderer on the face of the earth; and the other, his sister, her whom a Judas act would condemn to a lonely sorrow and widowhood. He could have cried out in an agony of remorse, and it was the groan of acute soul anguish which escaped his lips that drew Marguerite's attention to his presence. Even though many things that Jeanne Lange had said had prepared her for a change in her brother, she was immeasurably shocked by his appearance. He had always been slim and rather below the average in height, but now his usually upright and trim figure seemed to have shrunken within itself. His clothes hung baggy on his shoulders, his hands appeared waxen and emaciated, but the greatest change was in his face, in the wide circles round the eyes that spoke of wakeful nights, in the hollow cheeks and the mouth that had wholly forgotten how to smile. Percy, after a week's misery immured in a dark and miserable prison, deprived of food and rest, did not look such a physical wreck as did Armand St. Just, who was free. Marguerite's heart reproached her for what she felt had been neglect, callousness on her part. Mutely within herself she craved his forgiveness for the appearance of that phantom which should never have come forth from out of that chaotic hell which had engendered it. "Armand!" she cried, and the loving arms that had guided his baby footsteps long ago, and the tender hands that had wiped his boyish tears, were stretched out with unalterable love toward him. "I have a message for you, dear," she said gently, "a letter from him. Mademoiselle Jeanne allowed me to wait here for you until you came." Silently, like a little shy mouse, Jeanne had slipped out of the room. Her pure love for Armand had ennobled every one of her thoughts, and her innate kindliness and refinement had already suggested that brother and sister would wish to be alone. At the door she had turned and met Armand's look. That look had satisfied her. She felt that in it she had read the expression of his love, and to it she had responded with a glance that spoke of hope for a future meeting. As soon as the door had closed on Jeanne Lange, Armand, with an impulse that refused to be checked, threw himself into his sister's arms. The present, with all its sorrows, its remorse and its shame, had sunk away. Only the past remained, the unforgettable past, when Marguerite was little mother, the soother, the comforter, the healer, the ever willing receptacle wherein he had been wont to pour the burden of his childish griefs, of his boyish escapades. Conscious that she could not know everything, not yet at any rate, he gave himself over to the rapture of this pure embrace the last time, mayhap, that those fond arms would close round him in unmixed tenderness, the last time that those fond lips would murmur words of affection and of comfort. To-morrow those same lips would, perhaps, curse the traitor, and the small hand be raised in wrath, pointing an avenging finger on the Judas. "Little mother," he whispered, babbling like a child, "it is good to see you again." "And I have brought you a message from Percy," she said, "a letter which he begged me to give you as soon as may be." "You have seen him?" he asked. She nodded silently, unable to speak. Not now, not when her nerves were strung to breaking pitch, would she trust herself to speak of that awful yesterday. She groped in the folds of her gown, and took the packet which Percy had given her for Armand. It felt quite bulky in her hand. "There is quite a good deal there for you to read, dear," she said. "Percy begged me to give you this, and then to let you read it when you were alone." She pressed the packet into his hand. Armand's face was ashen pale. He clung to her with a strange, nervous tenacity. The paper which he held in one hand seemed to sear his fingers as with a branding iron. "I will slip away now," she said, for strangely enough, since Percy's message had been in Armand's hands, she was once again conscious of that awful feeling of iciness round her heart, a sense of numbness that paralysed her very thoughts. "You will make my excuses to Mademoiselle Lange," she said, trying to smile. "When you have read, you will wish to see her alone." Gently she disengaged herself from Armand's grasp and made for the door. He appeared dazed, staring down at that paper which was scorching his fingers. Only when her hand was on the latch did he seem to realise that she was going. "Little mother," came involuntarily to his lips. She came straight back to him and took both his wrists in her small hands. She was taller than he, and his head was slightly bent forward. Thus she towered over him, loving but strong, her great earnest eyes searching his soul. "When shall I see you again, little mother?" he asked. "Read your letter, dear," she replied, "and when you have read it, if you care to impart its contents to me, come to night to my lodgings, Quai de la Ferraille, above the saddler's shop. But if there is aught in it that you do not wish me to know, then do not come. I shall understand. Good bye, dear." She took his head between her two cold hands, and as it was still bowed, she placed a tender kiss, as of a long farewell, upon his hair. Then she went out of the room. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of El Dorado by Baroness Orczy. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 34. The Letter. Armand sat in the armchair in front of the fire. His head rested against one hand, in the other he held the letter written by the friend whom he had betrayed. Twice he had read it now, and already was every word of that minute, clear writing graven upon the innermost fibres of his body, upon the most secret cells of his brain. "Armand, I know. I knew even before Chauvelin came to me, and stood there hoping to gloat over the soul agony of a man who finds that he has been betrayed by his dearest friend. But that demmed reprobate did not get that satisfaction, for I was prepared. Not only do I know, Armand, but I understand. I, who do not know what love is, have realised how small a thing is honour, loyalty, or friendship when weighed in the balance of a loved one's need. To save Jeanne you sold me to Heron and his crowd. We are men, Armand, and the word forgiveness has only been spoken once these past 2000 years, and then it was spoken by divine lips. But Marguerite loves you, and mayhap soon you will be all that is left her to love on this earth. Because of this she must never know. As for you, Armand, well, God help you, but meseems that the hell which you are enduring now is 10,000 times worse than mine. I have heard your furtive footsteps in the corridor outside the grated window of this cell, and would not then have exchanged my hell for yours. Therefore, Armand, and because Marguerite loves you, I would wish to turn to you in the hour that I need help. I am in a tight corner, but the hour may come when a comrade's hand might mean life to me. I have thought of you, Armand, partly because, having taken more than my life, your own belongs to me, and partly because the plan which I have in my mind will carry with it grave risks for the man who stands by me. I swore once that never would I risk a comrade's life to save mine own. But matters are so different now. We are both in hell, Armand, and I, in striving to get out of mine, will be showing you a way out of yours. Will you retake possession of your lodgings in the Rue de la Croix Blanche? I should always know then where to find you on an emergency. But if at any time you receive another letter from me, be its contents what they may, act in accordance with the letter, and send a copy of it at once to Ffoulkes or to Marguerite. Keep in close touch with both of them. Tell her that I so far forgave your disobedience, there was nothing more, that I may yet trust my life and mine honour in your hands. I shall have no means of ascertaining definitely whether you will do all that I ask, but somehow, Armand, I know that you will." For the third time Armand read the letter through. "But Armand," he repeated, murmuring the words softly under his breath, "I know that you will." Prompted by some indefinable instinct, moved by a force that compelled, he allowed himself to glide from the chair on to the floor, on to his knees. All the pent-up bitterness, the humiliation, the shame of the past few days surged up from his heart to his lips in one great cry of pain. "My God," he whispered, "give me the chance of giving my life for him." Alone and unwatched, he gave himself over for a few moments to the most voluptuous delight of giving free rein to his grief. The hot Latin blood in him, tempestuous in all its passions, was firing his heart and brain now with the glow of devotion and of self-sacrifice. The calm, self-centred Anglo-Saxon temperament, the almost fatalistic acceptance of failure without reproach yet without despair, which Percy's letter to him had evidenced in so marked a manner, was mayhap somewhat beyond the comprehension of this young enthusiast, with pure Gallic blood in his veins, who was ever wont to allow his most elemental passions to sway his actions. But though he did not altogether understand, Armand St. Just could fully appreciate. All that was noble and loyal in him rose triumphant from beneath the devastating ashes of his own shame. Soon his mood calmed down, his look grew less wan and haggard. Hearing Jeanne's discreet and mouse-like steps in the next room, he rose quickly and hid the letter in the pocket of his coat. She came in and inquired anxiously about Marguerite. A hurriedly expressed excuse from him, however, satisfied her easily enough. She wanted to be alone with Armand, happy to see that he held his head more erect to day, and that the look as of a hunted creature had entirely gone from his eyes. She ascribed this happy change to Marguerite, finding it in her heart to be grateful to the sister for having accomplished what the fiancé had failed to do. For a while they remained together, sitting side by side, speaking at times, but mostly silent, seeming to savour the return of truant happiness. Armand felt like a sick man who has obtained a sudden surcease from pain. He looked round him with a kind of melancholy delight on this room which he had entered for the first time less than a fortnight ago, and which already was so full of memories. Those first hours spent at the feet of Jeanne Lange, how exquisite they had been, how fleeting in the perfection of their happiness! Now they seemed to belong to a far distant past, evanescent like the perfume of violets, swift in their flight like the winged steps of youth. Blakeney's letter had effectually taken the bitter sting from out his remorse, but it had increased his already over heavy load of inconsolable sorrow. Later in the day he turned his footsteps in the direction of the river, to the house in the Quai de la Ferraille, above the saddler's shop. Marguerite had returned alone from the expedition to the Rue de Charonne. Whilst Sir Andrew took charge of the little party of fugitives and escorted them out of Paris, she came back to her lodgings in order to collect her belongings, preparatory to taking up her quarters in the house of Lucas, the old clothes dealer. She returned also because she hoped to see Armand. "If you care to impart the contents of the letter to me, come to my lodgings to night," she had said. All day a phantom had haunted her, the phantom of an agonizing suspicion. But now the phantom had vanished, never to return. Armand was sitting close beside her, and he told her that the chief had selected him amongst all the others to stand by him inside the walls of Paris until the last. "I shall, mayhap," thus closed that precious document, "have no means of ascertaining definitely whether you will act in accordance with this letter, but somehow, Armand, I know that you will." "I know that you will, Armand," reiterated Marguerite fervently. She had been only too eager to be convinced. The dread, arid, dark suspicion which had been like a hideous poisoned sting had only vaguely touched her soul, it had not gone in very deeply. How could it, when in its death-dealing passage it encountered the rampart of tender, almost motherly love? Armand, trying to read his sister's thoughts in the depths of her blue eyes, found the look in them limpid and clear. Percy's message to Armand had reassured her just as he had intended that it should do. Fate had dealt over harshly with her as it was, and Blakeney's remorse for the sorrow which he had already caused her was scarcely less keen than Armand's. He did not wish her to bear the intolerable burden of hatred against her brother, and by binding St. Just close to him at the supreme hour of danger, he hoped to prove to the woman whom he loved so passionately that Armand was worthy of trust. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of El Dorado by Baroness Orczy. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 35. The Last Phase. Well, how is it now? The last phase, I think. He will yield? He must. Bah! You have said it yourself often enough. Those English are tough. It takes time to hack them to pieces, perhaps. In this case even you, citizen Chauvelin, said that it would take time. Well, it has taken just 17 days, and now the end is in sight. It was close on midnight in the guard room which gave on the innermost cell of the Conciergerie. Heron had just visited the prisoner, as was his wont at this hour of the night. He had watched the changing of the guard, inspected the night watch, questioned the sergeant in charge, and finally he had been on the point of retiring to his own new quarters in the House of Justice, in the near vicinity of the Conciergerie, when citizen Chauvelin entered the guard room unexpectedly, and detained his colleague with the peremptory question: "How is it now?" "If you are so near the end, citizen Heron," he now said, sinking his voice to a whisper, "why not make a final effort and end it to night?" "I wish I could. The anxiety is wearing me out more than him," he added, with a jerky movement of the head in the direction of the inner cell. "Shall I try?" rejoined Chauvelin grimly. "Yes, an you wish." Citizen Heron's long limbs were sprawling on a guard-room chair. In this low, narrow room he looked like some giant whose body had been carelessly and loosely put together by a 'prentice hand in the art of manufacture. His broad shoulders were bent, probably under the weight of anxiety to which he had referred, and his head, and the lank, shaggy hair overshadowing the brow, was sunk deep down on his chest. Chauvelin looked at his friend and associate with no small measure of contempt. He would no doubt have preferred to conclude the present difficult transaction entirely in his own way and alone, but equally There was no doubt that the Committee of Public Safety did not trust him quite so fully as it used to do before the fiasco at Calais and the blunders at Boulogne. Heron, on the other hand, enjoyed to its outermost the confidence of his colleagues. His ferocious cruelty and his callousness were well known, whilst physically, owing to his great height and bulky if loosely knit frame, he had a decided advantage over his trim and slender friend. As far as bringing the prisoners to trial was concerned, the chief agent of the Committee of General Security had been given a perfectly free hand by the decree of the 27th Nivose. At first, therefore, he had experienced no difficulty when he desired to keep the Englishmen in close confinement for a time without hurrying on that summary trial and condemnation which the populace had loudly demanded, and to which they felt that they were entitled as to a public holiday. The death of the Scarlet Pimpernel on the guillotine had been a spectacle promised by every demagogue who desired to purchase a few votes by holding out visions of pleasant doings to come, and during the first few days the mob of Paris was content to enjoy the delights of expectation. But now 17 days had gone by, and still the Englishman was not being brought to trial. The pleasure-loving public was waxing impatient, and earlier this evening, when citizen Heron had shown himself in the stalls of the National Theatre, he was greeted by a crowded audience with decided expressions of disapproval and open mutterings of "What of the Scarlet Pimpernel?" It almost looked as if he would have to bring that accursed Englishman to the guillotine without having wrested from him the secret which he would have given a fortune to possess. Chauvelin, who had also been present at the theatre, had heard the expressions of discontent. Hence his visit to his colleague at this late hour of the night. "Shall I try?" he had queried with some impatience, and a deep sigh of satisfaction escaped his thin lips when the chief agent, wearied and discouraged, had reluctantly agreed. "Let the men make as much noise as they like," he added with an enigmatical smile. "The Englishman and I will want an accompaniment to our pleasant conversation." Heron growled a surly assent, and without another word Chauvelin turned towards the inner cell. As he stepped in he allowed the iron bar to fall into its socket behind him. Then he went farther into the room until the distant recess was fully revealed to him. His tread had been furtive and almost noiseless. Now he paused, for he had caught sight of the prisoner. For a moment he stood quite still, with hands clasped behind his back in his wonted attitude, still save for a strange involuntary twitching of his mouth and the nervous clasping and interlocking of his fingers behind his back. He was savouring to its utmost fulsomeness the supremest joy which animal man can ever know, the joy of looking on a fallen enemy. Blakeney sat at the table with one arm resting on it, the emaciated hand tightly clutched, the body leaning forward, the eyes looking into nothingness. For the moment he was unconscious of Chauvelin's presence, and the latter could gaze on him to the full content of his heart. Indeed, to all outward appearances there sat a man whom privations of every sort and kind, the want of fresh air, of proper food, above all of rest, had worn down physically to a shadow. There was not a particle of colour in cheeks or lips, the skin was grey in hue, the eyes looked like deep caverns wherein the glow of fever was all that was left of life. Chauvelin looked on in silence, vaguely stirred by something that he could not define, something that, right through his triumphant satisfaction, his hatred and final certainty of revenge, had roused in him a sense almost of admiration. He gazed on the noiseless figure of the man who had endured so much for an ideal, and as he gazed it seemed to him as if the spirit no longer dwelt in the body, but hovered round in the dank, stuffy air of the narrow cell above the head of the lonely prisoner, crowning it with glory that was no longer of this earth. Of this the looker-on was conscious despite himself, of that and of the fact that stare as he might, and with perception rendered doubly keen by hate, he could not, in spite of all, find the least trace of mental weakness in that far-seeing gaze which seemed to pierce the prison walls, nor could he see that bodily weakness had tended to subdue the ruling passions. Sir Percy Blakeney, a prisoner since 17 days in close, solitary confinement, half starved, deprived of rest and of that mental and physical activity which had been the very essence of life to him hitherto, might be outwardly but a shadow of his former brilliant self, but nevertheless he was still that same elegant English gentleman, that prince of dandies whom Chauvelin had first met 18 months ago at the most courtly court in Europe. His clothes, despite constant wear and the want of attention from a scrupulous valet, still betrayed the perfection of London tailoring. He had put them on with meticulous care, They were free from the slightest particle of dust, and the filmy folds of priceless Mechlin still half veiled the delicate whiteness of his shapely hands. And in the pale, haggard face, in the whole pose of body and of arm, there was still the expression of that indomitable strength of will, that reckless daring, that almost insolent challenge to fate. It was there untamed, uncrushed. Chauvelin himself could not deny to himself its presence or its force. He felt that behind that smooth brow, which looked wax-like now, the mind was still alert, scheming, plotting, striving for freedom, for conquest and for power, and rendered even doubly keen and virile by the ardour of supreme self-sacrifice. Chauvelin now made a slight movement, and suddenly Blakeney became conscious of his presence, and swift as a flash a smile lit up his wan face. "Why, if it is not my engaging friend, Monsieur Chambertin," he said gaily. He rose and stepped forward in the most approved fashion prescribed by the elaborate etiquette of the time. But Chauvelin smiled grimly, and a look of almost animal lust gleamed in his pale eyes, for he had noted that as he rose Sir Percy had to seek the support of the table, even whilst a dull film appeared to gather over his eyes. The gesture had been quick and cleverly disguised, but it had been there nevertheless, that and the livid hue that overspread the face as if consciousness was threatening to go. All of which was sufficient still further to assure the looker on that that mighty physical strength was giving way at last, that strength which he had hated in his enemy almost as much as he had hated the thinly veiled insolence in his manner. "And what procures me, sir, the honour of your visit?" continued Blakeney, who had, at any rate, outwardly soon recovered himself, and whose voice, though distinctly hoarse and spent, rang quite cheerfully across the dank, narrow cell. "My desire for your welfare, Sir Percy," replied Chauvelin with equal pleasantry. "La, sir, but have you not gratified that desire already to an extent which leaves no room for further solicitude? But I pray you, will you not sit down?" he continued, turning back toward the table. "I was about to partake of the lavish supper which your friends have provided for me. Will you not share it, sir? You are most royally welcome, and it will mayhap remind you of that supper we shared together in Calais, eh? When you, Monsieur Chambertin, were temporarily in holy orders." He laughed, offering his enemy a chair, and pointed with inviting gesture to the hunk of brown bread and the mug of water which stood on the table. "Such as it is, sir," he said with a pleasant smile, "it is yours to command." Chauvelin sat down. He held his lower lip tightly between his teeth, so tightly that a few drops of blood appeared upon its narrow surface. He was making vigorous efforts to keep his temper under control, for he would not give his enemy the satisfaction of seeing him resent his insolence. He could afford to keep calm now that victory was at last in sight, now that he knew that he had but to raise a finger and those smiling, impudent lips would be closed forever at last. "Sir Percy," he resumed quietly, "no doubt it affords you a certain amount of pleasure to aim your sarcastic shafts at me. I will not begrudge you that pleasure. In your present position, sir, your shafts have little or no sting." "And I shall have but few chances left to aim them at your charming self," interposed Blakeney, who had drawn another chair close to the table, and was now sitting opposite his enemy, with the light of the lamp falling full on his own face, as if he wished his enemy to know that he had nothing to hide, no thought, no hope, no fear. "Exactly," said Chauvelin drily. "That being the case, Sir Percy, what say you to no longer wasting the few chances which are left to you for safety? The time is getting on. You are not, I imagine, quite as hopeful as you were even a week ago. You have never been over comfortable in this cell. Why not end this unpleasant state of affairs now, once and for all? You'll not have cause to regret it, my word on it." Sir Percy leaned back in his chair. He yawned loudly and ostentatiously. "I pray you, sir, forgive me," he said. "Never have I been so demmed fatigued. I have not slept for more than a fortnight." "Exactly, Sir Percy. A night's rest would do you a world of good." "A night, sir!" exclaimed Blakeney with what seemed like an echo of his former inimitable laugh. "La! I should want a week." "I am afraid we could not arrange for that. But one night would greatly refresh you." "You are right, sir, you are right. But those demmed fellows in the next room make so much noise." "I would give strict orders that perfect quietude reigned in the guard room this night," said Chauvelin, murmuring softly, and there was a gentle purr in his voice, "and that you were left undisturbed for several hours. I would give orders that a comforting supper be served to you at once, and that everything be done to minister to your wants." "That sounds demmed alluring, sir. Why did you not suggest this before? You were so what shall I say so obstinate, Sir Percy?" "Call it pig headed, my dear Monsieur Chambertin," retorted Blakeney gaily. "Truly you would oblige me." "In any case you, sir, were acting in direct opposition to your own interests." "Therefore you came," concluded Blakeney airily, "like the Good Samaritan, to take compassion on me and my troubles, and to lead me straightway to comfort, a good supper, and a downy bed." "Admirably put, Sir Percy," said Chauvelin blandly. "That is exactly my mission." "How will you set to work, Monsieur Chambertin?" "Quite easily, if you, Sir Percy, will yield to the persuasion of my friend, citizen Heron." "Ah! Why, yes. He is anxious to know where little Capet is. A reasonable whim, you will own, considering that the disappearance of the child is causing him grave anxiety." "And you, Monsieur Chambertin?" queried Sir Percy with that suspicion of insolence in his manner which had the power to irritate his enemy even now. "And yourself, sir? What are your wishes in the matter?" "Mine, Sir Percy?" retorted Chauvelin. "Mine? Why, to tell you the truth, the fate of little Capet interests me but little. Let him rot in Austria or in our prisons, I care not which. He'll never trouble France overmuch, I imagine. The teachings of old Simon will not tend to make a leader or a king out of the puny brat whom you chose to drag out of our keeping. My wishes, sir, are the annihilation of your accursed League, and the lasting disgrace, if not the death, of its chief." He had spoken more hotly than he had intended, but all the pent-up rage of the past 18 months, the recollections of Calais and of Boulogne, had all surged up again in his mind, because, despite of the closeness of these prison walls, despite the grim shadow of starvation and of death that beckoned so close at hand, he still encountered a pair of mocking eyes fixed with relentless insolence upon him. Whilst he spoke, Blakeney had once more leaned forward, resting his elbows upon the table. Now he drew nearer to him the wooden platter on which reposed that very uninviting piece of dry bread. With solemn intentness he proceeded to break the bread into pieces, then he offered the platter to Chauvelin. "I am sorry, sir," he said pleasantly, "that I cannot offer you more dainty fare, sir, but this is all that your friends have supplied me with to day." He crumbled some of the dry bread in his slender fingers, then started munching the crumbs with apparent relish. He poured out some water into the mug and drank it. Then he said with a light laugh: "Even the vinegar which that ruffian Brogard served us at Calais was preferable to this. Do you not imagine so, my good Monsieur Chambertin?" Chauvelin made no reply. Like a feline creature on the prowl, he was watching the prey that had so nearly succumbed to his talons. Blakeney's face now was positively ghastly. The effort to speak, to laugh, to appear unconcerned, was apparently beyond his strength. His cheeks and lips were livid in hue, the skin clung like a thin layer of wax to the bones of cheek and jaw, and the heavy lids that fell over the eyes had purple patches on them like lead. To assist him in such an advanced state of exhaustion, the stale water and dusty bread must have been terribly nauseating, and Chauvelin himself, callous and thirsting for vengeance though he was, could hardly bear to look calmly on the martyrdom of this man, whom he and his colleagues were torturing in order to gain their own ends. An ashen hue, which seemed like the shadow of the hand of death, passed over the prisoner's face. Chauvelin felt compelled to avert his gaze. A feeling that was almost akin to remorse had stirred in a hidden chord in his heart. The feeling did not last. The heart had been too long atrophied by the constantly recurring spectacles of cruelties, massacres, and wholesale hecatombs perpetrated in the past 18 months in the name of liberty and fraternity to be capable of a sustained effort in the direction of gentleness or of pity. Any noble instinct in these revolutionaries had long ago been drowned in a whirlpool of exploits that would forever sully the records of humanity, and this keeping of a fellow creature on the rack in order to wring from him a Judas-like betrayal was but a complement to a record of infamy that had ceased by its very magnitude to weigh upon their souls. Chauvelin was in no way different from his colleagues. The crimes in which he had had no hand he had condoned by continuing to serve the government that had committed them, and his ferocity in the present case was increased 1,000-fold by his personal hatred for the man who had so often fooled and baffled him. When he looked round a second or two later, that ephemeral fit of remorse did its final vanishing. He had once more encountered the pleasant smile, the laughing if ashen pale face of his unconquered foe. "Only a passing giddiness, my dear sir," said Sir Percy lightly. "As you were saying." At the airily spoken words, at the smile that accompanied them, Chauvelin had jumped to his feet. There was something almost supernatural, weird and impish about the present situation, about this dying man who, like an impudent schoolboy, seemed to be mocking death with his tongue in his cheek, about his laugh that appeared to find its echo in a widely yawning grave. "In the name of God, Sir Percy," he said roughly, as he brought his clenched fist crashing down upon the table, "this situation is intolerable. Bring it to an end to night." "Aye, sir," retorted Blakeney, "methought you and your kind did not believe in God." "No, but you English do." "We do, but we do not care to hear His name on your lips." "Then in the name of the wife whom you love..." But even before the words had died upon his lips, Sir Percy too had risen to his feet. "Have done, man, have done," he broke in hoarsely, and despite weakness, despite exhaustion and weariness, there was such a dangerous look in his hollow eyes as he leaned across the table that Chauvelin drew back a step or two, and, vaguely fearful, looked furtively towards the opening into the guard room. "Have done," he reiterated for a third time. "Do not name her, or by the living God whom you dared to invoke, I'll find strength yet to smite you in the face." But Chauvelin, after that first moment of almost superstitious fear, had quickly recovered his sang-froid. "Little Capet, Sir Percy," he said, meeting the other's threatening glance with an imperturbable smile. "Tell me where to find him, and you may yet live to savour the caresses of the most beautiful woman in England." He had meant it as a taunt, the final turn of the thumbscrew applied to a dying man, and he had in that watchful, keen mind of his well weighed the full consequences of the taunt. The next moment he had paid to the full the anticipated price. Sir Percy had picked up the pewter mug from the table, it was half filled with brackish water, and with a hand that trembled but slightly, he hurled it straight at his opponent's face. The heavy mug did not hit citizen Chauvelin. It went crashing against the stone wall opposite, but the water was trickling from the top of his head all down his eyes and cheeks. He shrugged his shoulders with a look of benign indulgence directed at his enemy, who had fallen back into his chair exhausted with the effort. Then he took out his handkerchief and calmly wiped the water from his face. "Not quite so straight a shot as you used to be, Sir Percy," he said mockingly. "No, sir, apparently not." The words came out in gasps. He was like a man only partly conscious. The lips were parted, the eyes closed, the head leaning against the high back of the chair. For the space of 1 second Chauvelin feared that his zeal had outrun his prudence, that he had dealt a death blow to a man in the last stage of exhaustion, where he had only wished to fan the flickering flame of life. Hastily, for the seconds seemed precious, he ran to the opening that led into the guard room. "Brandy, quick!" he cried. Heron looked up, roused from the semi-somnolence in which he had lain for the past half hour. He disentangled his long limbs from out the guard room chair. "Eh?" he queried. "What is it?" "Brandy!" reiterated Chauvelin impatiently. "The prisoner has fainted." "Bah!" retorted the other with a callous shrug of the shoulders. "You are not going to revive him with brandy, I imagine." "No, but you will, citizen Heron," rejoined the other dryly, "for if you do not he'll be dead in an hour." "Devils in hell!" exclaimed Heron. "You have not killed him! You damned fool!" He was wide awake enough now, wide awake and shaking with fury. Almost foaming at the mouth and uttering volleys of the choicest oaths, he elbowed his way roughly through the groups of soldiers who were crowding round the centre table of the guard room, smoking and throwing dice or playing cards. They made way for him as hurriedly as they could, for it was not safe to thwart the citizen agent when he was in a rage. Heron walked across to the opening and lifted the iron bar. With scant ceremony he pushed his colleague aside and strode into the cell, whilst Chauvelin, seemingly not resenting the other's ruffianly manners and violent language, followed close upon his heel. In the centre of the room both men paused, and Heron turned with a surly growl to his friend. "You vowed he would be dead in an hour," he said reproachfully. The other shrugged his shoulders. "It does not look like it now, certainly," he said dryly. Blakeney was sitting, as was his wont, close to the table, with one arm leaning on it, the other tightly clenched, resting upon his knee. A ghost of a smile hovered round his lips. "Not in an hour, citizen Heron," he said, and his voice flow was scarce above a whisper, "nor yet in 2." "You are a fool, man," said Heron roughly. "You have had 17 days of this. Are you not sick of it?" "Heartily, my dear friend," replied Blakeney a little more firmly. 17 days, reiterated the other, nodding his shaggy head. You came here on the 2nd Pluvieuse. To-day is the 19th. The 19th Pluvieuse, interposed Sir Percy, and a strange gleam suddenly flashed in his eyes. Demn it, sir, and in Christian parlance, what may that day be? The 7th of February at your service, Sir Percy, replied Chauvelin quietly. I thank you, sir. In this demmed hole I had lost count of time. Chauvelin, unlike his rough and blundering colleague, had been watching the prisoner very closely for the last moment or two, conscious of a subtle, undefinable change that had come over the man during these few seconds while he, Chauvelin, had thought him dying. The pose was certainly the old familiar one, the head erect, the hand clenched, the eyes looking through and beyond the stone walls. But there was an air of listlessness in the stoop of the shoulders, and, except for that one brief gleam just now, a look of more complete weariness round the hollow eyes. To the keen watcher it appeared as if that sense of living power, of unconquered will and defiant mind, was no longer there, and as if he himself need no longer fear that almost supersensual thrill which had a while ago kindled in him a vague sense of admiration, almost of remorse. Even as he gazed, Blakeney slowly turned his eyes full upon him. Chauvelin's heart gave a triumphant bound. With a mocking smile he met the wearied look, the pitiable appeal. His turn had come at last, his turn to mock and to exult. He knew that what he was watching now was no longer the last phase of a long and noble martyrdom. It was the end, the inevitable end, that for which he had schemed and striven, for which he had schooled his heart to ferocity and callousness that were devilish in their intensity. It was the end indeed, the slow descent of a soul from the giddy heights of attempted self-sacrifice, where it had striven to soar for a time, until the body and the will both succumbed together, and dragged it down with them into the abyss of submission and of irreparable shame. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of El Dorado by Baroness Orczy. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 36. Submission. Silence reigned in the narrow cell for a few moments, whilst two human jackals stood motionless over their captured prey. A savage triumph gleamed in Chauvelin's eyes, and even Heron, dull and brutal though he was, had become vaguely conscious of the great change that had come over the prisoner. Blakeney, with a gesture and a sigh of hopeless exhaustion, had once more rested both his elbows on the table. His head fell heavy and almost lifeless downward in his arms. "Curse you, man!" cried Heron almost involuntarily. "Why in the name of hell did you wait so long?" Then, as the prisoner made no reply, but only raised his head slightly and looked on the other two men with dulled, wearied eyes, Chauvelin interposed calmly: "More than a fortnight has been wasted in useless obstinacy, Sir Percy. Fortunately it is not too late." "Capet!" said Heron hoarsely. "Tell us, where is Capet?" He leaned across the table. His eyes were bloodshot with the keenness of his excitement, his voice shook with the passionate desire for the crowning triumph. "If you'll only not worry me," murmured the prisoner, and the whisper came so laboriously and so low that both men were forced to bend their ears close to the scarcely moving lips. "If you will let me sleep and rest and leave me in peace." "The peace of the grave, man," retorted Chauvelin roughly, "if you will only speak. Where is Capet?" "I cannot tell you. The way is long, the road intricate." "Bah!" "I'll lead you to him, if you will give me rest." "We don't want you to lead us anywhere," growled Heron with a smothered curse. "Tell us where Capet is. We'll find him right enough." "I cannot explain. The way is intricate, the place off the beaten track, unknown except to me and my friends." Once more that shadow, which was so like the passing of the hand of death, overspread the prisoner's face. His head rolled back against the chair. "He'll die before he can speak," muttered Chauvelin under his breath. "You usually are well provided with brandy, citizen Heron." The latter no longer demurred. He saw the danger as clearly as did his colleague. It had been hell's own luck if the prisoner were to die now when he seemed ready to give in. He produced a flask from the pocket of his coat, and this he held to Blakeney's lips. "Beastly stuff," murmured the latter feebly. "I think I'd sooner faint than drink." "Capet! Where is Capet?" reiterated Heron impatiently. 1, 2, 300 leagues from here. I must let one of my friends know. He'll communicate with the others. They must be prepared," replied the prisoner slowly. Heron uttered a blasphemous oath. "Where is Capet? Tell us where Capet is, or..." He was like a raging tiger that had thought to hold its prey and suddenly realised that it was being snatched from him. He raised his fist, and without doubt the next moment he would have silenced for ever the lips that held the precious secret, but Chauvelin fortunately was quick enough to seize his wrist. "Have a care, citizen," he said peremptorily. "Have a care. You called me a fool just now when you thought I had killed the prisoner. It is his secret we want first, his death can follow afterwards." "Yes, but not in this demmed hole," murmured Blakeney. "On the guillotine if you'll speak," cried Heron, whose exasperation was getting the better of his self-interest. "But if you'll not speak, then it shall be starvation in this hole. Yes, starvation," he growled, showing a row of large and uneven teeth like those of some mongrel cur. "For I'll have that door walled in to night, and not another living soul shall cross this threshold again until your flesh has rotted on your bones and the rats have had their fill of you." The prisoner raised his head slowly. A shiver shook him as if caused by ague, and his eyes, that appeared almost sightless, now looked with a strange glance of horror on his enemy. "I'll die in the open," he whispered, "not in this demmed hole." "Then tell us where Capet is." "I cannot. I wish to God I could. But I'll take you to him, I swear I will. I'll make my friends give him up to you. Do you think that I would not tell you now if I could?" Heron, whose every instinct of tyranny revolted against this thwarting of his will, would have continued to heckle the prisoner even now, had not Chauvelin suddenly interposed with an authoritative gesture. "You'll gain nothing this way, citizen," he said quietly. "The man's mind is wandering. He is probably quite unable to give you clear directions at this moment." "What am I to do then?" muttered the other roughly. "He cannot live another 24 hours now, and would only grow more and more helpless as time went on." "Unless you relax your strict regime with him." "And if I do, we'll only prolong this situation indefinitely. And in the meanwhile, how do we know that the brat is not being spirited away out of the country?" The prisoner, with his head once more buried in his arms, had fallen into a kind of torpor, the only kind of sleep that the exhausted system would allow. With a brutal gesture Heron shook him by the shoulder. "Hey!" he shouted. "None of that, you know. We have not settled the matter of young Capet yet." Then, as the prisoner made no movement, and the chief agent indulged in one of his favourite volleys of oaths, Chauvelin placed a peremptory hand on his colleague's shoulder. "I tell you, citizen, that this is no use," he said firmly. "Unless you are prepared to give up all thoughts of finding Capet, you must try and curb your temper and try diplomacy where force is sure to fail." "Diplomacy?" retorted the other with a sneer. "Bah! It served you well at Boulogne last autumn, did it not, citizen Chauvelin?" "It has served me better now," rejoined the other imperturbably. "You will own, citizen, that it is my diplomacy which has placed within your reach the ultimate hope of finding Capet." "H'm!" muttered the other. "You advised us to starve the prisoner. Are we any nearer to knowing his secret?" "Yes. By a fortnight of weariness, of exhaustion, and of starvation. You are nearer to it by the weakness of the man whom in his full strength you could never hope to conquer." "But if the cursed Englishman won't speak, and in the meanwhile dies on my hands..." "He won't do that if you accede to his wish. Give him some good food now, and let him sleep till dawn." "And at dawn he'll defy me again. I believe now that he has some scheme in his mind and means to play us a trick." "That, I imagine, is more than likely," retorted Chauvelin dryly. "Though," he added, with a contemptuous nod of the head directed at the huddled up figure of his once brilliant enemy, "neither mind nor body seem to me to be in a sufficiently active state just now for hatching plot or intrigue. But even if, vaguely floating through his clouded mind, there has sprung some little scheme for evasion, I give you my word, citizen Heron, that you can thwart him completely and gain all that you desire, if you will only follow my advice." There had always been a great amount of persuasive power in citizen Chauvelin, ex-envoy of the revolutionary government of France at the Court of St. James, and that same persuasive eloquence did not fail now in its effect on the chief agent of the Committee of General Security. The latter was made of coarser stuff than his more brilliant colleague. Chauvelin was like a wily and sleek panther that is furtive in its movements, that will lure its prey, watch it, follow it with stealthy footsteps, and only pounce on it when it is least wary, whilst Heron was more like a raging bull that tosses its head in a blind, irresponsible fashion, rushes at an obstacle without gauging its resisting powers, and allows its victim to slip from beneath its weight through the very clumsiness and brutality of its assault. Still, Chauvelin had two heavy black marks against him, those of his failures at Calais and Boulogne. Heron, rendered cautious both by the deadly danger in which he stood and the sense of his own incompetence to deal with the present situation, tried to resist the other's authority as well as his persuasion. "Your advice was of no great use to citizen Collot last autumn at Boulogne," he said, and spat on the ground by way of expressing both his independence and his contempt. "Still, citizen Heron," retorted Chauvelin with unruffled patience, "it is the best advice that you are likely to get in the present emergency. You have eyes to see, have you not? Look on your prisoner at this moment. Unless something is done, and at once too, he will be past negotiating with in the next 24 hours. Then what will follow?" He put his thin hand once more on his colleague's grubby coat sleeve. He drew him closer to himself, away from the vicinity of that huddled figure, that captive lion wrapped in a torpid somnolence that looked already so like the last long sleep. "What will follow, citizen Heron?" he reiterated, sinking his voice to a whisper. "Sooner or later some meddlesome busybody who sits in the Assembly of the Convention will get wind that little Capet is no longer in the Temple prison, that a pauper child was substituted for him, and that you, citizen Heron, together with the commissaries in charge, have thus been fooling with the nation and its representatives for over a fortnight. What will follow then, think you?" And he made an expressive gesture with his outstretched fingers across his throat. Heron found no other answer but blasphemy. "I'll make that cursed Englishman speak yet," he said with a fierce oath. "You cannot," retorted Chauvelin decisively. "In his present state he is incapable of it, even if he would, which also is doubtful." "Ah, then you do think that he still means to cheat us?" "Yes, I do. But I also know that he is no longer in a physical state to do it. No doubt he thinks that he is. A man of that type is sure to overvalue his own strength. But look at him, citizen Heron. Surely you must see that we have nothing to fear from him now." Heron now was like a voracious creature that has two victims lying ready for his gluttonous jaws. He was loath to let either of them go. He hated the very thought of seeing the Englishman being led out of this narrow cell, where he had kept a watchful eye over him night and day for a fortnight, satisfied that with every day, every hour, the chances of escape became more improbable and more rare. At the same time there was a possibility of the recapture of little Capet, a possibility which made Heron's brain reel with the delightful vista of it, and which might never come about if the prisoner remained silent to the end. "I wish I were quite sure," he said sullenly, "that you were body and soul in accord with me." "I am in accord with you, citizen Heron," rejoined the other earnestly, "body and soul in accord with you. Do you not believe that I hate this man? Aye, hate him with a hatred 10,000 times more strong than yours? I want his death. Heaven or hell alone know how I long for that. But what I long for most is his lasting disgrace. For that I have worked, citizen Heron, for that I advised and helped you. When first you captured this man, you wanted summarily to try him, to send him to the guillotine amidst the joy of the populace of Paris, and crowned with a splendid halo of martyrdom. That man, citizen Heron, would have baffled you, mocked you, and fooled you even on the steps of the scaffold. In the zenith of his strength and of insurmountable good luck, you and all your myrmidons and all the assembled guard of Paris would have had no power over him. The day that you led him out of this cell in order to take him to trial or to the guillotine would have been that of your hopeless discomfiture. Having once walked out of this cell hale, hearty and alert, be the escort round him ever so strong, he never would have re-entered it again. Of that I am as convinced as that I am alive. I know the man. You don't. Mine are not the only fingers through which he has slipped. Ask citizen Collot d'Herbois, ask Sergeant Bibot at the barrier of Menilmontant, ask General Santerre and his guards. They all have a tale to tell. Did I believe in God or the devil, I should also believe that this man has supernatural powers and a host of demons at his beck and call. Yet you talk now of letting him walk out of this cell to-morrow. He is a different man now, citizen Heron. On my advice you placed him on a regime that has counteracted the supernatural power by simple physical exhaustion, and driven to the four winds the host of demons, who no doubt fled in the face of starvation." "If I only thought that the recapture of Capet was as vital to you as it is to me," said Heron, still unconvinced. "The capture of Capet is just as vital to me as it is to you," rejoined Chauvelin earnestly, "if it is brought about through the instrumentality of the Englishman." He paused, looking intently on his colleague, whose shifty eyes encountered his own. Thus, eye to eye, the two men at last understood one another. "Ah!" said Heron with a snort, "I think I understand." "I am sure that you do," responded Chauvelin dryly. "The disgrace of this cursed Scarlet Pimpernel and his league is as vital to me, and more, as the capture of Capet is to you. That is why I showed you the way how to bring that meddlesome adventurer to his knees. That is why I will help you now both to find Capet and with his aid, and to wreak what reprisals you like on him in the end." Heron, before he spoke again, cast one more look on the prisoner. The latter had not stirred. His face was hidden, but the hands, emaciated, nerveless and waxen, like those of the dead, told a more eloquent tale mayhap then than the eyes could do. The chief agent of the Committee of General Security walked deliberately round the table until he stood once more close beside the man from whom he longed with passionate ardour to wrest an all important secret. With brutal, grimy hand he raised the head that lay sunken and inert against the table. With callous eyes he gazed attentively on the face that was then revealed to him. He looked on the waxen flesh, the hollow eyes, the bloodless lips. Then he shrugged his wide shoulders, and with a laugh that surely must have caused joy in hell, he allowed the wearied head to fall back against the outstretched arms, and turned once again to his colleague. "I think you are right, citizen Chauvelin," he said. "There is not much supernatural power here. Let me hear your advice." End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of El Dorado by Baroness Orczy. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 37. Chauvelin's advice. Citizen Chauvelin had drawn his colleague with him to the end of the cell that was farthest away from the recess and the table at which the prisoner was sitting. Here the noise and hubbub that went on constantly in the guard-room would effectually drown a whispered conversation. Chauvelin called to the sergeant to hand him a couple of chairs over the barrier. These he placed against the wall opposite the opening, and beckoning Heron to sit down, he did likewise, placing himself close to his colleague. From where the two men now sat they could both see into the guard-room opposite them, and into the recess at the furthermost end of the cell. "First of all," began Chauvelin after a while, and sinking his voice to a whisper, "let me understand you thoroughly, citizen Heron. Do you want the death of the Englishman, either to day or to morrow, either in this prison or on the guillotine? For that now is easy of accomplishment. Or do you want, above all, to get hold of little Capet?" "It is Capet I want," growled Heron savagely under his breath. "Capet! Capet! My own neck is dependent on my finding Capet. Curse you, have I not told you that clearly enough?" "You have told it me very clearly, citizen Heron, but I wish to make assurance doubly sure, and also to make you understand that I, too, want the Englishman to betray little Capet into your hands. I want that more even than I do his death." "Then in the name of hell, citizen, give me your advice." "My advice to you, citizen Heron, is this: give your prisoner now just a sufficiency of food to revive him. He will have had a few moments' sleep, and when he has eaten, and mayhap drunk a glass of wine, he will, no doubt, feel a recrudescence of strength. Then give him pen and ink and paper. He must, as he says, write to one of his followers, who, in his turn, I suppose, will communicate with the others, bidding them to be prepared to deliver up little Capet to us. The letter must make it clear to that crowd of English gentlemen that their beloved chief is giving up the uncrowned King of France to us in exchange for his own safety. But I think you will agree with me, citizen Heron, that it would not be over prudent on our part to allow that same gallant crowd to be forewarned too soon of the proposed doings of their chief. Therefore, I think, we'll explain to the prisoner that his follower, whom he will first apprise of his intentions, shall start with us tomorrow on our expedition, and accompany us until its last stage, when, if it is found necessary, he may be sent on ahead, strongly escorted of course, and with personal messages from the gallant Scarlet Pimpernel to the members of his league." "What will be the good of that?" broke in Heron viciously. "Do you want one of his accursed followers to be ready to give him a helping hand on the way if he tries to slip through our fingers?" "Patience, patience, my good Heron," rejoined Chauvelin with a placid smile. "Hear me out to the end. Time is precious. You shall offer what criticism you will when I have finished, but not before." "Go on, then. I listen." "I am not only proposing that one member of the Scarlet Pimpernel League shall accompany us tomorrow," continued Chauvelin, "but I would also force the prisoner's wife, Marguerite Blakeney, to follow in our train." "A woman? Bah! What for?" "I will tell you the reason of this presently. In her case, I would not let the prisoner know beforehand that she too will form a part of our expedition. Let this come as a pleasing surprise for him. She could join us on our way out of Paris." "How will you get hold of her?" "Easily enough. I know where to find her. I traced her myself a few days ago to a house in the Rue de Charonne, and she is not likely to have gone away from Paris while her husband was at the Conciergerie. But this is a digression. Let me proceed more consecutively. The letter, as I have said, being written to night by the prisoner to one of his followers, I will myself see that it is delivered into the right hands. You, citizen Heron, will in the meanwhile make all arrangements for the journey. We ought to start at dawn, and we ought to be prepared, especially during the first 50 leagues of the way, against organised attack in case the Englishman leads us into an ambush." "Yes, he might even do that, curse him!" muttered Heron. "He might, but it is unlikely. Still, it is best to be prepared. Take a strong escort, citizen, say 20 or 30 men, picked and trained soldiers who would make short work of civilians, however well armed they might be. There are 20 members, including the chief, in that Scarlet Pimpernel League, and I do not quite see how from this cell the prisoner could organise an ambuscade against us at a given time. Anyhow, that is a matter for you to decide. I have still to place before you a scheme which is a measure of safety for ourselves and our men against ambush as well as against trickery, and which I feel sure you will pronounce quite adequate." "Let me hear it, then." "The prisoner will have to travel by coach, of course. You can travel with him if you like, and put him in irons, and thus avert all chances of his escaping on the road. But," and here Chauvelin made a long pause which had the effect of holding his colleague's attention still more closely, "remember that we shall have his wife and one of his friends with us. Before we finally leave Paris tomorrow, we will explain to the prisoner that at the first attempt to escape on his part, at the slightest suspicion that he has tricked us for his own ends or is leading us into an ambush, at the slightest suspicion, I say, you, citizen Heron, will order his friend first, and then Marguerite Blakeney herself, to be summarily shot before his eyes." Heron gave a long, low whistle. Instinctively he threw a furtive backward glance at the prisoner, then he raised his shifty eyes to his colleague. There was unbounded admiration expressed in them. One blackguard had met another, a greater one than himself, and was proud to acknowledge him as his master. "By Lucifer, citizen Chauvelin," he said at last, "I should never have thought of such a thing myself." Chauvelin put up his hand with a gesture of self-deprecation. "I certainly think that measure ought to be adequate," he said with a gentle air of assumed modesty, "unless you would prefer to arrest the woman and lodge her here, keeping her here as an hostage." "No, no," said Heron with a gruff laugh, "that idea does not appeal to me nearly so much as the other. I should not feel so secure on the way. I should always be thinking that that cursed woman had been allowed to escape. No, no, I would rather keep her under my own eye, just as you suggest, citizen Chauvelin. And under the prisoner's too," he added with a coarse jest. "If he did not actually see her, he might be more ready to try and save himself at her expense. But of course he could not see her shot before his eyes. It is a perfect plan, citizen, and does you infinite credit. And if the Englishman tricked us," he concluded with a fierce and savage oath, "and we did not find Capet at the end of the journey, I would gladly strangle his wife and his friend with my own hands." "A satisfaction which I would not begrudge you, citizen," said Chauvelin dryly. "Perhaps you are right. The woman had best be kept under your own eye. The prisoner will never risk her safety on that, I would stake my life. We'll deliver our final either or the moment that she has joined our party, and before we start further on our way. Now, citizen Heron, you have heard my advice. Are you prepared to follow it?" "To the last letter," replied the other. And their two hands met in a grasp of mutual understanding, two hands already indelibly stained with much innocent blood, more deeply stained now with 17 past days of inhumanity and miserable treachery to come. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of El Dorado by Baroness Orczy. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 38. Capitulation. What occurred within the inner cell of the Conciergerie prison within the next half hour of that 16th day of Pluviose in the year II of the Republic is, perhaps, too well known to history to need or bear over full repetition. Chroniclers intimate with the inner history of those infamous days have told us how the chief agent of the Committee of General Security gave orders 1 hour after midnight that hot soup, white bread and wine be served to the prisoner, who for close on 14 days previously had been kept on short rations of black bread and water. The sergeant in charge of the guard room watch for the night also received strict orders that that same prisoner was on no account to be disturbed until the hour of 6 in the morning, when he was to be served with anything in the way of breakfast that he might fancy. All this we know, and also that citizen Heron, having given all necessary orders for the morning's expedition, returned to the Conciergerie and found his colleague Chauvelin waiting for him in the guard room. "Well?" he asked with febrile impatience. "The prisoner?" "He seems better and stronger," replied Chauvelin. "Not too well, I hope." "No, no, only just well enough." "You have seen him since his supper?" "Only from the doorway. It seems he ate and drank hardly at all, and the sergeant had some difficulty in keeping him awake until you came." "Well, now for the letter," concluded Heron, with the same marked feverishness of manner which sat so curiously on his uncouth personality. "Pen, ink and paper, sergeant," he commanded. "On the table in the prisoner's cell, citizen," replied the sergeant. He preceded the two citizens across the guard room to the doorway, and raised for them the iron bar, lowering it back after them. The next moment Heron and Chauvelin were once more face to face with their prisoner. Whether by accident or design, the lamp had been so placed that as the two men approached its light fell full upon their faces, while that of the prisoner remained in shadow. He was leaning forward with both elbows on the table, his thin tapering fingers toying with the pen and inkhorn which had been placed close to his hand. "I trust that everything has been arranged for your comfort, Sir Percy?" Chauvelin asked with a sarcastic little smile. "I thank you, sir," replied Blakeney politely. "You feel refreshed, I hope." "Greatly so, I assure you. But I am still demmed sleepy, and if you would kindly be brief—" "You have not changed your mind, sir?" queried Chauvelin, and a note of anxiety, which he vainly tried to conceal, quivered in his voice. "No, my good Monsieur Chambertin," replied Blakeney with the same urbane courtesy, "I have not changed my mind." A sigh of relief escaped the lips of both the men. The prisoner certainly had spoken in a clearer and firmer voice, but whatever renewed strength wine and food had imparted to him, he apparently did not mean to employ in renewed obstinacy. Chauvelin, after a moment's pause, resumed more calmly: "You are prepared to direct us to the place where little Capet lies hidden?" "I am prepared to do anything, sir, to get out of this demmed hole." "Very well. My colleague, citizen Heron, has arranged for an escort of 20 men picked from the best regiment of the Garde de Paris to accompany us, yourself, him and me, to wherever you will direct us. Is that clear?" "Perfectly, sir. You must not imagine for a moment that we, on the other hand, guarantee to give you your life and freedom, even if this expedition prove unsuccessful." "I would not venture on suggesting such a wild proposition, sir," said Blakeney placidly. Chauvelin looked keenly on him. There was something in the tone of that voice that he did not altogether like, something that reminded him of an evening at Calais, and yet again of a day at Boulogne. He could not read the expression in the eyes, so with a quick gesture he pulled the lamp forward so that its light now fell full on the face of the prisoner. "Ah, that is certainly better, is it not, my dear Monsieur Chambertin?" said Sir Percy, beaming on his adversary with a pleasant smile. His face, though still of the same ashen hue, looked serene if hopelessly wearied. The eyes seemed to mock. But this Chauvelin decided in himself must have been a trick of his own overwrought fancy. After a brief moment's pause he resumed drily: "If, however, the expedition turns out successful in every way, If little Capet, without much trouble to our escort, falls safe and sound into our hands, if certain contingencies which I am about to tell you all fall out as we wish, then, Sir Percy, I see no reason why the government of this country should not exercise its prerogative of mercy towards you after all." "An exercise, my dear Monsieur Chambertin, which must have wearied through frequent repetition," retorted Blakeney with the same imperturbable smile. "The contingency at present is somewhat remote. When the time comes we'll talk this matter over. I will make no promise, and anyhow we can discuss it later. At present we are but wasting our valuable time over so trifling a matter. If you'll excuse me, sir, I am so demmed fatigued." "Then you will be glad to have everything settled quickly, I am sure." "Exactly, sir." Heron was taking no part in the present conversation. He knew that his temper was not likely to remain within bounds, and though he had nothing but contempt for his colleague's courtly manners, yet vaguely, in his stupid, blundering way, he grudgingly admitted that mayhap it was better to allow citizen Chauvelin to deal with the Englishman. There was always the danger that if his own violent temper got the better of him, he might even at this 11th hour order this insolent prisoner to summary trial in the guillotine, and thus lose the final chance of the more important capture. He was sprawling on a chair in his usual slouching manner, with his big head sunk between his broad shoulders, his shifty, prominent eyes wandering restlessly from the face of his colleague to that of the other man. But now he gave a grunt of impatience. "We are wasting time, citizen Chauvelin," he muttered. "I have still a great deal to see to if we are to start at dawn. Get the damned letter written and..." The rest of the phrase was lost in an indistinct and surly murmur. Chauvelin, after a shrug of the shoulders, paid no further heed to him. He turned, bland and urbane, once more to the prisoner. "I see with pleasure, Sir Percy," he said, "that we thoroughly understand one another. Having had a few hours' rest, you will, I know, feel quite ready for the expedition. Will you kindly indicate to me the direction in which we will have to travel?" "Northwards all the way." "Towards the coast?" "The place to which we must go is about 7 leagues from the sea." "Our first objective, then, will be Beauvais, Amiens, Abbeville, Crecy, and so on?" "Precisely." "As far as the Forest of Boulogne, shall we say?" "Where we shall come off the beaten track, and you will have to trust to my guidance." "We might go there now, Sir Percy, and leave you here." "You might, but you would not then find the child. 7 leagues is not far from the coast. He might slip through your fingers." "And my colleague Heron, being disappointed, would inevitably send you to the guillotine." "Quite so," rejoined the prisoner placidly. "Methought, sir, that we had decided that I should lead this little expedition. Surely," he added, "it is not so much the Dauphin whom you want as my share in this betrayal." "You are right as usual, Sir Percy. Therefore let us take that as settled. We go as far as Crecy, and thence place ourselves entirely in your hands. The journey should not take more than 3 days, sir, during which you will travel in a coach in the company of my friend Heron." "I could have chosen pleasanter company, sir. Still, it will serve." "This being settled, Sir Percy, I understand that you desire to communicate with one of your followers." "Some one must let the others know those who have the Dauphin in their charge." "Quite so. Therefore I pray you write to one of your friends that you have decided to deliver the Dauphin into our hands in exchange for your own safety." "You said just now that this you would not guarantee," interposed Blakeney quietly. "If all turns out well," retorted Chauvelin with a show of contempt, "and if you will write the exact letter which I shall dictate, we might even give you that guarantee. The quality of your mercy, sir, passes belief." "Then I pray you write. Which of your followers will have the honour of the communication?" "My brother in law, Armand St. Just. He is still in Paris, I believe. He can let the others know." Chauvelin made no immediate reply. He paused a while, hesitating. Would Sir Percy Blakeney be ready, if his own safety demanded it, to sacrifice the man who had betrayed him? In the momentous either or that was to be put to him by and by, would he choose his own life and leave Armand St. Just to perish? It was not for Chauvelin, or any man of his stamp, to judge of what Blakeney would do under such circumstances. And had it been a question of St. Just alone, mayhap Chauvelin would have hesitated still more at the present juncture. But the friend as hostage was only destined to be a minor leverage for the final breaking up of the League of the Scarlet Pimpernel through the disgrace of its chief. There was the wife, Marguerite Blakeney, sister of St. Just, joint and far more important hostage, whose very close affection for her brother might prove an additional trump card in that handful which Chauvelin already held. Blakeney paid no heed seemingly to the other's hesitation. He did not even look up at him, but quietly drew pen and paper towards him and made ready to write. "What do you wish me to say?" he asked simply. "Will that young blackguard answer your purpose, citizen Chauvelin?" queried Heron roughly. Obviously the same doubt had crossed his mind. Chauvelin quickly reassured him. "Better than any one else," he said firmly. "Will you write at my dictation, Sir Percy?" "I am waiting to do so, my dear sir." "Begin your letter as you wish, then. Now continue." And he began to dictate slowly, watching every word as it left Blakeney's pen. "I cannot stand my present position any longer. Citizen Heron and also Monsieur Chauvelin" yes, Sir Percy, Chauvelin, not Chambertin. Chauvelin. That is quite right. "Have made this prison a perfect hell for me." Sir Percy looked up from his writing, smiling. "You wrong yourself, my dear Chambertin," he said. "I really have been most comfortable." "I wish to place the matter before your friends in as indulgent a manner as I can," retorted Chauvelin dryly. "I thank you, sir. Pray proceed." "A perfect hell for me," resumed the other. "Have you that? And I have been forced to give way. To-morrow we start from here at dawn, and I will guide citizen Heron to the place where he can find the Dauphin. But the authorities demand that one of my followers, one who has once been a member of the League of the Scarlet Pimpernel, shall accompany me on this expedition. I therefore ask you, or desire you, or beg you, whichever you prefer, Sir Percy. Ask you will do quite nicely. This is really very interesting, you know. To be prepared to join the expedition. We start at dawn, and you would be required to be at the main gate of the House of Justice at 6 o'clock precisely. I have an assurance from the authorities that your life should be inviolate, but if you refuse to accompany me, the guillotine will await me on the morrow." "The guillotine will await me on the morrow. That sounds quite cheerful, does it not, Monsieur Chambertin?" said the prisoner, who had not evinced the slightest surprise at the wording of the letter whilst he wrote at the other's dictation. "Do you know, I quite enjoyed writing this letter. It so reminded me of happy days in Boulogne." Chauvelin pressed his lips together. Truly now he felt that a retort from him would have been undignified, more especially as just at this moment there came from the guard room the sound of men's voices talking and laughing, the occasional clang of steel or of a heavy boot against the tiled floor, the rattling of dice, or a sudden burst of laughter. Sounds, in fact, that betokened the presence of a number of soldiers close by. Chauvelin contented himself with a nod in the direction of the guard room. "The conditions are somewhat different now," he said placidly, "from those that reigned in Boulogne. But will you not sign your letter, Sir Percy?" "With pleasure, sir," responded Blakeney, as with an elaborate flourish of the pen he appended his name to the missive. Chauvelin was watching him with eyes that would have shamed a lynx by their keenness. He took up the completed letter, read it through very carefully, as if to find some hidden meaning behind the very words which he himself had dictated. He studied the signature, and looked vainly for a mark or a sign that might convey a different sense to that which he had intended. Finally, finding none, he folded the letter up with his own hand, and at once slipped it into the pocket of his coat. "Take care, Monsieur Chambertin," said Blakeney lightly, "it will burn a hole in that elegant vest of yours." "It will have no time to do that, Sir Percy," retorted Chauvelin blandly, "and you will furnish me with citizen St. Just's present address, I will myself convey the letter to him at once." "At this hour of the night? Poor old Armand, he'll be abed. But his address, sir, is number 32 Rue de la Croix Blanche, on the first floor, the door on your right as you mount the stairs. You know the room well, citizen Chauvelin. You have been in it before. And now," he added with a loud and ostentatious yawn, "shall we all to bed? We start at dawn, you said, and I am so demmed fatigued." Frankly, he did not look it now. Chauvelin himself, despite his matured plans, despite all the precautions that he meant to take for the success of this gigantic scheme, felt a sudden strange sense of fear creeping into his bones. Half an hour ago he had seen a man in what looked like the last stage of utter physical exhaustion, a hunched up figure, listless and limp, hands that twitched nervously, the face as of a dying man. Now those outward symptoms were still there, certainly. The face by the light of the lamp still looked livid, the lips bloodless, the hands emaciated and waxen, but the eyes! They were still hollow, with heavy lids still purple, but in their depths there was a curious, mysterious light, a look that seemed to see something that was hidden to natural sight. Citizen Chauvelin thought that Heron too must be conscious of this. but the committee's agent was sprawling on a chair sucking on a short-stemmed pipe, and gazing with entire animal satisfaction on the prisoner. "The most perfect piece of work we have ever accomplished, you and I, citizen Chauvelin," he said complacently. "You think that everything is quite satisfactory?" asked the other, with anxious stress on his words. "Everything, of course. Now you see to the letter. I will give final orders for to morrow, but I shall sleep in the guard room." "And I on that inviting bed," interposed the prisoner lightly, as he rose to his feet. "Your servant, citizens." He bowed his head slightly, and stood by the table whilst the two men prepared to go. Chauvelin took a final long look at the man whom he firmly believed he had at last brought down to abject disgrace. Blakeney was standing erect, watching the two retreating figures. One slender hand was on the table. Chauvelin saw that it was leaning rather heavily as if for support, and that even whilst a final mocking laugh sped him and his colleague on their way, the tall figure of the conquered lion swayed like a stalwart oak that is forced to bend to the mighty fury of an all-compelling wind. With a sigh of content, Chauvelin took his colleague by the arm, and together the two men walked out of the cell. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of El Dorado by Baroness Orczy. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 39. Kill him. 2 hours after midnight Armand St. Just was wakened from sleep by a peremptory pull at his bell. In these days in Paris there was but one meaning that could as a rule be attached to such a summons at this hour of the night, and Armand, though possessed of an unconditional certificate of safety, sat up in bed quite convinced that for some reason which would presently be explained to him, he had once more been placed on the list of the suspect, and that his trial and condemnation on a trumped up charge would follow in due course. Truth to tell, he felt no fear at the prospect, and only a very little sorrow. The sorrow was not for himself. He regretted neither life nor happiness. Life had become hateful to him since happiness had fled with it on the dark wings of dishonour. Sorrow such as he felt was only for Jeanne. She was very young and would weep bitter tears. She would be unhappy because she truly loved him, and because this would be the first cup of bitterness which life was holding out to her. But she was very young, and sorrow would not be eternal. It was better so. He, Armand St. Just, though he loved her with an intensity of passion that had been magnified and strengthened by his own overwhelming shame, had never really brought his beloved one single moment of unalloyed happiness. From the very first day when he sat beside her in the tiny boudoir of the Square du Roule, and the heavy footfall of Heron and his bloodhounds broke in on their first kiss, down to this hour, which he believed struck his own death knell, his love for her had brought more tears to her dear eyes than smiles to her exquisite mouth. Her he had loved so dearly that for her sweet sake he had sacrificed honour, friendship and truth. To free her, as he believed, from the hands of impious brutes, he had done a deed that cried Cain like for vengeance to the very throne of God. For her he had sinned, and because of that sin, even before it was committed, their love had been blighted, and happiness had never been theirs. Now it was all over. He would pass out of her life, up the steps of the scaffold, tasting as he mounted them the most entire happiness that he had known since that awful day when he became a Judas. The peremptory summons, once more repeated, roused him from his meditations. He lit a candle, and without troubling to slip any of his clothes on, he crossed the narrow antechamber and opened the door that gave on the landing. "In the name of the people!" He had expected to hear not only those words, but also the grounding of arms and the brief command to halt. He had expected to see before him the white facings of the uniform of the Garde de Paris, and to feel himself roughly pushed back into his lodging, preparatory to the search being made of all his effects and the placing of irons on his wrists. Instead of this, it was a quiet, dry voice that said without undue harshness, "In the name of the people!" And instead of the uniforms, the bayonets and the scarlet caps with tricolour cockades, he was confronted by a slight, sable clad figure, whose face, lit by the flickering light of the tallow candle, looked strangely pale and earnest. "Citizen Chauvelin!" gasped Armand, more surprised than frightened at this unexpected apparition. "Himself, citizen, at your service," replied Chauvelin with his quiet, ironical manner. "I am the bearer of a letter for you from Sir Percy Blakeney. Have I your permission to enter?" Mechanically Armand stood aside, allowing the other man to pass in. He closed the door behind his nocturnal visitor, then, taper in hand, he preceded him into the inner room. It was the same one in which a fortnight ago a fighting lion had been brought to his knees. Now it lay wrapped in gloom, the feeble light of the candle only lighting Armand's face and the white frill of his shirt. The young man put the taper down on the table and turned to his visitor. "Shall I light the lamp?" he asked. "Quite unnecessary," replied Chauvelin curtly. "I have only a letter to deliver, and after that to ask you one brief question." From the pocket of his coat he drew the letter which Blakeney had written an hour ago. "The prisoner wrote this in my presence," he said, as he handed the letter over to Armand. "Will you read it?" Armand took it from him and sat down close to the table. Leaning forward, he held the paper near the light and began to read. He read the letter through very slowly to the end, then once again from the beginning. He was trying to do that which Chauvelin had wished to do an hour ago. He was trying to find the inner meaning which he felt must inevitably lie behind these words which Percy had written with his own hand. That these bare words were but a blind to try to deceive the enemy, Armand never doubted for a moment. In this he was as loyal as Marguerite would have been herself. Never for a moment did the suspicion cross his mind that Blakeney was about to play the part of a coward, but he, Armand, felt that as a faithful friend and follower he ought by instinct to know exactly what his chief intended, what he meant him to do. Swiftly his thoughts flew back to that other letter, the one which Marguerite had given him, the letter full of pity and of friendship which had brought him hope and joy and peace which he had thought at one time that he would never know again. And suddenly one sentence in that letter stood out so clearly before his eyes that it blurred the actual tangible ones on the paper which even now rustled in his hand. "But if at any time you receive any other letter from me, be its contents what they may, act in accordance with the letter, but send a copy of it at once to Ffoulkes or to Marguerite." Now everything seemed at once quite clear. His duty, his next actions, every word that he would speak to Chauvelin. Those that Percy had written to him were already indelibly graven on his memory. Chauvelin had waited with his usual patience, silent and imperturbable, while the young man read. Now, when he saw that Armand had finished, he said quietly: "Just one question, citizen, and I need not detain you longer. But first, will you kindly give me back that letter? It is a precious document which will forever remain in the archives of the nation." But even while he spoke, Armand, with one of those quick intuitions that come in moments of acute crisis, had done just that which he felt Blakeney would wish him to do. He had held the letter close to the candle. A corner of the thin, crisp paper immediately caught fire, and before Chauvelin could utter a word of anger or make a movement to prevent the conflagration, the flames had licked up fully one half of the letter, and Armand had only just time to throw the remainder on the floor and to stamp out the blaze with his foot. "I am sorry, citizen," he said calmly, "an accident." "A useless act of devotion," interposed Chauvelin, who already had smothered the oath that had risen to his lips. "The Scarlet Pimpernel's actions in the present matter will not lose their merited publicity through the foolish destruction of this document." "I had no thought, citizen," retorted the young man, "of commenting on the actions of my chief, or of trying to deny them that publicity which you seem to desire for them almost as much as I do." "More, citizen, a great deal more. The impeccable Scarlet Pimpernel, the noble and gallant English gentleman, has agreed to deliver into our hands the uncrowned King of France in exchange for his own life and freedom. Methinks that even his worst enemy would not wish for a better ending to a career of adventure, and a reputation for bravery unequalled in Europe. But no more of this, time is pressing. I must help citizen Heron with his final preparations for his journey. You, of course, citizen St. Just, will act in accordance with Sir Percy Blakeney's wishes?" "Of course," replied Armand. "You will present yourself at the main entrance of the House of Justice at 6 o'clock this morning." "I will not fail you." "A coach will be provided for you. You will follow the expedition as hostage for the good faith of your chief." "I quite understand." That's brave. You have no fear, citizen St. Just?" "Fear of what, sir?" "You will be a hostage in our hands, citizen, your life a guarantee that your chief has no thought of playing us false. Now I was thinking of certain events which led to the arrest of Sir Percy Blakeney." "Of my treachery, you mean," rejoined the young man calmly, even though his face had suddenly become as pale as death. "Of the damnable lie wherewith you cheated me into selling my honour and made me what I am, a creature scarce fit to walk upon this earth." "Oh!" protested Chauvelin blandly. "The damnable lie," continued Armand more vehemently, "that hath made me one with Cain and the Iscariot. When you goaded me into the hellish act, Jeanne Lange was already free." "Free, but not safe." "A lie, man, a lie, for which you are thrice accursed. Great God, is it not you that should have cause for fear? Methinks were I to strangle you now I should suffer less of remorse." "And would be rendering your ex chief but a sorry service," interposed Chauvelin with quiet irony. "Sir Percy Blakeney is a dying man, citizen St. Just. He'll be a dead man at dawn if I do not put in an appearance by 6 o'clock this morning. This is a private understanding between citizen Heron and myself. We agreed to it before I came to see you. Oh, you take care of your own miserable skin well enough. But you need not be afraid of me. I take my orders from my chief, and he has not ordered me to kill you." "That was kind of him. Then we may count on you? You are not afraid?" "Afraid that the Scarlet Pimpernel would leave me in the lurch because of the immeasurable wrong I have done to him?" retorted Armand, proud and defiant in the name of his chief. "No, sir, I am not afraid of that. I have spent the last fortnight in praying to God that my life might yet be given for his." I think it most unlikely that your prayers will be granted, citizen. Prayers, I imagine, so very seldom are. But I don't know. I never pray myself. In your case, now, I should say that you have not the slightest chance of the Deity interfering in so pleasant a manner. Even were Sir Percy Blakeney prepared to wreak personal revenge on you, he would scarcely be so foolish as to risk the other life which we shall also hold as hostage for his good faith." "The other life?" "Yes. Your sister, Lady Blakeney, will also join the expedition to morrow. This Sir Percy does not yet know, but it will come as a pleasant surprise for him. At the slightest suspicion of false play on Sir Percy's part, at his slightest attempt at escape, your life and that of your sister are forfeit. You will both be summarily shot before his eyes. I do not think that I need be more precise, eh, citizen St. Just?" The young man was quivering with passion. A terrible loathing for himself, for his crime which had been the precursor of this terrible situation, filled his soul to the verge of sheer physical nausea. A red film gathered before his eyes, and through it he saw the grinning face of the inhuman monster who had planned this hideous, abominable thing. It seemed to him as if in the silence and the hush of the night, above the feeble, flickering flame that threw weird shadows around, a group of devils were surrounding him and were shouting, "Kill him! Kill him now! Rid the earth of this hellish brute!" No doubt if Chauvelin had exhibited the slightest sign of fear, if he had moved an inch towards the door, Armand, blind with passion, driven to madness by agonizing remorse more even than by rage, would have sprung at his enemy's throat and crushed the life out of him as he would have out of a venomous beast. But the man's calm, his immobility, recalled St. Just to himself. Reason, that had almost yielded to passion again, found strength to drive the enemy back this time, to whisper a warning, an admonition, even a reminder. Enough harm, God knows, had been done by tempestuous passion already, and God alone knew what terrible consequences its triumph now might bring in its trial, and striking on Armand's buzzing ears, Chauvelin's words came back as a triumphant and mocking echo: "He'll be a dead man at dawn if I do not put in appearance by 6 o'clock." The red film lifted, the candle flickered low, the devils vanished, only the pale face of the Terrorist gazed with gentle irony out of the gloom. "I think that I need not detain you any longer, citizen St. Just," he said quietly. "You can get 3 or 4 hours' rest yet before you need make a start, and I still have a great many things to see to. I wish you good night, citizen." "Good night," murmured Armand mechanically. He took the candle and escorted his visitor back to the door. He waited on the landing, taper in hand, while Chauvelin descended the narrow, winding stairs. There was a light in the concierge's lodge. No doubt the woman had struck it when the nocturnal visitor had first demanded admittance. His name and tricolour scarf of office had ensured him the full measure of her attention, and now she was evidently sitting up waiting to let him out. St. Just, satisfied that Chauvelin had finally gone, now turned back to his own rooms. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of El Dorado by Baroness Orczy. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 40. God help us all. He carefully locked the outer door, then he lit the lamp, for the candle gave but a flickering light, and he had some important work to do. Firstly, he picked up the charred fragment of the letter and smoothed it out carefully and reverently as he would a relic. Tears had gathered in his eyes, but he was not ashamed of them, for no one saw them. But they eased his heart, and helped to strengthen his resolve. It was a mere fragment that had been spared by the flame, but Armand knew every word of the letter by heart. He had pen, ink and paper ready to his hand, and from memory wrote out a copy of it. To this he added a covering letter from himself to Marguerite. "This, which I had from Percy through the hands of Chauvelin, I neither question nor understand. He wrote the letter, and I have no thought but to obey. In his previous letter to me he enjoined me, if ever he wrote to me again, to obey him implicitly and to communicate with you. To both these commands do I submit with a glad heart. But of this I must give you warning, little mother. Chauvelin desires you also to accompany us to morrow. Percy does not know this yet, else he would never start. But those fiends fear that his readiness is a blind, and that he has some plan in his head for his own escape and the continued safety of the Dauphin. This plan they hope to frustrate through holding you and me as hostages for his good faith. God only knows how gladly I would give my life for my chief, but your life, dear little mother, is sacred above all. I think that I do right in warning you. God help us all." Having written the letter he sealed it, together with the copy of Percy's letter which he had made. Then he took up the candle and went downstairs. There was no longer any light in the concierge's lodge, and Armand had some difficulty in making himself heard. At last the woman came to the door. She was tired and cross after 2 interruptions of her night's rest, but she had a partiality for her young lodger, whose pleasant ways and easy liberality had been like a pale ray of sunshine through the squalor of everyday misery. "It is a letter, citoyenne," said Armand with earnest entreaty, "for my sister. She lives in the Rue de Charonne, near the fortifications, and must have it within an hour. It is a matter of life and death to her, to me, and to another who is very dear to us both." The concierge threw up her hands in horror. "Rue de Charonne, near the fortifications!" she exclaimed, "and within an hour? By the Holy Virgin, citizen, that is impossible. Who will take it? There is no way." "A way must be found, citoyenne," said Armand firmly, "and at once. It is not far, and there are 5 golden louis waiting for the messenger." 5 golden louis! The poor hard working woman's eyes gleamed at the thought. 5 louis meant food for at least 2 months if one was careful, and "Give me the letter, citizen," she said. "Time to slip on a warm petticoat and a shawl, and I'll go myself. It's not fit for the boy to go at this hour." "You will bring me back a line from my sister in reply to this," said Armand, whom circumstances had at last rendered cautious. "Bring it up to my rooms, that I may give you the 5 louis in exchange." He waited while the woman slipped back into her room. He heard her speaking to her boy, the same lad who a fortnight ago had taken the treacherous letter which had lured Blakeney to the house into the fatal ambuscade that had been prepared for him. Everything reminded Armand of that awful night. Every hour that he had spent in the house had been racking torture to him. Now at last he was to leave it, and on an errand which might help to ease the load of remorse from his heart. The woman was soon ready. Armand gave her final directions as to how to find the house. Then she took the letter and promised to be very quick, and to bring back a reply from the lady. Armand accompanied her to the door. The night was dark, a thin drizzle was falling. He stood and watched until the woman's rapidly walking figure was lost in the misty gloom. Then with a heavy sigh he once more went within. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of El Dorado by Baroness Orczy, read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 41. When Hope Was Dead. In a small upstairs room in the Rue de Charonne, above the shop of Lucas, the old clothes dealer, Marguerite sat with Sir Andrew Ffoulkes. Armand's letter, with its message and its warning, lay open on the table between them, and she had in her hand the sealed packet which Percy had given her just 10 days ago, and which she was only to open if all hope seemed to be dead, if nothing appeared to stand any longer between that one dear life and irretrievable shame. A small lamp placed on the table threw a feeble yellow light on the squalid, ill-furnished room, for it lacked still an hour or so before dawn. Armand's concierge had brought her lodger's letter, and Marguerite had quickly despatched a brief reply to him, a reply that held love and also encouragement. Then she had summoned Sir Andrew. He never had a thought of leaving her during these days of dire trouble, and he had lodged all this while in a tiny room on the topmost floor of this house in the Rue de Charonne. At her call he had come down very quickly, and now they sat together at the table with the oil lamp illumining their pale, anxious faces. She the wife, and he the friend, holding a consultation together in this most miserable hour that preceded the cold, wintry dawn. Outside, a thin, persistent rain mixed with snow pattered against the small window panes, and an icy wind found out all the crevices in the worm-eaten woodwork that would afford it ingress to the room. But neither Marguerite nor Ffoulkes was conscious of the cold. They had wrapped their cloaks round their shoulders, and did not feel the chill currents of air that caused the lamp to flicker and to smoke. "I can see now," said Marguerite, in that calm voice which comes so naturally in moments of infinite despair. "I can see now exactly what Percy meant when he made me promise not to open this packet until it seemed to me and to you, Sir Andrew, that he was about to play the part of a coward. A coward! Great God!" She checked the sob that had risen to her throat, and continued in the same calm manner and quiet, even voice: "You do think with me, do you not, that the time has come and that we must open this packet?" "Without a doubt, Lady Blakeney," replied Ffoulkes with equal earnestness. "I would stake my life that already, a fortnight ago, Blakeney had that same plan in his mind which he has now matured. Escape from that awful Conciergerie prison, with all the precautions so carefully taken against it, was impossible. I knew that, alas, from the first. But in the open all might yet be different. I'll not believe it that a man like Blakeney is destined to perish at the hands of those curs." She looked on her loyal friend with tear dimmed eyes, through which shone boundless gratitude and heartbroken sorrow. He had spoken of a fortnight. It was 10 days since she had seen Percy. It had then seemed as if death had already marked him with its grim sign. Since then she had tried to shut away from her mind the terrible visions which her anguish constantly conjured up before her of its growing weakness, of the gradual impairing of that brilliant intellect, the gradual exhaustion of that mighty physical strength. "God bless you, Sir Andrew, for your enthusiasm and for your trust," she said with a sad little smile. "But for you I should long ago have lost all courage, and these last 10 days, what a cycle of misery they represent, would have been maddening but for your help and your loyalty. God knows I would have courage for everything in life, for everything save one, but just that, his death. That would be beyond my strength, neither reason nor body could stand it. Therefore I am so afraid, Sir Andrew," she added piteously. "Of what, Lady Blakeney?" "That when he knows that I too am to go as hostage, as Armand says in his letter, that my life is to be guaranteed to his, I am afraid that he will draw back, that he will... My God!" she cried with sudden fervour, "tell me what to do." "Shall we open the packet?" asked Ffoulkes gently, "and then just make up our minds to act exactly as Blakeney has enjoined us to do, neither more nor less, but just word for word, deed for deed, and I believe that that will be right, whatever may betide in the end." Once more his quiet strength, his earnestness and his faith comforted her. She dried her eyes and broke open the seal. There were 2 separate letters in the packet. One unaddressed, obviously intended for her and Ffoulkes; the other was addressed to Monsieur le Baron Jean de Batz, 15 Rue Saint Jean de la Trame, at Paris. "A letter addressed to that awful Baron de Batz," said Marguerite, looking with puzzled eyes on the paper as she turned it over and over in her hand. "To that bombastic windbag. I know him and his ways well. What can Percy have to say to him?" Sir Andrew too looked puzzled, but neither of them had the mind to waste time in useless speculations. Marguerite unfolded the letter which was intended for her, and after a final look on her friend, whose kind face was quivering with excitement, she began slowly to read aloud. "I need not ask either of you two to trust me, knowing that you will. But I could not die inside this hole like a rat in a trap. I had to try and free myself, at the worst to die in the open beneath God's sky. You two will understand, and understanding you will trust me to the end. Send the enclosed letter at once to its address, and you, Ffoulkes, my most sincere and most loyal friend, I beg with all my soul to see to the safety of Marguerite. Armand will stay by me, but you, Ffoulkes, do not leave her, stand by her. As soon as you read this letter, and you will not read it until both she and you have felt that hope has fled, and I myself am about to throw up the sponge, try and persuade her to make for the coast as quickly as may be. At Calais you can open up communications with the Day Dream in the usual way, and embark on her at once. Let no member of the League remain on French soil 1 hour longer after that. Then tell the skipper to make for Le Portal, the place which he knows, and there to keep a sharp look out for another 3 nights. After that make straight for home, for it will be no use waiting any longer. I shall not come. These measures are for Marguerite's safety, and for all of you who are in France at this moment. Comrade, I entreat you to look on these measures as on my dying wish. To de Batz I have given rendezvous at the Chapelle of the Holy Sepulchre, just outside the park of the Chateau d'Ourde. He will help me to save the Dauphin, and if by good luck he also helps me to save myself, I shall be within 7 leagues of Le Portal, and with the Liane frozen as she is, I could reach the coast. But Marguerite's safety I leave in your hands, Ffoulkes. Would that I could look more clearly into the future, and know that those devils will not drag her into danger. Beg her to start at once for Calais immediately you have both read this. I only beg, I do not command. I know that you folks will stand by her whatever she may wish to do. God's blessing be for ever on you both." Marguerite's voice died away in the silence that still lay over this deserted part of the great city, and in this squalid house where she and Sir Andrew Ffoulkes had found shelter these last 10 days. The agony of mind which they had here endured, never doubting but scarcely ever hoping, had found its culmination at last in this final message, which almost seemed to come to them from the grave. It had been written 10 days ago. A plan had then apparently formed in Percy's mind, which she had set forth during the brief half-hour's respite which those fiends had once given him. Since then they had never given him 10 consecutive minutes' peace. Since then 10 days had gone by. How much power, how much vitality had gone by too, on the leaden wings of all those terrible hours spent in solitude and in misery. "We can but hope, Lady Blakeney," said Sir Andrew Ffoulkes after a while, "that you will be allowed out of Paris. But from what Armand says..." "And Percy does not actually send me away," she rejoined with a pathetic little smile. "No, he cannot compel you, Lady Blakeney. You are not a member of the League." "Oh, yes, I am," she retorted firmly, "and I have sworn obedience just as all of you have done. I will go, just as he bids me, and you, Sir Andrew, you will obey him too?" "My orders are to stand by you. That is an easy task." "You know where this place is?" she asked. "The Chateau d'Ourde?" "Oh, yes, we all know it. It is empty, and the park is a wreck. The owner fled from it at the very outbreak of the Revolution. He left some kind of steward nominally in charge, a curious creature, half imbecile. The chateau and the chapel in the forest, just outside the grounds, have oft served Blakeney and all of us as a place of refuge on our way to the coast." "But the Dauphin is not there," she said. "No. According to the first letter which you brought me from Blakeney 10 days ago, and on which I acted, Tony, who has charge of the Dauphin, must have crossed into Holland with his little Majesty to day." "I understand," she said simply. "But then this letter to de Batz?" "Ah, there I am completely at sea. But I'll deliver it, and at once too, only I don't like to leave you. Will you let me get you out of Paris first? I think just before dawn it could be done. We can get the cart from Lucas, and if we could reach Saint Germain before noon, I could come straight back then and deliver the letter to de Batz. This I feel I ought to do myself, but at Achard's farm I would know that you were safe for a few hours." "I will do whatever you feel right, Sir Andrew," she said simply. "My will is bound up with Percy's dying wish. God knows I would rather follow him now, step by step, as hostage, as prisoner, anyway, so long as I can see him, but..." She rose and turned to go, almost impassive now in that great calm born of despair. A stranger seeing her now had thought her indifferent. She was very pale, and deep circles round her eyes told of sleepless nights and days of mental misery, but otherwise there was not the faintest outward symptom of that terrible anguish which was rending her heartstrings. Her lips did not quiver, and the source of her tears had been dried up 10 days ago. "10 minutes and I'll be ready, Sir Andrew," she said. "I have but few belongings. Will you the while see Lucas about the cart?" He did as she desired. Her calm in no way deceived him. He knew that she must be suffering keenly, and would suffer more keenly still while she would be trying to efface her own personal feelings all through that coming dreary journey to Calais. He went to see the landlord about the horse and cart, and a quarter of an hour later Marguerite came downstairs ready to start. She found Sir Andrew in close converse with an officer of the Garde de Paris, whilst 2 soldiers of the same regiment were standing at the horse's head. When she appeared in the doorway Sir Andrew came at once up to her. "It is just as I feared, Lady Blakeney," he said. "This man has been sent here to take charge of you. Of course he knows nothing beyond the fact that his orders are to convey you at once to the guard house of the Rue Ste, where he is to hand you over to citizen Chauvelin of the Committee of Public Safety." Sir Andrew could not fail to see the look of intense relief which, in the midst of all her sorrow, seemed suddenly to have lighted up the whole of Marguerite's wan face. The thought of wending her own way to safety whilst Percy, mayhap, was fighting an uneven fight with death had been well nigh intolerable. But she had been ready to obey without a murmur. Now fate and the enemy himself had decided otherwise. She felt as if a load had been lifted from her heart. "I will at once go and find de Batz," Sir Andrew contrived to whisper hurriedly. "As soon as Percy's letter is safely in his hands I will make my way northwards and communicate with all the members of the League, on whom the chief has so strictly enjoined to quit French soil immediately. We will proceed to Calais first, and open up communication with the Day Dream in the usual way. The others had best embark on board her, and the skipper shall then make for the known spot of Le Portel, of which Percy speaks in his letter. I myself will go by land to Le Portel, and thence, if I have no news of you or of the expedition, I will slowly work southwards in the direction of the Chateau d'Ourde. That is all that I can do. If you can contrive to let Percy or even Armand know my movements, do so by all means. I know that I shall be doing right, for, in a way, I shall be watching over you and arranging for your safety, as Blakeney begged me to do. God bless you, Lady Blakeney, and God save the Scarlet Pimpernel." He stooped and kissed her hand, and she intimated to the officer that she was ready. He had a hackney coach waiting for her lower down the street. To it she walked with a firm step, and as she entered it she waved a last farewell to Sir Andrew Ffoulkes. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of El Dorado by Baroness Orczy. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 42. The Guardhouse of the Rue Ste. The little cortege was turning out of the great gates of the House of Justice. It was intensely cold, a bitter northeasterly gale and blowing from across the heights of Montmartre, driving sleet and snow and half frozen rain into the faces of the men, and finding its way up their sleeves, down their collars, and round the knees of their threadbare breeches. Armand, whose fingers were numb with the cold, could scarcely feel the reins in his hands. Chauvelin was riding close beside him, but the two men had not exchanged one word since the moment when the small troop of some 20 mounted soldiers had filed up inside the courtyard, and Chauvelin, with a curt word of command, had ordered one of the troopers to take Armand's horse on the lead. A hackney coach brought up the rear of the cortege, with a man riding at either door and two more following at a distance of 20 paces. Heron's gaunt, ugly face, crowned with a battered sugar loaf hat, appeared from time to time at the window of the coach. He was no horseman, and, moreover, preferred to keep the prisoner closely under his own eye. The corporal had told Armand that the prisoner was with citizen Heron inside the coach, in irons. Beyond that the soldiers could tell him nothing. They knew nothing of the object of this expedition. Vaguely they might have wondered in their dull minds why this particular prisoner was thus being escorted out of the Conciergerie prison with so much paraphernalia and such an air of mystery, when there were thousands of prisoners in the city and the provinces at the present moment who anon would be bundled up wholesale into carts to be dragged to the guillotine like a flock of sheep to the butcher's. But even if they wondered, they made no remarks among themselves. Their faces, blue with the cold, were the perfect mirrors of their own unconquerable stolidity. The tower clock of Notre Dame struck 7 when the small cavalcade finally moved slowly out of the monumental gates. In the east the wan light of a February morning slowly struggled out of the surrounding gloom. Now the towers of many churches loomed ghost-like against the dull grey sky, and down below, on the right, the frozen river, like a smooth sheet of steel, wound its graceful curves round the islands and past the facade of the Louvre Palace, whose walls looked grim and silent, like the mausoleum of dead giants of the past. All around the great city gave signs of awakening. The business of the day renewed its course every 24 hours, despite the tragedies of death and of dishonour that walked with it hand in hand. From the Place de la Révolution the intermittent roll of drums came from time to time, with its muffled sound striking the ear of the passer-by. Along the quay opposite an open-air camp was already astir. Men, women and children engaged in the great task of clothing and feeding the people of France, armed against tyranny, were bending to their task, even before the wintry dawn had spread its pale grey tints over the narrower streets of the city. Armand shivered under his cloak. This silent ride beneath the leaden sky, through the veil of half-frozen rain and snow, seemed like a dream to him. And now, as the outriders of the little cavalcade turned to cross the Pont au Change, he saw spread out on his left what appeared like the living panorama of these 3 weeks that had just gone by. He could see the house of the Rue Saint Germain l'Auxerrois, where Percy had lodged before he carried through the rescue of the little Dauphin. Armand could even see the window at which the dreamer had stood, weaving noble dreams that his brilliant daring had turned into realities, until the hand of a traitor had brought him down to what? Armand would not have dared at this moment to look back at that hideous, vulgar hackney coach, wherein that proud, reckless adventurer, who had defied fate and mocked death, sat in chains beside a loathsome creature whose very propinquity was an outrage. Now they were passing under the very house on the Quai de la Ferraille, Above the saddler's shop, the house with Marguerite had lodged 10 days ago, whither Armand had come trying to fool himself into the belief that the love of little mother could be deceived into blindness against his own crime. He had tried to draw a veil before those eyes, which he had scarcely dared to encounter, but he knew that that veil must lift one day, and then a curse would send him forth, outlawed and homeless, a wanderer on the face of the earth. Soon as the little cortege wended its way northwards, it filed out beneath the walls of the Temple prison. There was the main gate with its sentry standing at attention, there the archway with the guichet of the concierge, and beyond it the paved courtyard. Armand closed his eyes deliberately. He could not bear to look. No wonder that he shivered and tried to draw his cloak closer around him. Every stone, every street corner was full of memories. The chill that struck to the very marrow of his bones came from no outward cause. It was the very hand of remorse that, as it passed over him, froze the blood in his veins and made the rattle of those wheels behind him sound like a hellish knell. At last the more closely populated quarters of the city were left behind. On ahead the first section of the guard had turned into the Rue Ste. The houses became more sparse, intersected by narrow pieces of terrain vague, or small weed covered bits of kitchen garden. Then a halt was called. It was quite light now, as light as it would ever be beneath this leaden sky. Rain and snow still fell in gusts, driven by the blast. Someone ordered Armand to dismount. It was probably Chauvelin. He did as he was told, and a trooper led him to the door of an irregular brick building that stood isolated on the right, extended on either side by a low wall, and surrounded by a patch of uncultivated land, which now looked like a sea of mud. On ahead was the line of fortifications dimly outlined against the grey of the sky, and in between brown, sodden earth, with here and there a detached house, a cabbage patch, a couple of windmills, deserted and desolate. The loneliness of an unpopulated outlying quarter of the great mother city, a useless limb of her active body, an ostracised member of her vast family. Mechanically Armand had followed the soldier to the door of the building. Here Chauvelin was standing, and bade him follow. A smell of hot coffee hung in the dark, narrow passage in front. Chauvelin led the way to a room on the left. Still that smell of hot coffee. Ever after it was associated in Armand's mind with this awful morning in the guard house of the Rue Ste. When the rain and snow beat against the windows, and he stood there in the low guard room, shivering and half numbed with cold. There was a table in the middle of the room, and on it stood cups of hot coffee. Chauvelin bade him drink, suggesting, not unkindly, that the warm beverage would do him good. Armand advanced further into the room, and saw that there were wooden benches all round against the wall. On one of these sat his sister Marguerite. When she saw him she made a sudden, instinctive movement to go to him, but Chauvelin interposed in his usual bland, quiet manner. "Not just now, citizeness," he said. She sat down again, and Armand noted how cold and stony seemed her eyes, as if life within her was at a standstill, and a shadow that was almost like death had atrophied every emotion in her. "I trust you have not suffered too much from the cold, Lady Blakeney," resumed Chauvelin politely. "We ought not to have kept you waiting here for so long, but delay at departure is sometimes inevitable." She made no reply, only acknowledging his reiterated inquiry as to her comfort with an inclination of the head. Armand had forced himself to swallow some coffee, and for the moment he felt less chilled. He held the cup between his two hands, and gradually some warmth crept into his bones. "Little mother," he said in English, "try and drink some of this, it will do you good." "Thank you, dear," she replied. "I have had some. I am not cold." Then a door at the end of the room was pushed open, and Heron stalked in. "Are we going to be all day in this confounded hole?" he queried roughly. Armand, who was watching his sister very closely, saw that she started at the sight of the wretch, and seemed immediately to shrink still further within herself, whilst her eyes, suddenly luminous and dilated, rested on him like those of a captive bird upon an approaching cobra. But Chauvelin was not to be shaken out of his suave manner. "One moment, citizen Heron," he said. "This coffee is very comforting. Is the prisoner with you?" he added lightly. Heron nodded in the direction of the other room. "In there," he said curtly. "Then perhaps, if you will be so good, citizen, to invite him thither, I could explain to him his future position and our own." Heron muttered something between his fleshy lips, then turned back towards the open door, solemnly spat twice on the threshold, and nodded his gaunt head once or twice in a manner which apparently was understood from within. "No, sergeant, I don't want you," he said gruffly. "Only the prisoner." A second or two later Sir Percy Blakeney stood in the doorway. His hands were behind his back, obviously handcuffed, but he held himself very erect, though it was clear that this caused him a mighty effort. As soon as he had crossed the threshold his quick glance had swept right round the room. He saw Armand, and his eyes lit up almost imperceptibly. Then he caught sight of Marguerite, and his pale face took on suddenly a more ashen hue. Chauvelin was watching him with those keen, light coloured eyes of his. Blakeney, conscious of this, made no movement, only his lips tightened, and the heavy lids fell over the hollow eyes, completely hiding their glance. But what even the most astute, most deadly enemy could not see was that subtle message of understanding that passed at once between Marguerite and the man she loved. It was a magnetic current, intangible, invisible to all save to her and to him. She was prepared to see him, prepared to see in him all that she had feared, the weakness, the mental exhaustion, the submission to the inevitable. Therefore she had also schooled her glance to express to him all that she knew she would not be allowed to say, the reassurance that she had read his last letter, that she had obeyed it to the last word, save where fate and her enemy had interfered with regard to herself. With a slight, imperceptible movement, imperceptible to everyone save to him, she had seemed to handle a piece of paper in her kerchief. Then she had nodded slowly, with her eyes, steadfast, reassuring, fixed upon him, and his glance gave answer that he had understood. But Chauvelin and Heron had seen nothing of this. They were satisfied that there had been no communication between the prisoner and his wife and friend. "You are no doubt surprised, Sir Percy," said Chauvelin after a while, "to see Lady Blakeney here. She, as well as citizen St. Just, will accompany our expedition to the place where you will lead us. We none of us know where that place is. Citizen Heron and myself are entirely in your hands. You might be leading us to certain death, or again, to a spot where your own escape would be an easy matter to yourself. You will not be surprised, therefore, that we have thought fit to take certain precautions both against any little ambuscade which you may have prepared for us, or against your making one of those daring attempts at escape for which the noted Scarlet Pimpernel is so justly famous." He paused, and only Heron's low chuckle of satisfaction broke the momentary silence that followed. Blakeney made no reply. Obviously he knew exactly what was coming. He knew Chauvelin and his ways, knew the kind of torturous conception that would find origin in his brain. The moment that he saw Marguerite sitting there, he must have guessed that Chauvelin once more desired to put her precious life in the balance of his intrigues. "Citizen Heron is impatient, Sir Percy," resumed Chauvelin after a while, "so I must be brief. Lady Blakeney, as well as citizen St. Just, will accompany us on this expedition to whithersoever you may lead us. They will be the hostages which we will hold against your own good faith. At the slightest suspicion, a mere suspicion perhaps, that you have played us false, at a hint that you have led us into an ambush, or that the whole of this expedition has been but a trick on your part to effect your own escape, or if merely our hope of finding Capet at the end of our journey is frustrated, the lives of our two hostages belong to us, and your friend and your wife will be summarily shot before your eyes." Outside the rain pattered against the window panes. The gale whistled mournfully among the stunted trees, but within this room not a sound stirred the deadly stillness of the air. And yet at this moment hatred and love, savage lust and sublime self-abnegation, the most powerful passions the heart of man can know, held three men here enchained, each a slave to his dominant passion, each ready to stake his all for the satisfaction of his master. Heron was the first to speak. "Well," he said with a fierce oath, "what are we waiting for? The prisoner knows how he stands. Now we can go." "One moment, citizen," interposed Chauvelin, his quiet manner contrasting strangely with his colleague's savage mood. "You have quite understood, Sir Percy," he continued, directly addressing the prisoner, "the conditions under which we are all of us about to proceed on this journey?" "All of us?" said Blakeney slowly. "Are you taking it for granted, then, that I accept your conditions, and that I am prepared to proceed on the journey?" "If you do not proceed on the journey," cried Heron with savage fury, "I'll strangle that woman with my own hands now." Blakeney looked at him for a moment or two through half closed lids, and it seemed then to those who knew him well, to those who loved him and to the man who hated them, that the mighty sinews almost cracked with the passionate desire to kill. Then the sunken eyes turned slowly to Marguerite, and she alone caught the look. It was a mere flash of a humble appeal for pardon. It was all over in a second. Almost immediately the tension on the pale face relaxed, and into the eyes there came that look of acceptance nearly akin to fatalism, an acceptance of which the strong alone are capable, for with them it only comes in the face of the inevitable. Now he shrugged his broad shoulders, and once more turning to Heron, he said quietly: "You leave me no option in that case. As you have remarked before, citizen Heron, why should we wait any longer? Surely we can go now." End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of El Dorado by Baroness Orczy. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 43. The Dreary Journey. Rain, 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 incessant, monotonous and dreary. The wind had changed round to the southwest. It blew now in great gusts that sent weird, sighing sounds through the trees, and drove the heavy showers into the faces of the men as they rode on, with heads bent forward against the gale. The rain-sodden bridles slipped through their hands, bringing out sores and blisters on their palms. The horses were fidgety, tossing their heads with wearying persistence as the wet trickled into their ears, or the sharp, intermittent hailstones struck their sensitive noses. 3 days of this awful monotony, varied only by the halts at wayside inns, the changing of troops at one of the guard houses on the way, the reiterated commands given to the fresh squad before starting on the next lap of this strange, momentous way. And all the while, audible above the clatter of horses' hoofs, the rumbling of coach wheels, 2 closed carriages, each drawn by a pair of sturdy horses, which were changed at every halt. A soldier on each box urged them to a good pace to keep up with the troopers, who were allowed to go at an easy canter or light jog trot, whatever might prove easiest and least fatiguing, and from time to time Heron's shaggy, gaunt head would appear at the window of one of the coaches, asking the way, the distance to the next city, or to the nearest wayside inn, cursing the troopers, the coachman, his colleague, and everyone concerned, blaspheming against the interminable length of the road, against the cold and against the wet. Early in the evening on the second day of the journey he had met with an accident. The prisoner, who presumably was weak and weary, and not over steady on his feet, had fallen up against him as they were both about to re enter the coach after a halt just outside Amiens, and citizen Heron had lost his footing in the slippery mud of the road. His head came in violent contact with the step, and his right temple was severely cut. Since then he had been forced to wear a bandage across the top of his face, under his sugar loaf hat, which had added nothing to his beauty, but a great deal to the violence of his temper. He wanted to push the men on, to force the pace, to shorten the halts, but Chauvelin knew better than to allow slackness and discontent to follow in the wake of over fatigue. The soldiers were always well rested and well fed, and though the delay caused by long and frequent halts must have been just as irksome to him as it was to Heron, yet he bore it imperturbably, for he would have had no use on this momentous journey for a handful of men whose enthusiasm and spirit had been blown away by the roughness of the gale, or drowned in the fury of the constant downpour of rain. Of all this Marguerite had been conscious in a vague, dreamy kind of way. She seemed to herself like the spectator in a moving panoramic drama, unable to raise a finger, or to do aught to stop that final, inevitable ending, the cataclysm of sorrow and misery that awaited her when the dreary curtain would fall on the last act, and she and all the other spectators, Armand, Chauvelin, Heron, the soldiers, would slowly wend their way home, leaving the principal actor behind the fallen curtain, which never would be lifted again. After that first halt in the guard room of the Rue Ste, she had been bidden to enter a second hackney coach, which followed the other at a distance of 50 metres or so, and was, like that other, closely surrounded by a squad of mounted men. Armand and Chauvelin rode in this carriage with her. All day she sat looking out on the endless monotony of the road, on the drops of rain that pattered against the window glass and ran down from it like a perpetual stream of tears. There were 2 halts called during the day, one for dinner, and one midway through the afternoon, when she and Armand could step out of the coach and be led, always with soldiers close around them, to some wayside inn, where some sort of a meal was served, where the atmosphere was close and stuffy, and smelt of onion soup and of stale cheese. Armand and Marguerite would in most cases have a room to themselves, with sentinels posted outside the door, and they would try and eat enough to keep body and soul together, for they would not allow their strength to fall away before the end of the journey was reached. For the night halt, once at Beauvais and the second night at Abbeville, they were escorted to a house in the interior of the city, where they were accommodated with moderately clean lodgings. Sentinels, however, were always at their doors. They were prisoners in all but name, and had little or no privacy, for at night they were both so tired that they were glad to retire immediately, and to lie down on the hard beds that had been provided for them, even if sleep fled from their eyes, and their hearts and souls were flying through the city in search of him who filled their every thought. Of Percy they saw little or nothing. In the daytime food was evidently brought to him in the carriage, for they did not see him get down, and on those 2 nights at Beauvais and Abbeville, when they caught sight of him stepping out of the coach outside the gates of the barracks, he was so surrounded by soldiers that they only saw the top of his head, and his broad shoulders towering above those of the men. Once Marguerite had put all her pride, all her dignity by, and asked citizen Chauvelin for news of her husband. "He is well and cheerful, Lady Blakeney," he had replied with his sarcastic smile. "Ah!" he added pleasantly, "those English are remarkable people. We of Gallic breed will never really understand them. Their fatalism is quite Oriental in its quiet resignation to the decree of fate. Did you know, Lady Blakeney, that when Sir Percy was arrested he did not raise a hand? I thought, and so did my colleague, that he would have fought like a lion. And now that he has no doubt realised that quiet submission will serve him best in the end, he is as calm on this journey as I am myself. In fact," he concluded complacently, "whenever I have succeeded in peeping into the coach, I have invariably found Sir Percy Blakeney fast asleep." "He," she murmured, for it was so difficult to speak to this callous wretch, who was obviously mocking her in her misery. "You are not keeping him in irons?" "No, oh no," replied Chauvelin with perfect urbanity. "You see, now that we have you, Lady Blakeney, and citizen St. Just with us, we have no reason to fear that elusive Pimpernel will spirit himself away." A hot retort had risen to Armand's lips. The warm Latin blood in him rebelled against this intolerable situation, the man's sneers in the face of Marguerite's anguish. But her restraining, gentle hand had already pressed his. What was the use of protesting, of insulting this brute who cared nothing for the misery which he had caused so long as he had gained his own ends? And Armand held his tongue and tried to curb his temper, tried to cultivate a little of that fatalism which Chauvelin had said was characteristic of the English. He sat beside his sister, longing to comfort her, yet feeling that his very presence near her was an outrage, a sacrilege. She spoke so seldom to him, even when they were alone, that at times the awful thought which had more than once found birth in his weary brain became crystallized and more real. Did Marguerite guess? Had she the slightest suspicion that the awful cataclysm to which they were tending with every revolution of the creaking coach wheels had been brought about by her brother's treacherous hand? And when that thought had lodged itself quite snugly in his mind, he began to wonder whether it would not be far more simple, far more easy, to end his miserable life in some manner that might suggest itself on the way. When the coach crossed one of those dilapidated parapetless bridges, over abysses 50 metres deep, it might be so easy to throw open the carriage door and to take one final jump into eternity. So easy, but so damnably cowardly. Marguerite's near presence quickly brought him back to himself. His life was no longer his own to do with as he pleased. It belonged to the chief whom he had betrayed, to the sister whom he must endeavour to protect. Of Jeanne now he thought but little. He had put even the memory of her by tenderly, like a sprig of lavender pressed between the faded leaves of his own happiness. His hand was no longer fit to hold that of any pure woman. His hand had on it a deep stain, immutable like the brand of Cain. Yet Marguerite beside him held his hand, and together they looked out on that dreary, dreary road, and listened to the patter of the rain and the rumbling of the wheels of that other coach on ahead. And it was all so dismal and so horrible, the rain, the soughing of the wind in the stunted trees, this landscape of mud and desolation, this eternally grey sky. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of El Dorado by Baroness Orczy. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 44. The Halt at Crecy. "Now then, citizen, don't go to sleep. This is Crecy, our last halt." Armand woke up from his last dream. They had been moving steadily on since they left Abbeville soon after dawn. The rumble of the wheels, the swaying and rocking of the carriage, the interminable patter of the rain had lulled him into a kind of wakeful sleep. Chauvelin had already alighted from the coach. He was helping Marguerite to descend. Armand shook the stiffness from his limbs and followed in the wake of his sister. Always those miserable soldiers round them, with their dank coats of rough blue cloth, and the red caps on their heads. Armand pulled Marguerite's hand through his arm, and dragged her with him into the house. The small city lay damp and grey before them. The rough pavement of the narrow street glistened with the wet, reflecting the dull, leaden sky overhead. The rain beat into the puddles, the slate roofs shone in the cold, wintry light. This was Crecy, the last halt of the journey, so Chauvelin had said. The party had drawn rein in front of a small one-storied building that had a wooden verandah running the whole length of its front. The usual low, narrow room greeted Armand and Marguerite as they entered. The usual mildewed walls, with the colour wash flowing away in streaks from the unsympathetic beam above. The same device, Liberté, Égalité, Fraternité, scribbled in charcoal above the black iron stove. The usual musty, close atmosphere, the usual smell of onion and stale cheese, and the usual hard, straight benches and central table with its soiled and tattered cloth. Marguerite seemed dazed and giddy. She had been 5 hours in that stuffy coach, with nothing to distract her thoughts except the rain-sodden landscape on which she had ceaselessly gazed since the early dawn. Armand led her to the bench, and she sank down on it, numb and inert, resting her elbows on the table and her head in her hands. "If it were only all over," she sighed involuntarily. "Armand, at times now I feel as if I were not really sane, as if my reason had already given way. Tell me, do I seem mad to you at times?" He sat down beside her and tried to chafe her little cold hands. There was a knock at the door, and without waiting for permission, Chauvelin entered the room. "My humble apologies to you, Lady Blakeney," he said in his usual suave manner, "but our worthy host informs me that this is the only room in which he can serve a meal, therefore I am forced to intrude my presence upon you." Though he spoke with outward politeness, his tone had become more peremptory, less bland, and he did not await Marguerite's reply before he sat down opposite to her and continued to talk airily. "An ill-conditioned fellow, our host," he said, "quite reminds me of our friend Brogard of the Chagris in Calais. You remember him, Lady Blakeney?" "My sister is giddy and overtired," interposed Armand firmly. "I pray you, citizen, to have some regard for her." "All regard in the world, Citizen St. Just," protested Chauvelin jovially. "Methought that those pleasant reminiscences would cheer her. Ah, here comes the soup," he added, as a man in blue blouse and breeches, with sabots on his feet, slouched into the room carrying a tureen, which he incontinently placed upon the table. "I feel sure that in England Lady Blakeney misses our excellent croûte au pot, the glory of our bourgeois cookery. Lady Blakeney, a little soup?" "I thank you, sir," she murmured. "Do try and eat something, little mother," Armand whispered in her ear. "Try and keep up your strength for his sake, if not for mine." She turned a wan, pale face to him and tried to smile. "I'll try, dear," she said. "You have taken bread and meat to the citizens in the coach?" Chauvelin called out to the retreating figure of mine host. Grunted the latter in assent. "And see that the citizen soldiers are well fed, or there will be trouble." Grunted the man again, after which he banged the door to behind him. "Citizen Heron is loath to let the prisoner out of his sight," explained Chauvelin lightly, "now that we have reached the last, most important stage of our journey, so he is sharing Sir Percy's midday meal in the interior of the coach." He ate his soup with a relish, ostentatiously paying many small attentions to Marguerite all the time. He ordered meat for her, bread, butter, asked if any dainties could be got. He was apparently in the best of tempers. After he had eaten and drunk, he rose and bowed ceremoniously to her. "Your pardon, Lady Blakeney," he said, "but I must confer with the prisoner now, and take from him full directions for the continuance of our journey. After that I go to the guard house, which is some distance from here, right at the other end of the city. We pick up a fresh squad here, 20 hardened troopers from a cavalry regiment usually stationed at Abbeville. They have had work to do in this town, which is a hotbed of treachery. I must go inspect the men and the sergeant who will be in command. Citizen Heron leaves all these inspections to me. He likes to stay by his prisoner. In the meanwhile, you will be escorted back to your coach, where I pray you to await my arrival, when we change guard first, then proceed on our way." Marguerite was longing to ask him many questions. Once again she would have smothered her pride and begged for news of her husband, but Chauvelin did not wait. He hurried out of the room, and Armand and Marguerite could hear him ordering the soldiers to take them forthwith back to the coach. As they came out of the inn, they saw the other coach some 50 metres further up the street. The horses that had done duty since leaving Abbeville had been taken out, and 2 soldiers in ragged shirts and with crimson caps set jauntily over their left ear were leading the 2 fresh horses along. The troopers were still mounting guard round both the coaches. They would be relieved presently. Marguerite would have given 10 years of her life at this moment for the privilege of speaking to her husband, or even of seeing him, of seeing that he was well. A quick, wild plan sprang up in her mind that she would bribe the sergeant in command to grant her wish while Citizen Chauvelin was absent. The man had not an unkind face, and he must be very poor. People in France were very poor these days, though the rich had been robbed and luxurious homes devastated ostensibly to help the poor. She was about to put this sudden thought into execution when Heron's hideous face, doubly hideous now with that bandage of doubtful cleanliness cutting across his brow, appeared at the carriage window. He cursed violently and at the top of his voice. "What are those demmed aristos doing out there?" he shouted. "Just getting into the coach, citizen," replied the sergeant promptly. And Armand and Marguerite were immediately ordered back into the coach. Heron remained at the window for a few moments longer. He had a toothpick in his hand which he was using very freely. "How much longer are we going to wait in this cursed hole?" he called out to the sergeant. "Only a few moments longer, citizen. Citizen Chauvelin will be back soon with the guard." A quarter of an hour later the clatter of cavalry horses on the rough, uneven pavement drew Marguerite's attention. She lowered the carriage window and looked out. Chauvelin had just returned with the new escort. He was on horseback, his horse's bridle, since he was but an indifferent horseman, was held by one of the troopers. Outside the inn he dismounted. Evidently he had taken full command of the expedition, and scarcely referred to Heron, who spent most of his time cursing at the men or the weather when he was not lying half asleep and partially drunk in the inside of the carriage. The changing of the guard was now accomplished quietly and in perfect order. The new escort consisted of 20 mounted men, including a sergeant and a corporal, and of 2 drivers, one for each coach. The cortege now was filled up in marching order. Ahead a small party of scouts, then the coach with Marguerite and Armand, closely surrounded by mounted men, and at a short distance the second coach with Citizen Heron and the prisoner, equally well guarded. Chauvelin superintended all the arrangements himself. He spoke for some few moments with the sergeant, also with the driver of his own coach. He went to the window of the other carriage, probably in order to consult with Citizen Heron, or to take final directions from the prisoner. For Marguerite, who was watching him, saw him standing on the step and leaning well forward into the interior, whilst apparently he was taking notes on a small tablet which he had in his hand. A small knot of idlers had congregated in the narrow street. Men in blouses and boys in ragged breeches lounged against the verandah of the inn and gazed with inexpressive, stolid eyes on the soldiers, the coaches, the citizen who wore the tricolour scarf. They had seen this sort of thing before now, aristos being conveyed to Paris under arrest, prisoners on their way to or from Amiens. They saw Marguerite's pale face at the carriage window. It was not the first woman they had seen under like circumstances, and there was no special interest about this aristo. They were smoking or spitting, or just lounging idly against the balustrade. Marguerite wondered if none of them had wife, sister or mother or child, if every sympathy, every kind of feeling in these poor wretches had been atrophied by misery or by fear. At last everything was in order, and the small party ready to start. "Does anyone here know the chapel of the Holy Sepulchre, close by the park of the Chateau d'Ourde?" asked Chauvelin, vaguely addressing the knot of gaffers that stood closest to him. The men shook their heads. Some had dimly heard of the Chateau d'Ourde. It was some way in the interior of the Forest of Boulogne, but no one knew about a chapel. People did not trouble about chapels nowadays. With the indifference so peculiar to local peasantry, these men knew no more of the surrounding country than the 12 or 15 league circle that was within a walk of their sleepy little town. One of the scouts on ahead turned in his saddle and spoke to Citizen Chauvelin. "I think I know the way pretty well, Citizen Chauvelin," he said. "At any rate, I know it as far as the Forest of Boulogne." Chauvelin referred to his tablets. "That's good," he said. "Then when you reach the milestone that stands on this road at the confine of the forest, bear sharply to your right and skirt the wood until you see the hamlet of Le Croc. That's it, in the valley below." "I know Le Croc, I think," said the trooper. "Very well then. At that point it seems that a wide road strikes it at right angles into the interior of the forest. You follow that until a stone chapel with a colonnaded porch stands before you on your left, and the walls and gates of a park on your right. That is so, is it not, Sir Percy?" he added, once more turning towards the interior of the coach. Apparently the answer satisfied him, for he gave the quick word of command, "En avant!" then turned back towards his own coach, and finally entered it. "Do you know the Chateau d'Ourde, Citizen St. Just?" he asked abruptly, as soon as the carriage began to move. Armand woke, as was habitual with him these days, from some gloomy reverie. "Yes, citizen," he replied, "I know it." "And the Chapel of the Holy Sepulchre?" "Yes, I know it too." Indeed, he knew the chateau well, and the little chapel in the forest, whither the fisher folk from Portel and Boulogne came on a pilgrimage once a year to lay their nets on the miracle-working relic. The chapel was disused now. Since the owner of the chateau had fled, no one had tended it, and the fisher folk were afraid to wander out, lest their superstitious faith be counted against them by the authorities, who had abolished le bon Dieu. But Armand had found refuge there 18 months ago, on his way to Calais, when Percy had risked his life in order to save him, Armand, from death. He could have groaned aloud with the anguish of this recollection, but Marguerite's aching nerves had thrilled at the name. Chateau d'Ourde! The Chapel of the Holy Sepulchre! That was the place which Percy had mentioned in his letter, the place where he had given rendezvous to de Batz. Sir Andrew had said that the Dauphin could not possibly be there, yet Sir Percy was leading his enemies thither, and had given the rendezvous there to de Batz. And this despite that whatever plans, whatever hopes had been born in his mind when he was still immured in the Conciergerie prison, must have been set at naught by the clever counterplot of Chauvelin and Heron. "At the merest suspicion that you have played us false, at a hint that you have led us into an ambush, or if merely our hopes of finding Capet at the end of the journey are frustrated, the lives of your wife and of your friend are forfeit to us, and they will both be shot before your eyes." With these words, with this precaution, those cunning fiends had effectually not only tied the schemer's hands, but forced him either to deliver the child to them, or to sacrifice his wife and his friend. The impasse was so horrible that she could not face it even in her thoughts. A strange, fever-like heat coursed through her veins, yet left her hands icy cold. She longed for, yet dreaded, the end of the journey, that awful grappling with the certainty of coming death. Perhaps, after all, Percy too had given up all hope. Long ago he had consecrated his life to the attainment of his own ideals, and there was a vein of fatalism in him. Perhaps he had resigned himself to the inevitable, and his only desire now was to give up his life, as he had said, in the open, beneath God's sky, to draw his last breath with the storm clouds tossed through infinity above him, and the murmur of the wind in the trees to sing him to rest. Crecy was gradually fading into the distance, wrapped in a mantle of damp and mist. For a long while Marguerite could see the sloping slate roofs glimmering like steel in the grey afternoon light, and the quaint church tower with its beautiful lantern, through the pierced stonework of which shone patches of the leaden sky. Then a sudden twist of the road hid the city from view. Only the outlying churchyard remained in sight, with its white monuments and granite crosses, over which the dark yews, wet with the rain and shaken by the gale, sent showers of diamond-like sprays. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of El Dorado by Baroness Orczy. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 45. The Forest of Boulogne. Progress was not easy, and very slow along the muddy road. The two coaches moved along laboriously, with wheels creaking and sinking deeply from time to time in the quagmire. When the small party finally reached the edge of the wood, the greyish light of this dismal day had changed in the west to a dull reddish glow, a glow that had neither brilliance nor incandescence in it, only a weird tint that hung over the horizon and turned the distance into lines of purple. The nearness of the sea made itself already felt. There was a briny taste in the damp atmosphere, and the trees all turned their branches away in the same direction, against the onslaught of the prevailing winds. The road at this point formed a sharp fork, skirting the wood on either side, the forest lying like a black, close mass of spruce and firs on the left, while the open expanse of country stretched out on the right. The southwesterly gale struck with full violence against the barrier of forest trees, bending the tall crests of the pines, and causing their small dead branches to break and fall with a sharp, crisp sound like a cry of pain. The squad had been fresh at starting. Now the men had been 4 hours in the saddle under persistent rain and gusty wind. They were tired, and the atmosphere of the close black forest so near the road was weighing upon their spirits. Strange sounds came to them from out of the dense network of trees, the screeching of night birds, the weird call of the owls, the swift and furtive tread of wild beasts on the prowl. The cold winter and lack of food had lured the wolves from their fastnesses, hunger had emboldened them, and now, as gradually the grey light fled from the sky, dismal howls could be heard in the distance, and now and then a pair of eyes, bright with the reflection of the lurid western glow, would shine momentarily out of the darkness like tiny glow-worms, and as quickly vanish away. The men shivered, more with vague superstitious fear than with cold. They would have urged their horses on, but the wheels of the coaches stuck persistently in the mud, and now again a halt had to be called so that the spokes and axles might be cleared. They rode on in silence. No one had a mind to speak, and the mournful soughing of the wind in the pine trees seemed to check the words on every lip. The dull thud of hoofs in the soft road, the clang of steel bits and buckles, the snorting of the horses alone answered the wind, and also the monotonous creaking of the wheels ploughing through the ruts. Soon the ruddy glow in the west faded into soft-toned purple, and then into grey. Finally that too vanished. Darkness was drawing in on every side like a wide black mantle pulled together closer and closer overhead by invisible giant hands. The rain still fell in a thin drizzle that soaked through caps and coats, made the bridles slimy and the saddles slippery and damp. A veil of vapour hung over the horses' cruppers, and was rendered fuller and thicker every moment with the breath that came from their nostrils. The wind no longer blew with gusty fury. Its strength seemed to have been spent with the grey light of day, but now and then it would still come sweeping across the open country and dash itself upon the wall of forest trees, lashing against the horses' ears, catching the corner of a mantle here, an ill-adjusted cap there, and wreaking its mischievous freak for a while, and then with a sigh of satisfaction die, murmuring among the pines. Suddenly there was a halt, much shouting, a volley of oaths from the drivers, and citizen Chauvelin thrust his head out of the carriage window. "What is it?" he asked. "The scouts, citizen," replied the sergeant, who had been riding close to the coach door all this while. "They have returned. Tell one man to come straight to me and report." Marguerite sat quite still. Indeed, she had almost ceased to live momentarily, for her spirit was absent from her body, which felt neither fatigue, nor cold, nor pain. But she heard the snorting of the horse close by as its rider pulled him up sharply beside the carriage door. "Well?" said Chauvelin curtly. "This is the crossroad, citizen," replied the man. "It strikes straight into the wood, and the hamlet of Le Croc lies down in the valley on the right." "Did you follow the road in the wood?" "Yes, citizen. About 2 leagues from here there is a clearing with a small stone chapel, more like a large shrine, nestling among the trees. Opposite to it the angle of a high wall with large wrought iron gates at the corner, and from these a wide drive leads through a park." "Did you turn into the drive?" "Only a little way, citizen. We thought we had best report first that all is safe." "You saw no one?" "No one." "The chateau, then, lies some distance from the gates?" "A league or more, citizen. Close to the gates there are outhouses and stabling, the disused buildings of the home farm, I should say." "Good, we are on the right road, that is clear. Keep ahead with your men now, but only some 200 metres or so. Stay," he added, as if on second thoughts, "ride down to the other coach and ask the prisoner if we are on the right track." The rider turned his horse sharply round. Marguerite heard the clang of metal and the sound of retreating hoofs. A few moments later the man returned. "Yes, citizen," he reported, "the prisoner says it is quite right. The Chateau d'Ourde lies a full league from its gates. This is the nearest road to the chapel and the chateau. He says we should reach the former in half an hour. It will be very dark in there," he added with a significant nod in the direction of the wood. Chauvelin made no reply, but quietly stepped out of the coach. Marguerite watched him, leaning out of the window, following his small trim figure as he pushed his way past the groups of mounted men, catching at a horse's bit now and then, or at a bridle, making a way for himself amongst the restless, champing animals without the slightest hesitation or fear. Soon his retreating figure lost its sharp outline silhouetted against the evening sky. It was enfolded in the veil of vapour which was blown out of the horses' nostrils, or rising from their damp cruppers. It became more vague, almost ghost-like, through the mist and the fast-gathering gloom. Presently a group of troopers hid him entirely from her view, but she could hear his thin, smooth voice quite clearly as he called to citizen Heron. "We are close to the end of our journey now, citizen," she heard him say. "If the prisoner has not played us false, little Capet should be in our charge within the hour." A growl not unlike those that came from out the mysterious depths of the forest answered him. "If he is not," and Marguerite recognised the harsh tones of citizen Heron, "if he is not, then 2 corpses will be rotting in this wood to-morrow for the wolves to feed on,
and the prisoner will be on his way back to Paris with me." Someone laughed. It might have been one of the troopers, more callous than his comrades, but to Marguerite the laugh had a strange familiar ring to it, the echo of something long since past and gone. Then Chauvelin's voice once more came clearly to her ear. "My suggestion, citizen," he was saying, "is that the prisoner shall now give me an order, couched in whatever terms he may think necessary, but a distinct order to his friends to give up Capet to me without any resistance. I could then take some of the men with me, and ride as quickly as the light will allow up to the chateau, and take possession of it, of Capet, and of those who are with him. We could get along faster thus. One man can give up his horse to me, and continue the journey on the box of your coach. The 2 carriages could then follow at foot pace. But I fear that if we stick together complete darkness will overtake us, and we might find ourselves obliged to pass a very uncomfortable night in this wood." "I won't spend another night in this suspense. It would kill me," growled Heron to the accompaniment of one of his choicest oaths. "You must do as you think right. You planned the whole of this affair. See to it that it works out well in the end." "How many men shall I take with me? Our advance guard is here, of course." "I couldn't spare you more than 4 more men. I shall want the others to guard the prisoners." 4 men will be quite sufficient, with the 4 of the advance guard. That will leave you 12 men for guarding your prisoners, and you really only need to guard the woman. Her life will answer for the others." He had raised his voice when he said this, obviously intending that Marguerite and Armand should hear. "Then I'll ahead," he continued, apparently in answer to an assent from his colleague. "Sir Percy, will you be so kind as to scribble the necessary words on these tablets?" There was a long pause, during which Marguerite heard plainly the long and dismal cry of a night bird that, mayhap, was seeking its mate. Then Chauvelin's voice was raised again. "I thank you," he said. "This certainly should be quite effectual. And now, Citizen Heron, I do not think that under the circumstances we need fear an ambuscade or any kind of trickery. You hold the hostages, and if by any chance I and my men are attacked, or if we encounter armed resistance at the chateau, I will despatch a rider back straight away to you, and, well, you will know what to do." His voice died away, merged in the soughing of the wind, drowned by the clang of metal, of horses snorting, of men living and breathing. Marguerite felt that beside her Armand had shuddered, and that in the darkness his trembling hand had sought and found hers. She leaned well out of the window, trying to see. The gloom had gathered more closely in, and round her the veil of vapour from the horses' steaming cruppers hung heavily in the misty air. In front of her the straight lines of a few fir trees stood out dense and black against the greyness beyond, and between these lines purple tints of various tones and shades mingled one with the other, merging the horizon line with the sky. Here and there a more solid black patch indicated the tiny houses of the hamlet of Le Croc, far down in the valley below. From some of these houses small lights began to glimmer like blinking yellow eyes. Marguerite's gaze, however, did not rest on the distant landscape. It tried to pierce the gloom that hid her immediate surroundings. The mounted men were all round the coach, more closely round her than the trees in the forest. But the horses were restless, moving all the time, and as they moved she caught glimpses of that other coach, and of Chauvelin's ghost-like figure walking rapidly through the mist. Just for one brief moment she saw the other coach, and Heron's head and shoulders leaning out of the window. His sugar-loaf hat was on his head, and the bandage across his brow looked like a sharp pale streak below it. "Do not doubt it, Citizen Chauvelin," he called out loudly in his harsh, raucous voice. "I shall know what to do. The wolves will have their meal to-night, and the guillotine will not be cheated either." Armand put his arm round his sister's shoulders, and gently drew her back into the carriage. "Little mother," he said, "if you can think of a way whereby my life would redeem Percy's and yours, show me that way now." But she replied, quietly and firmly, "There is no way, Armand. If there is, it is in the hands of God." End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of El Dorado by Baroness Orczy, read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 46. Others in the Park. Chauvelin and his picked escort had in the meanwhile detached themselves from the main body of the squad. Soon the dull thud of their horses' hoofs, treading the soft ground, came more softly, then more softly still as they turned into the wood, and the purple shadows seemed to enfold every sound and finally to swallow them completely. Armand and Marguerite from the depth of the carriage heard Heron's voice ordering his own driver now to take the lead. They sat quite still and watched, and presently the other coach passed them slowly on the road, its silhouette standing out ghostly and grim for a moment against the indigo tones of the distant country. Heron's head, with its battered sugar-loaf hat and the soiled bandage round the brow, was as usual out of the carriage window. He leered across at Marguerite when he saw the outline of her face framed by the window of the carriage. "Say all the prayers you have ever known, citizeness," he said with a loud laugh, "that my friend Chauvelin may find Capet at the chateau, or else you may take a last look at the open country, for you will not see the sun rise on it tomorrow. It is one or the other, you know." She tried not to look at him. The very sight of him filled her with horror. That blotched, gaunt face of his, the fleshy lips, that hideous bandage across his face that hid one of his eyes. She tried not to see him, and not to hear him laugh. Obviously, he too laboured under the stress of great excitement. So far everything had gone well. The prisoner had made no attempt at escape, and apparently did not mean to play a double game. But the crucial hour had come, and with it darkness and the mysterious depths of the forest with their weird sounds and sudden flashes of ghostly lights. They naturally wrought on the nerves of men like Heron, whose conscience might have been dormant, but whose ears were nevertheless filled with the cries of innocent victims sacrificed to their own lustful ambitions and their blind, unreasoning hates. He gave sharp orders to the men to close up round the carriages, and then gave the curt word of command, "En avant!" Marguerite could but strain her ears to listen. All her senses, all her faculties had merged into that of hearing, rendering it doubly keen. It seemed to her that she could distinguish the faint sound, that even as she listened grew fainter and fainter yet, of Chauvelin and his squad moving away rapidly into the thickness of the wood some distance already ahead. Close to her there was the snorting of horses, the clanging and noise of moving mounted men. Heron's coach had taken the lead. She could hear the creaking of its wheels, the calls of the driver urging his beasts. The diminished party was moving at foot-pace in the darkness that seemed to grow denser at every step, and through that silence which was so full of mysterious sounds. The carriage rolled and rocked on its springs. Marguerite, giddy and overtired, lay back with closed eyes, her hand resting in that of Armand. Time, space and distance had ceased to be. Only Death, the great lord of all, had remained. He walked on ahead, scythe on skeleton shoulder, and beckoned patiently, but with a sure, grim hand. There was another halt. The coach wheels groaned and creaked on their axles. One or two horses reared with the sudden drawing up of the curb. "What is it now?" came Heron's hoarse voice through the darkness. "It is pitch dark, citizen," was the response from ahead. "The drivers cannot see their horses' ears. They wait to know if they may light their lanthorns and lead their horses." "They can lead their horses," replied Heron roughly, "but I'll have no lanthorns lighted. We don't know what fools may be lurking behind trees, hoping to put a bullet through my head, or yours, sergeant. We don't want to make a lighted target of ourselves, what? But let the drivers lead their horses, and one or two of you who are riding greys might dismount too and lead the way. The greys would show up perhaps in this cursed blackness." While his orders were being carried out, he called out once more, "Are we far now from that confounded chapel?" "We can't be far, citizen. The whole forest is not more than 6 leagues wide at any point, and we have gone 2 since we turned into it." "Hush!" Heron's voice suddenly broke in hoarsely. "What was that? Silence, I say! Damn you, can't you hear?" There was a hush, every ear straining to listen, but the horses were not still. They continued to champ their bits, to paw the ground, and to toss their heads, impatient to get on. Only now and again would there come a lull even through these sounds, a second or two mayhap, of perfect, unbroken silence, and then it seemed as if right through the darkness a mysterious echo sent back those same sounds, the champing of bits, the pawing of soft ground, the tossing and snorting of animals, human life that breathed far out there among the trees. "It is citizen Chauvelin and his men," said the sergeant after a while, and speaking in a whisper. "Silence, I want to hear!" came the curt, hoarsely whispered command. Once more everyone listened, the men hardly daring to breathe, clinging to their bridles and pulling on their horses' mouths, trying to keep them still. And again through the night there came like a faint echo, which seemed to throw back those sounds that indicated the presence of men and of horses not very far away. "Yes, it must be citizen Chauvelin," said Heron at last, but the tone of his voice sounded as if he were anxious and only half convinced. but I thought he would be at the chateau by now." "He may have had to go at foot pace. It is very dark, Citizen Heron," remarked the sergeant. "En avant, then," quoth the other. "The sooner we come up with him the better." And the squad of mounted men, the 2 coaches, the drivers and the advanced section who were leading their horses slowly, restarted on the way. The horses snorted, the bits and stirrups clanged, and the springs and wheels of the coaches creaked and groaned dismally as the ramshackle vehicles began once more to plough the carpet of pine needles that lay thick upon the road. But inside the carriage Armand and Marguerite held one another tightly by the hand. "It is de Batz with his friends," she whispered scarce above her breath. "De Batz?" he asked, vaguely and fearfully, for in the dark he could not see her face, and as he did not understand why she should suddenly be talking of de Batz, he thought with horror that mayhap her prophecy anent herself had come true, and that her mind, wearied and overwrought, had become suddenly unhinged. "Yes, de Batz," she replied. "Percy sent him a message through me to meet him here. I am not mad, Armand," she added more calmly. "Sir Andrew took Percy's letter to de Batz the day that we started from Paris." "Great God!" exclaimed Armand, and instinctively, with a sense of protection, he put his arms round his sister. "Then if Chauvelin or the squad is attacked, if..." "Yes," she said calmly, "if de Batz makes an attack on Chauvelin, or if he reaches the chateau first and tries to defend it, they will shoot us, Armand, and Percy." "But is the Dauphin at the Chateau d'Ourde?" "No, no, I think not." "Then why should Percy have invoked the aid of de Batz now, when..." "I don't know," she murmured helplessly. "Of course, when he wrote the letter he could not guess that they would hold us as hostages. He may have thought that under cover of darkness and of an unexpected attack he might have saved himself had he been alone. But now that you and I are here... oh, it is all so horrible, and I cannot understand it all." "Hark!" broke in Armand, suddenly gripping her arm more tightly. "Halt!" rang the sergeant's voice through the night. This time there was no mistaking the sound. Already it came from no far distance. It was the sound of a man running and panting, and now and again calling out as he ran. For a moment there was stillness in the very air. The wind itself was hushed between 2 gusts, even the rain had ceased its incessant pattering. Heron's harsh voice was raised in the stillness. "What is it now?" he demanded. "A runner, citizen," replied the sergeant, "coming through the wood from the right." "From the right?" and the exclamation was accompanied by a volley of oaths. "The direction of the chateau? Chauvelin has been attacked. He is sending a messenger back to me. Sergeant, close up round that coach. Guard your prisoners as you value your life, and..." The rest of his words were drowned in a yell of such violent fury that the horses, already over nervous and fidgety, reared in mad terror, and the men had the greatest difficulty in holding them in. For a few moments noisy confusion prevailed, until the men could quieten their quivering animals with soft words and gentle pattings. Then the troopers obeyed, closing up round the coach wherein brother and sister sat huddled against one another. One of the men said under his breath, "Oh, but the citizen agent knows how to curse. One day he will break his gullet with the fury of his oaths." In the meanwhile the runner had come nearer, always at the same breathless speed. The next moment he was challenged. "Qui va là?" "A friend," he replied, panting and exhausted. "Where is citizen Heron?" "Here," came the reply in a voice hoarse with passionate excitement. "Come up, damn you, be quick." "A lantern, citizen," suggested one of the drivers. "No, no, not now. Here, where the devil are we?" "We are close to the chapel on our left, citizen," said the sergeant. The runner, whose eyes were no doubt accustomed to the gloom, had drawn nearer to the carriage. "The gates of the chateau," he said, still somewhat breathlessly, "are just opposite here on the right, citizen. I have just come through them." "Speak up, man!" and Heron's voice now sounded as if choked with passion. "Citizen Chauvelin sent you?" "Yes. He bade me tell you that he has gained access to the chateau, and that Capet is not there." A series of citizen Heron's choicest oaths interrupted the man's speech. Then he was curtly ordered to proceed, and he resumed his report. Citizen Chauvelin rang at the door of the chateau. After a while he was admitted by an old servant, who appeared to be in charge, but the place seemed otherwise absolutely deserted, only what? Go on, what is it? "As we rode through the park, it seemed to us as if we were being watched and followed. We heard distinctly the sound of horses, behind and around us, but we could see nothing. And now, when I ran back, again I heard. There are others in the park tonight besides us, citizen." There was silence after that. It seemed as if the flood of Heron's blasphemous eloquence had spent itself at last. "Others in the park!" And now his voice was scarcely above a whisper, hoarse and trembling. "How many? Could you see?" "No, citizen, we could not see, but there are horsemen lurking round the chateau now. Citizen Chauvelin took 4 men into the house with him and left the others on guard outside. He bade me tell you that it might be safer to send him a few more men, if you could spare them. There are a number of disused farm buildings quite close to the gates, and he suggested that all the horses be put up there for the night, and that the men come up to the chateau on foot. It would be quicker and safer, for the darkness is intense." Even while the man spoke, the forest in the distance seemed to wake from its solemn silence. The wind on its wings brought sounds of life and movement, different from the prowling of beasts or the screeching of night birds. It was the furtive advance of men, the quick whispers of command, of encouragement, of the human animal preparing to attack his kind. But all in the distance still, all muffled, all furtive as yet.
"Sergeant!"
It was Heron's voice, but it too was subdued and almost calm now.
"Can you see the chapel?"
"More clearly, citizen," replied the sergeant. "It is on our left, quite a small building, I think."
"Then dismount and walk all round it. See that there are no windows or door in the rear."
There was a prolonged silence, during which those distant sounds of men moving, of furtive preparations for attack, struck distinctly through the night. Marguerite and Armand, clinging to one another, not knowing what to think nor yet what to fear, heard the sounds mingling with those immediately around them, and Marguerite murmured under her breath: "It is de Batz and some of his friends, but what can they do? What can Percy hope for now?" But of Percy she could hear and see nothing. The darkness and the silence had drawn their imperceptible veil between his unseen presence and her own consciousness. She could see the coach in which he was, but Heron's hideous personality, his head with its battered hat and soiled bandage, had seemed to obtrude itself always before her gaze, blotting out from her mind even the knowledge that Percy was there, not 50 yards away from her. So strong did this feeling grow in her, that presently the awful dread seized upon her that he was no longer there, that he was dead, worn out with fatigue and illness brought on by terrible privations, or if not dead, that he had swooned, that he was unconscious, his spirit absent from his body. She remembered that frightful yell of rage and hate which Heron had uttered a few minutes ago. Had the brute vented his fury on his helpless, weakened prisoner, and stilled forever those lips that, mayhap, had mocked him to the last? Marguerite could not guess. She hardly knew what to hope. Vaguely, when the thought of Percy lying dead beside his enemy floated through her aching brain, she was almost conscious of a sense of relief at the thought that at least he would be spared the pain of the final, inevitable cataclysm. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of El Dorado by Baroness Orczy, read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 47. The Chapel of the Holy Sepulchre. The sergeant's voice broke in upon her misery. The man had apparently done as the citizen agent had ordered, and had closely examined the little building that stood on the left, a vague black mass more dense than the surrounding gloom. "It is all solid stone, citizen," he said. "Iron gates in front, closed but not locked, rusty key in the lock which turns quite easily, no windows or door in the rear." "You are quite sure?" "Quite certain, citizen. It is plain solid stone at the back, and the only possible access to the interior is through the iron gate in front." "Good." Marguerite could only just hear Heron speaking to the sergeant. Darkness enveloped every form and deadened every sound. Even the harsh voice which she had learned to loathe and to dread sounded curiously subdued and unfamiliar. Heron no longer seemed inclined to storm, to rage, or to curse. The momentary danger, the thought of failure, the hope of revenge, had apparently cooled his temper, strengthened his determination, and forced his voice down to a little above a whisper. He gave his orders clearly and firmly, and the words came to Marguerite on the wings of the wind, with strange distinctness, borne to her ears by the darkness itself and the hush that lay over the wood. "Take 6 men with you, sergeant," she heard him say, "and join citizen Chauvelin at the chateau. You can stable your horses in the farm buildings close by, as he suggests, and run to him on foot. You and your men should quickly get the best of a handful of midnight prowlers. You are well armed, and they only civilians. Tell citizen Chauvelin that I, in the meanwhile, will take care of our prisoners. The Englishman I shall put in irons and lock up inside the chapel, with 5 men under the command of your corporal to guard him. The other 2 I will drive myself straight to Crecy with what is left of the escort. You understand?" "Yes, citizen." "We may not reach Crecy until 2 hours after midnight, but directly I arrive I will send citizen Chauvelin further reinforcements, which, however, I hope may not be necessary, but which will reach him in the early morning. Even if he is seriously attacked,
he can, with the 14 men he will have with him, hold out inside the castle throughout the night. Tell him also that at dawn the 2 prisoners who will be with me will be shot in the courtyard of the guardhouse at Crecy, but that whether he has got hold of Capet or not, he had best pick up the Englishman in the chapel in the morning, and bring him straight to Crecy, where I shall be awaiting him, ready to return to Paris. You understand?" "Yes, citizen." "Then repeat what I said." "I am to take 6 men with me to reinforce citizen Chauvelin now." "Yes." "And you, citizen, will drive straight back to Crecy, and will send us further reinforcements from there, which will reach us in the early morning." "Yes." "We are to hold the chateau against those unknown marauders, if necessary, until the reinforcements come from Crecy. Having routed them, we return here, pick up the Englishman whom you will have locked up in the chapel under a strong guard commanded by Corporal Cassard, and join you forthwith at Crecy. This, whether citizen Chauvelin has got hold of Capet or not." "Yes, citizen, I understand," concluded the sergeant imperturbably, "and I am also to tell citizen Chauvelin that the 2 prisoners will be shot at dawn in the courtyard of the guardhouse at Crecy." "Yes, that is all. Try to find the leader of the attacking party, and bring him along to Crecy with the Englishmen, but unless they are in very small numbers, do not trouble about the others. Now, en avant! Citizen Chauvelin might be glad of your help. And stay, order all the men to dismount, and take the horses out of one of the coaches, then let the men you are taking with you each lead a horse, or even 2, and stable them all in the farm buildings. I shall not need them, and could not spare any of my men for the work later on. Remember that, above all, silence is the order. When you are ready to start, come back to me here." The sergeant moved away, and Marguerite heard him transmitting the citizen agent's orders to the soldiers. The dismounting was carried on in wonderful silence, for silence had been one of the principal commands. Only 1 or 2 words reached her ears. "First section and first half of the second section fall in, right wheel. First section each take 2 horses on the lead. Quietly now there, don't tug at his bridle, let him go." And after that a simple report. "All ready, citizen." "Good," was the response. "Now detail your corporal and 2 men to come here to me, so that we may put the Englishman in irons and take him at once to the chapel, and 4 men to stand guard at the doors of the other coach." The necessary orders were given, and after that there came the curt command: "En avant!" The sergeant, with his squad and all the horses, was slowly moving away in the night. The horses' hoofs hardly made a noise on the soft carpet of pine needles and of dead fallen leaves, but the champing of the bits was of course audible, and now and then the snorting of some poor tired horse longing for its stable. Somehow in Marguerite's fevered mind this departure of a squad of men seemed like the final flitting of her last hope. The slow agony of the familiar sounds, the retreating horses and soldiers moving away amongst the shadows, took on a weird significance. Heron had given his last orders. Percy, helpless and probably unconscious, would spend the night in that dank chapel, while she and Armand would be taken back to Crecy, driven to death like some insentient animals to the slaughter. When the grey dawn would first begin to peep through the branches of the pines, Percy would be led back to Paris and the guillotine, and she and Armand will have been sacrificed to the hatred and revenge of brutes. The end had come, and there was nothing more to be done. Struggling, fighting, scheming could be of no avail now. But she wanted to get to her husband. She wanted to be near him now that death was so imminent both for him and for her. She tried to envisage it all, quite calmly, just as she knew that Percy would wish her to do. The inevitable end was there, and she would not give to these callous wretches here the gratuitous spectacle of a despairing woman fighting blindly against adverse fate. But she wanted to go to her husband. She felt that she could face death more easily on the morrow if she could but see him once more, if she could but look once more into the eyes that had mirrored so much enthusiasm, such absolute vitality and whole-hearted self-sacrifice, and such an intensity of love and passion. If she could but kiss once more those lips that had smiled through life, and would smile, she knew, even in the face of death. She tried to open the carriage door, but it was held from without, and a harsh voice cursed her, ordering her to sit still. But she could lean out of the window and strain her eyes to see. They were by now accustomed to the gloom, the dilated pupils taking in pictures of vague forms, moving like ghouls in the shadows. The other coach was not far, and she could hear Heron's voice, still subdued and calm, and the curses of the men, but not a sound from Percy. "I think the prisoner is unconscious," she heard one of the men say. "Lift him out of the carriage, then," was Heron's curt command, "and you go and throw open the chapel gates." Marguerite saw it all. The movement, the crowd of men, 2 vague black forms lifting another one, which appeared heavy and inert,
out of the coach, and carrying it staggering up towards the chapel. Then the forms disappeared, swallowed up by the more dense mass of the little building, merged in with it, immovable as the stone itself. Only a few words reached her now. "He is unconscious." "Leave him there, then. He'll not move." "Now close the gates." There was a loud clang, and Marguerite gave a piercing scream. She tore at the handle of the carriage door. "Armand! Armand! Go to him!" she cried, and all her self-control, all her enforced calm, vanished in an outburst of wild, agonizing passion. "Let me get to him, Armand! This is the end! Get me to him, in the name of God!" "Stop that woman screaming!" came Heron's voice clearly through the night. "Put her and the other prisoner in irons, quick!" But while Marguerite expended her feeble strength in a mad, pathetic effort to reach her husband, even now at this last hour, when all hope was dead and death was so nigh, Armand had already wrenched the carriage door from the grasp of the soldier who was guarding it. He was of the south, and knew the trick of charging an unsuspecting adversary with head thrust forward like a bull inside a ring. Thus he knocked one of the soldiers down and made a quick rush for the chapel gates. The men, attacked so suddenly and in such complete darkness, did not wait for orders. They closed in round Armand. One man drew his sabre and hacked away with it in aimless rage. But for the moment he evaded them all, pushing his way through them, not heeding the blows that came on him from out the darkness. At last he reached the chapel. With one bound he was at the gate, his numb fingers fumbling for the lock which he could not see. It was a vigorous blow from Heron's fist that brought him at last to his knees, and even then his hands did not relax their hold. They gripped the ornamental scroll of the gate, shook the gate itself in its rusty hinges, pushed and pulled with the unreasoning strength of despair. He had a sabre cut across his brow, and the blood flowed in a warm, trickling stream down his face. But of this he was unconscious. All that he wanted, all that he was striving for with agonizing heartbeats and cracking sinews, was to get to his friend who was lying in there unconscious, abandoned, dead perhaps. "Curse you!" struck Heron's voice close to his ear. "Cannot some of you stop this raving maniac?" Then it was that the heavy blow on his head caused him a sensation of sickness, and he fell on his knees, still gripping the ironwork. Stronger hands than his were forcing him to loosen his hold. Blows that hurt terribly rained on his numbed fingers. He felt himself dragged away, carried like an inert mass further and further from that gate which he would have given his life blood to force open. And Marguerite heard all this from the inside of the coach, where she was imprisoned as effectually as was Percy's unconscious body inside that dark chapel. She could hear the noise and scramble and Heron's hoarse commands, the swift sabre strokes as they cut through the air. Already a trooper had clapped irons on her wrists. 2 others held the carriage doors. Now Armand was lifted back into the coach, and she could not even help to make him comfortable, though as he was lifted in she heard him feebly moaning. Then the carriage doors were banged to again. "Do not allow either of the prisoners out again, or peril of your lives," came with a vigorous curse from Heron. After which there was a moment's silence. Whispered commands came spasmodically in deadened sound to her ear. "Will the key turn?" "Yes, citizen." "All secure?" "Yes, citizen. The prisoner is groaning." "Let him groan." "The empty coach, citizen? The horses have been taken out." "Leave it standing where it is, then. Citizen Chauvelin will need it in the morning." "Armand," whispered Marguerite inside the coach, "did you see Percy?" "It was so dark," murmured Armand feebly, "but I saw him just inside the gates where they had laid him down. I heard him groaning. Oh, my God!" "Hush, dear," she said, "we can do nothing more, only die as he lived, bravely and with a smile on our lips, in memory of him." "Number 35 is wounded, citizen," said one of the men. "Curse the fool who did the mischief," was the placid response. "Leave him here with the guard." "How many of you are there left, then?" asked the same voice a moment later. "Only 2, citizen, if one whole section remains with me at the chapel door, and also the wounded man." "2 are enough for me, and 5 are not too many at the chapel door." And Heron's coarse, cruel laugh echoed against the stone walls of the little chapel. "Now then, one of you get into the coach, and the other go to the horses' heads. And remember, Corporal Cassard, that you and your men who stay here to guard that chapel door are answerable to the whole nation with your lives for the safety of the Englishmen." The carriage door was thrown open, and a soldier stepped in and sat down opposite Marguerite and Armand. Heron in the meanwhile was apparently scrambling up the box. Marguerite could hear him muttering curses as he groped for the reins, and finally gathered them into his hand. The springs of the coach creaked and groaned as the vehicle slowly swung round. The wheels ploughed deeply through the soft carpet of dead leaves. Marguerite felt Armand's inert body leaning heavily against her shoulder. "Are you in pain, dear?" she asked softly. He made no reply, and she thought that he had fainted. It was better so. At least the next dreary hours would flit by for him in the blissful state of unconsciousness. Now at last the heavy carriage began to move more evenly. The soldier at the horses' heads was stepping along at a rapid pace. Marguerite would have given much even now to look back once more at the dense black mass, blacker and denser than any shadow that had ever descended before on God's earth, which held between its cold, cruel walls all that she loved in the world. But her wrists were fettered by the irons, which cut into her flesh when she moved. She could no longer lean out of the window, and she could not even hear. The whole forest was hushed, the wind was lulled to rest, wild beasts and night birds were silent and still, and the wheels of the coach creaked in the ruts, bearing Marguerite with every turn further and further away from the man who lay helpless in the chapel of the Holy Sepulchre. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of El Dorado by Baroness Orczy, read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 48. The Waning Moon. Armand had wakened from his attack of faintness, and brother and sister sat close to one another, shoulder touching shoulder. That sense of nearness was the one tiny spark of comfort to both of them on this dreary, dreary way. The coach had lumbered on unceasingly since all eternity, so it seemed to them both. Once there had been a brief halt, when Heron's rough voice had ordered the soldier at the horses' heads to climb on the box beside him, and once, it had been a very little while ago, a terrible cry of pain and terror had rung through the stillness of the night. Immediately after that the horses had been put at a more rapid pace, but it had seemed to Marguerite as if that one cry of pain had been repeated by several others, which sounded more feeble, and soon appeared to be dying away in the distance behind. The soldier who sat opposite to them must have heard the cry too, for he jumped up, as if wakened from sleep, and put his head out of the window. "Did you hear that cry, citizen?" he asked. But only a curse answered him, and a peremptory command not to lose sight of the prisoners by poking his head out of the window. "Did you hear the cry?" asked the soldier of Marguerite as he made haste to obey. "Yes. What could it be?" she murmured. "It seems dangerous to drive so fast in this darkness," muttered the soldier. After which remark he, with the stolidity peculiar to his kind, figuratively shrugged his shoulders, detaching himself, as it were, of the whole affair. "We should be out of the forest by now," he remarked in an undertone a little while later. "The way seemed shorter before." Just then the coach gave an unexpected lurch to one side, and after much groaning and creaking of axles and springs, it came to a standstill, and the citizen agent was heard cursing loudly and then scrambling down from the box. The next moment the carriage door was pulled open from without, and the harsh voice called out peremptorily, "Citizen soldier, here, quick, quick, curse you! We'll have one of the horses down if you don't hurry." The soldier struggled to his feet. It was never good to be slow in obeying the citizen agent's commands. He was half asleep, and no doubt numb with cold and long sitting still. To accelerate his movements he was suddenly gripped by the arm and dragged incontinently out of the coach. Then the door was slammed to again, either by a rough hand or a sudden gust of wind, Marguerite could not tell. She heard a cry of rage and one of terror, and Heron's raucous curses. She cowered in the corner of the carriage with Armand's head against her shoulder, and tried to close her ears to all those hideous sounds. Then suddenly all the sounds were hushed, and all around everything became perfectly calm and still, so still that at first the silence oppressed her with a vague, nameless dread. It was as if nature herself had paused, that she might listen, and the silence became more and more absolute, until Marguerite could hear Armand's soft, regular breathing close to her ear. The window nearest to her was open, and as she leaned forward with that paralysing sense of oppression, a breath of pure air struck full upon her nostrils, and brought with it a briny taste, as if from the sea. It was not quite so dark, and there was a sense as of open country stretching out to the limits of the horizon. Overhead a vague greyish light suffused the sky, and the wind swept the clouds in great rolling banks right across that light. Marguerite gazed upward with a more calm feeling that was akin to gratitude. That pale light, though so wan and feeble, was thrice welcome after that inky blackness wherein shadows were less dark than the lights. She watched eagerly the bank of clouds driven by the dying gale. The light grew brighter and faintly golden. Now the banks of clouds, storm-tossed and fleecy, raced past one another, parted and reunited like veils of unseen giant dancers waved by hands that controlled infinite space, advanced and rushed and slackened speed again, united and finally tore asunder, to reveal the waning moon, honey-coloured and mysterious, rising as if from an invisible ocean far away. The wan light spread over the wide stretch of country, throwing over it as it spread dull tones of indigo and of blue. Here and there sparse stunted trees with fringed gaunt arms bending to prevailing winds proclaimed the neighbourhood of the sea. Marguerite gazed on the picture which the waning moon had so suddenly revealed, but she gazed with eyes that knew not what they saw. The moon had risen on her right, there lay the east, and the coach must have been travelling due north, whereas Crecy... In the absolute silence that reigned she could perceive from far, very far away, the sound of a church clock striking at the midnight hour, and now it seemed to her supersensitive senses that a firm footstep was treading the soft earth, a footstep that drew nearer, and then nearer still. Nature did pause to listen. The wind was hushed, the night birds in the forest had gone to rest. Marguerite's heart beat so fast that its throbbings choked her, and a dizziness clouded her consciousness. But through this state of torpor she heard the opening of the carriage door, she felt the onrush of that pure briny air, and she felt a long burning kiss upon her hands. She thought then that she was really dead, and that God in his infinite love had opened to her the outer gates of paradise. "My love," she murmured. She was leaning back in the carriage, and her eyes were closed, but she felt that firm fingers removed the irons from her wrists, and that a pair of warm lips were pressed there in their stead. "There, little woman, that's better so, is it not? Now let me get hold of poor Armand." It was heaven, of course, else how could earth hold such heavenly joy? "Percy!" exclaimed Armand in an awed voice. "Hush, dear," murmured Marguerite feebly, "we are in heaven, you and I," whereupon a ringing laugh woke the echoes of the silent night. "In heaven, dear heart!" and the voice had a delicious earthly ring in its whole-hearted merriment. "Please God, you'll both be at Portel with me before dawn." Then she was indeed forced to believe. She put out her hands and groped for him, for it was dark inside the carriage. She groped and felt his massive shoulders leaning across the body of the coach, while his fingers busied themselves with the irons on Armand's wrist. "Don't touch that brute's filthy coat with your dainty fingers, dear heart," he said gaily. "Great Lord! I have worn that wretch's clothes for over 2 hours. I feel as if the dirt had penetrated to my bones." Then, with that gesture so habitual to him, he took her head between his two hands, and drawing her to him until the wan light from without lit up the face that he worshipped, he gazed his fill into her eyes. She could only see the outline of his head silhouetted against the wind-tossed sky. She could not see his eyes, nor his lips, but she felt his nearness, and the happiness of that almost caused her to swoon. "Come out into the open, my lady fair," he murmured, and though she could not see, she could feel that he smiled. "Let God's pure air blow through your hair and round your dear head. Then, if you can walk so far, there's a small half-way house close by here. I have knocked up the none too amiable host. You and Armand could have half an hour's rest there before we go further on our way." "But you, Percy, are you safe?" "Yes, my dear, we're all of us safe until morning. Time enough to reach Le Portel and to be aboard the Day Dream before mine amiable friend Monsieur Chambertin has discovered his worthy colleague lying gagged and bound inside the chapel of the Holy Sepulchre. By Gad! How old Heron will curse the moment he can open his mouth." He half helped, half lifted her out of the carriage. The strong, pure air suddenly rushing right through to her lungs made her feel faint, and she almost fell. But it was good to feel herself falling, when one pair of arms amongst the millions on the earth were there to receive her. "Can you walk, dear heart?" he asked. "Lean well on me. It is not far, and the rest will do you good. But you, Percy..." He laughed, and the most complete joy of living seemed to resound through that laugh. Her arm was in his, and for one moment he stood still, while his eyes swept the far reaches of the country, the mellow distance still wrapped in its mantle of indigo, still untouched by the mysterious light of the waning moon. He pressed her arm against his heart, but his right hand was stretched out towards the black wall of the forest behind him, towards the dark crests of the pines in which the dying wind sent its last mournful sighs. "Dear heart," he said, and his voice quivered with the intensity of his excitement, "beyond the stretch of that wood, from far away over there, there are cries and moans of anguish that come to my ear even now. But for you, dear, I would cross that wood tonight and re-enter Paris tomorrow. But for you, dear, but for you," he reiterated earnestly as he pressed her closer to him, for a bitter cry had risen to her lips. She went on in silence. Her happiness was great as was her pain. She had found him again, the man whom she worshipped, the husband whom she thought never to see again on earth. She had found him, and not even now, not after those terrible weeks of misery and suffering unspeakable, could she feel that love had triumphed over the wild, adventurous spirit, the reckless enthusiasm, the ardour of self-sacrifice. End of chapter 48.
Chapter 49 of El Dorado by Baroness Orczy. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 49. The Land of El Dorado. It seems that in the pocket of Heron's coat there was a letter case with some few hundred francs. It was amusing to think that the brute's money helped to bribe the ill-tempered keeper of the halfway house to receive guests at midnight, and to ply them well with food, drink, and the shelter of a stuffy coffee-room. Marguerite sat silently beside her husband, her hand in his. Armand, opposite to them, had both elbows on the table. He looked pale and wan, with a bandage across his forehead, and his glowing eyes were resting on his chief. "Yes, you demmed young idiot," said Blakeney merrily. "You nearly upset my plan in the end, with your yelling and screaming outside the chapel gates." "I wanted to get to you, Percy. I thought those brutes had got you there inside that building." "Not they!" he exclaimed. "It was my friend Heron whom they had trussed and gagged, and whom my amiable friend Monsieur Chambertin will find in there tomorrow morning. By gad, I would go back if only for the pleasure of hearing Heron curse when first the gag is taken from his mouth." "But how was it all done, Percy? And there was de Batz." "De Batz was part of the scheme I had planned for mine own escape, before I knew that those brutes meant to take Marguerite and you as hostages for my good behaviour. What I hoped then was that under cover of a tussle or a fight I could somehow or other contrive to slip through their fingers, and you know my belief in bald-headed fortune with the one solitary hair. Well, I meant to grab that hair, and at the worst I could but die in the open and not caged in that awful hole like some noxious vermin. I knew that de Batz would rise to the bait. I told him in my letter that the Dauphin would be at the Chateau d'Ourde this night, but that I feared the revolutionary government had got wind of this fact, and were sending an armed escort to bring the lad away. This letter Ffoulkes took to him. I knew that he would make a vigorous effort to get the Dauphin into his hands, and that during the scuffle that one hair on Fortune's head would, for 1 second only mayhap, come within my reach. I had so planned the expedition that we were bound to arrive at the Forest of Boulogne by nightfall, and night is always a useful ally. But at the guard-house of the Rue Ste I realized for the first time that those brutes had pressed me into a tighter corner than I had preconceived. He paused, and once again that look of recklessness swept over his face, and his eyes, still hollow and circled, shone with the excitement of past memories. "I was such a weak, miserable wretch then," he said in answer to Marguerite's appeal. "I had to try and build up some strength, when, heaven forgive me for the sacrilege, I had unwittingly risked your precious life, dear heart, in that blind endeavour to save mine own. By gad, it was no easy task in that jolting vehicle, with that noisome wretch beside me for sole company. Yet I ate and I drank and I slept for 3 days and 2 nights, until the hour when in the darkness I struck Heron from behind, half strangled him first, then gagged him, and finally slipped into his filthy coat and put that loathsome bandage across my head, and his battered hat above it all. The yell he gave when first I attacked him made every horse rear. You must remember it. The noise effectually drowned our last scuffle in the coach. Chauvelin was the only man who might have suspected what had occurred, but he had gone on ahead, and bald-headed Fortune had passed by me, and I had managed to grab its one hair. After that it was all quite easy. The sergeant and the soldiers had seen very little of Heron, and nothing of me. It did not take a great effort to deceive them, and the darkness of the night was my most faithful friend. His raucous voice was not difficult to imitate, and darkness always muffles and changes every tone. Anyway, it was not likely that those loutish soldiers would even remotely suspect the trick that was being played on them. The citizen agent's orders were promptly and implicitly obeyed. The men never even thought to wonder that after insisting on an escort of 20 men, he should drive off with 2 prisoners and only 2 men to guard them. If they did wonder, it was not theirs to question. Those 2 troopers are spending an uncomfortable night somewhere in the Forest of Boulogne, each tied to a tree, and some 2 leagues apart one from the other. And now," he added gaily, "en voiture, my fair lady, and you too, Armand. 'Tis 7 leagues to Le Portel, and we must be there before dawn." Sir Andrew's intention was to make for Calais first, there to open communication with the Daydream, and then for Le Portel, said Marguerite. After that he meant to strike back for the Chateau d'Ourde in search of me. "Then we'll still find him at Le Portel.
I shall know how to lay hands on him, but you too must get aboard the Daydream at once, for Ffoulkes and I can always look after ourselves." It was 1 hour after midnight when, refreshed with food and rest, Marguerite, Armand and Sir Percy left the half-way house. Marguerite was standing in the doorway, ready to go. Percy and Armand had gone ahead to bring the coach along. "Percy," whispered Armand, "Marguerite does not know?" "Of course she does not, you young fool," retorted Percy lightly. "If you try and tell her, I think I would smash your head." "But you," said the young man with sudden vehemence, "can you bear the sight of me? My God, when I think..." "Don't think, my good Armand, not of that anyway. Only think of the woman for whose sake you committed a crime. If she is pure and good, woo her and win her. Not just now, for it were foolish to go back to Paris after her, but anon, when she comes to England, and all these past days are forgotten. Then love her as much as you can, Armand. Learn your lesson of love better than I have learnt mine. Do not cause Jeanne Lange those tears of anguish which my mad spirit brings to your sister's eyes. You were right, Armand, when you said that I do not know how to love." But on board the Daydream, when all danger was past, Marguerite felt that he did. End of chapter 49. End of El Dorado by Baroness Orczy.